At the beginning of the manhwa, we see a typewriter. The main character talks about how he spent more than 1,000 years on self-development, and this is not the end. He must make a complete breakthrough on the day of the upper limit. Our main character's name is Shyan. His soul transmigrated into a dying beggar. He is a disciple of the Heavenly Throne sect and strives to become a living sage. He is connected to the living sage system. Shyan understands that this world is very unusual, so he would be happy to see it. But while it is very dangerous, he must reach at least the 12th stage of ki quenching to become strong. The guy understands that in 6 years he has reached level 4. This is the pace of the most ordinary student, but there is nothing to worry about. The main thing is stability. The one who survives wins. After countless years, the guy will definitely be able to reach the peak. It was with such thoughts that he discovered some strange passage that he was about to enter right now. Having entered inside, the guy walked along a small corridor and reached a room. He believes that someday he will be able to return home. If this is so, then no matter how long the wait lasts, it will be worth it. The main character takes the car that he has been holding in his hands all this time and puts it in front of him. He now looks somehow sad, and one gets the feeling that he is thinking about something. Shufan, after some time of reflection, realizes that so far there is no benefit from these dreams. So this Sigma needs to do something else and start acting. The white-haired one, fortunately for himself, also remembers that he still has an older brother who can take care of their parents, while the main character himself cannot visit them. After a moment, Shufan closes his eyes and calms down, and realizes that now is the time for him to take care of himself, because his parents, apparently, will be fine along with his brother. We see a lovely picture from a bird's eye view, namely Shufan's courtyard, which is located in the territory of the Heavenly Throne sect in the Feiyu world. Right now, Shufan is heading somewhere. The guy moves some distance away from his yard, then gets ready and takes off straight into the air. While in flight, he realizes that it's time for him to sign up for some classes again. While the main character is flying at high speed, we learn that he learns a little bit of everything in order to stretch out his progress, lest he accidentally make a premature breakthrough. After thinking for a while, the white-haired man continued to fly silently to his destination. But suddenly, while he was in flight, he heard someone from the ground begin to call his name. This person turned out to be Wang Yulong. He is at the 4th stage of ki quenching, but is very strong for his level. Right now, this guy is asking Shufan to come down to the ground. Shufan heard his words and descended to the ground. Meanwhile, Wang Yulong asks him when he will teach him the technique of lightening the body of the middle level so that he can fly. The black-haired one understands that if this technique is developed to the highest level, then it will be possible to fly very quickly. The white-haired one tells him to train attacking techniques less and devote time to this one. And then Wang Yulong's face changed from joyful to somewhat disappointed. Apparently, this guy was trying to chase 2 birds with 1 stone at once, but it doesn't work like that, and right now he apparently realized it. Wang Yulong thinks that Shufan is joking. The black-haired man thinks that if he stops training attacking techniques, he will not be able to repel the forest animals. The white-haired man says simply, not to go into the forest. The black-haired man doesn't understand why the main character constantly chooses the path of cowardice, for example, choosing the safest ones from the sect's tasks. He doesn't yet know that Shufan likes to mix pickles with milk. And now we will see the events that took place about 3 months ago. It is dark on the street. We see a fire burning in the forest, and a person who is in danger begins to scream. It turned out that all this happens because untamed animals escaped from the animal control department and are ready to attack everyone. Now they are some kind of wolves. We see Wang Yulong, who lies silently in front of these animals. He is now covered in scratches. Apparently these wolves tried hard on this, and one gets the feeling that the guy's life is about to come to an end. And then, a moment later, one of the huge wolves approached this guy quite close, after which he opened his stinking mouth to intimidate him and was about to carry out a finishing attack. Just as the wolf was about to finish off Wang Yulong, unexpectedly for the guy, this wolf flew away from him, and it seemed that someone had wounded him. It turns out that this lucky guy was saved at the last moment. It turned out that it was Shufan. After he dealt with the beast, he asks about the guy's condition and gives him a helping hand, trying to give him all his care. Wang Yulong begins to ask him to teach him his deadly techniques. While he understands that these techniques are very difficult to learn, but his friend Shufan somehow copes with everything. Suddenly, they heard people talking about how a certain Zuo master from the fighting compartment would give lectures in the training hall. This would help in learning techniques. This person was very experienced. It's clear that the white-haired guy doesn't care about this. He doesn't understand why he needs to study attacking techniques when he can use defensive ones. Because in his opinion, to survive means to win. It seems his friend wasn't happy with this. Wang Yulong understands that the white-haired man has attack techniques at the highest level, and in the black-haired man's opinion, the best defense is an attack. Xu Fanyu doesn't care anymore, and he doesn't mind the black-haired man going to lectures. Next, you can see how the main character looks through different techniques. He understands that he has already gone through some techniques, and the heavenly horseman attracted his attention, although he now has no money for courses. Continuing to consider various techniques among a bunch of boring and already studied techniques, Xu Fan drew attention to the use of medicinal plants in alchemy. It is clear that this interested him. The white-haired Gigachad couldn't restrain himself from this. He immediately goes up to the registration desk and tells the purple-haired girl that he really wants to enroll in their course. The girl says that the course will last only 3 days. There will be 10 lectures in total, tablets with jade spells as a gift, and the cost of the course is 50 spiritual stones. There are also only 3 places left. White-haired is dissatisfied with the price, because even after completing the sect's tasks for a year, he didn't even earn 100 spiritual stones, so he'll have to part with most of his annual income and sign up. TikToker says that if a guy wants to learn alchemy, then without their course he won't achieve anything, since the guy learns the basics in these courses, and learns everything else on his own. After the girl's words, the white-haired man thought for a while, after which he realized that this was enough for him, so Xu Fan loudly hit the crystal on the table, saying that he was ready to take their course. Next, the main character began to move away from the registration table. He now regrets that he hit the table so hard, because his hand now hurts, and he also regrets the 50 spiritual stones that he gave away. The purple-haired swindler received money from another external student, who dreams of achieving something in vain. He needs a lot of money to study alchemy. She sees that even with such an amount, he had difficulty parting. After some time, we see the events taking place in the evening market. It is already starting to get dark, and Xu Fan, stretching out, hopes that his investment will pay off and he will not lose anything in vain. On the way, the white-haired man meets his uncle Zhang, who thinks that the guy came here to visit his baby. The main character understands that not even a fly will fly past this man, and he is always on the alert. The smile from the uncle's face disappeared. Now he, being dissatisfied, demands a bride price from the guy, because little Yoon roars every day that she was released to him. The white-haired man pretends to be surprised. The main character remembers the horrors that happened to him, how this girl ran up to him, asked to become his wife, and he promised her to collect money for her ransom and immediately marry her. Remembering his promise, Xu Fan also remembered how he was only joking. But these people don't understand jokes and take everything seriously, which makes the white-haired man now completely unhappy. Feeling awkward, the main character says that it's time for him to leave, because cultivators are not recommended to be among the laity for a long time. He asks not to tell little Yun that he was here. And then Uncle Zhang begins to smile widely. He points behind him, says that it's too late to leave because he sent her a message. The white-haired man realizes that he's in trouble and stuck here for a long time. Scared to death, Xu Fan slowly turns around behind him and sees a nightmare in reality. Right now, this girl is jumping on him, just like a screamer, and meanwhile calls him her husband. The joyful girl, after a moment, overtook the main character. He didn't even have time to turn around completely, and she had already grabbed him from behind. Apparently, she had been waiting for this moment for a very long time, which cannot be said about Xu Fan. After some time, the white-haired man comes to the realization that the girl does not want to let him go and is holding him tightly enough, so that the white-haired man, who is already suffocating, asks her to loosen her grip. The white-haired man tells her that he was just joking when he made a promise. The dissatisfied Uncle Zhang went behind him and threateningly tells him that the white-haired man suits him and his mother-in-law, and a man should not go back on his words. Little Yoon is confused about what kind of jokes we are talking about, because according to the traditions of their village, if the bride and groom exchange gifts as a sign of engagement, then they are destined to be husband and wife until death. The cunning girl is wasting no time. She really wants this guy to pay alimony for her, so she is already handing him a gift from herself on the occasion of their engagement and hopes that he will take it. Meanwhile, the girl in love still hugs him. The white-haired man tells her that he gave her the toy just to distract her. It's not an engagement gift, but she doesn't care. She just wants to be his wife. Xu Fan shed a stingy man's tear out of hopelessness. Still being in the girl's arms, he understands that he was already stuck in this place because of the siesta, and now he will also have to endure village traditions. In the next chapter, we see the events that take place in the Heavenly Throne sect, namely near Xu Fan's house. Right now, he is calmly flying over this place and apparently noticed something interesting. And this turned out to be Wang Yulong, who caught some kind of lamb and asks the main character to pay attention to himself because he has a very cool gift in his hands. It seems that the curly one is not delighted. The main character understands that one of the spiritual sheep, specially raised by the sect, so that the guardians of order can follow the guy. One black-haired one paid for the sheep, so everything is fine. Having made sure that everything was fine, the main character right now allowed Wang Yulong to enter his house. He raised his fingers so that the barrier around the house opened and they could go inside. The barrier is already beginning to open. Shufan and Wang Yulong are looking at this. The black-haired one is a little surprised by this picture. Apparently he is unusual in looking at something like this, but the white-haired one seems to be used to it. Wang Yulong is very surprised by semi-automatic lighting techniques. This guy understands that every time he meets the main character, he makes him feel simply worthless in comparison with him. He is amazed by the white-haired one with his mastery of attacking, defensive, and even greater techniques. So the dark-haired one realizes that he is still very far from Xiu Fan and will never reach his level if he continues to play in the League of Legends. Xiu Fan covered his friend's mouth with his hand. The white-haired man looks unhappy and tells him that he strives to stay quiet and lower than the grass, so let him not forget about it. The white-haired man is still dissatisfied. Even without his help, he knows who he could become. But for him, the priority now is to continue to eke out a dull existence and not get involved in risky stories. The dark-haired man is not at all embarrassed by the dissatisfied face of the main character. He still continues to smile and says that he remembers how modest Xiu Fan is and does not like unnecessary attention to his person. After the barrier has completely fallen, the white-haired one begins to enter his yard and tells Wang Yulong to bring her inside. The dark-haired one already thinks that they are going to fry her whole. After some time, these two strong guys got ready to cook this sheep, and we can already see the sheep, which is spinning over the fire right now, and apparently someone is going to have a hearty dinner today. Next, the meat is cooked. The main character, with a satisfied look, begins to lift the lid so that they can look at this masterpiece. The aroma from the food awakens a strong appetite, and the shine from this meat simply blinds the eyes. Now you can observe from the side how the lamb has already been served on the table, and the lid has been completely removed from it. Wang Yulong can no longer restrain himself and is about to attack this delicious lamb. For this, the dark-haired one even wanted to kiss the main character, but he refused this, and then his friend decided to give him something from his bag. The white-haired one wondered what he had prepared for him. Wang Yulong suddenly takes out a bottle from his bag and asks the guy to look at it. It turned out to be wine, and roast lamb without wine, as they say, is spiritual stones to the wind. The dark-haired one is already beginning to pour the wine. The white-haired one laughs and understands that since Wang Yulong had this bag, it means that one of the mentors liked it. And we also learn that the wine cost 10 times more than a sheep. Having heard about the huge amount of money spent, the white-haired man decided to ask what was the matter. Because on a normal day, the dark-haired man would not have spent that much. It seems that Wang Yulong does not want to talk about it. He smiled sharply and said that he decided to join the fighting squad. The mentor who drew attention to him was from there. Soon he would not be able to visit here often, so he decided to feast with him for the last time. Next, you can see that Wang Yulong suddenly became sad. It seems that he is trying to say something, but he still needs to formulate his thoughts and gain strength to do it. He will never forget how Shufan saved his life. The dark-haired man understands that the missions of the fighting squad are dangerous, and he may not be able to withstand them, in which case they will not see each other again. He also spilled expensive wine. White-haired understands that this kid is cunning and is not just being poor, but he asks not to transfer the wine just for the sake of dramatic effect, as he did right now. After some time, the two had already started eating. They both ate heartily, and the dark-haired one realized that his life was not lived in vain, because he ate quite a lot and turned into a moderator of the Discord server. Then this pot-bellied guy starts to run away somewhere in a hurry. He asks not to accompany him, because he will find the way on his own. The main character understood him, and now he just silently looks after this guy and does not take action. We are again Wang Yulong, who suddenly stopped and, being in the night, raised two things above him, after which he began to look at them and notice something. But he was not yet able to understand what it was. After standing like this for a while, this guy suddenly began to rejoice. Apparently he finally realized what these things are and what they are needed for, and right now we will find out. It turned out that these were jade tablets with spells. He thanks Brother Shu Fan for them. The white-haired one reminds him that the one who survives wins. The dark-haired one promises to remember this forever. After these words, the white-haired man sadly realizes that in this place he has no friends at all, and given the fact that he can leave for a long time, he will have absolutely nothing to do here, and this saddens him. The white-haired final boss of the KFS strongly hopes that at least he won't lose this tomboy, because then he will really become too bored here, all alone and without friends. After some time, the guy realizes that with the departure of Wang Yulong, he can continue his reclusive life. He has long ago bought an employee who gives tasks, so he is not threatened with assignments that require him to leave the city. Next, the white-haired man decides to tan a little, but there was no sun in the night sky at all, so he decided to use his light concentration technique. This guy will master alchemy, sell pills, and save for training. After that, he used the spring wind technique, and while enjoying it, he understands that with the skills of alchemy and forging, he can live comfortably, but he still doesn't have any more plans, so apparently that's all. Having relaxed, the white-haired man lay down on his chair, after which he suddenly thought about something, namely about himself. His face is now very serious, and he really wonders what he is thinking about. The universe in which he found himself is huge. Even in the classical texts of the Heavenly Throne sect, it is said that there are at least several kingdoms of the Celestials. Apparently, these kingdoms are located in the Great Chiliocosm. This means that the world in which the main character is located belongs to the Middle Chiliocosm. Here, ordinary people coexist with those who strive to get into the kingdom of the Celestials. But there are thousands of such worlds. We see some gray-haired grandfather sitting on the edge of a cliff. He is engaged in meditation. And we also learn that in the history of the sect of the Heavenly Throne, there were already mentors who ended up in the kingdom of the Celestials. After all these thoughts, the white-haired man believes that all this will not happen to him in the near future, all because of this half-dead system. In case of death before the day of the upper limit, rebirth will not await him.
You can understand that this bird has dirtied this guy, which of course makes him unhappy. He decides to drive this stupid bird far away from him so that such incidents do not happen again.
While the guy was simply trying to drive away this bird, he suddenly used a bird extermination spell for himself, after which even more birds began to fly out from him, and he himself began to look strange. An explosion occurred behind the main character. He realized that he had created another high-level spell. Shufan does not understand why he needs all this, and if he exposes himself, he may be killed out of envy. Then the main character sits silently in the lotus position, thinking that if he crosses the path of someone at the stage of laying the foundations, he will not even be able to protect himself. He realizes that life is a harsh thing. Shufan sat in this way for some time, still silent, after which the droppings from his head flowed over time directly onto the ground, and one can say that at least somehow he is now cleaned up. Suddenly he realizes that he can take on students. He cannot develop himself, but he can develop others. He will be able to transfer spells of his own design to them, so this is very cool. Protecting his teacher is the sacred duty of every student. Having strong students, the white-haired one will be able to stop worrying about his safety. So as soon as he reaches the 12th stage of key hardening, he will immediately accept the student. While the guy continued to lie in his yard and rest, he received a notification from his house. He learns that an attempt was made to scan the host, and this attempt was successfully blocked. Realizing that someone was messing with him again, Shufan lost his temper. Also, one of the advantages of the system is that when someone outside tries to find out something about him, the system projects images, and they don't see anything unusual. Next, we can see how Shufan sits on his chair, and at the same time holds jade tablets with spells in his hands. He doesn't care anymore, because the system can take care of the problems. He will now move on to other things. The guy is right now studying various spells. In front of him, there are now 3 spells related to the souls of animals. This direction seems interesting to him, because if you combine them all, then apparently you can synthesize the call of the beast. Later, he realizes that he can maintain the activity of the seized soul for some time, but for long-term storage he needs a vessel. But he doesn't know where to get a suitable vessel. Apparently, he will have to spend money. After some time, the main character suddenly wanted to check something. He caught a poor sparrow flying nearby to help him with this. But it is worth remembering that this is all for the sake of science. Having collected a bunch of ingredients, the white-haired one tries to remember a recipe for something in order to make something. He realizes that he has already collected almost everything, but he is missing just one ingredient. Still, the guy figured it out, and already very pleased with himself, the white-haired man took all the ingredients into his own hands, after which he began to act, and, apparently, he manages to do what he wants. Having combined some ingredients, the main character also remembered about fire. He summons flames from his palms and directs them directly at the bird, already expecting to get what happens. As a result, his work was not in vain. The fruit of all his efforts was a ceramic sparrow, which he created directly from a living sparrow. A very happy Shufan now holds it above his head. He released this ceramic sparrow to check how it works. It turned out that it can still fly in circles in one place. The result looks good, but now it's interesting to test the same trick with a werewolf. Unfortunately for Shufan, while he was in his thoughts, this bird decided to troll him, and after flying over him for a while, decided to fly right into his head, thereby smashing it to pieces. The fragments of this bird caused the guy to bleed. He understands that this is a dead end, but when alchemy begins to bring in money, he will try to buy a normal vessel. In this world, it is impossible to take a step without spiritual stones. Unexpectedly, we are now shown the events that are happening in the meantime in the forest outside the sect's territory. We see Wang Yulong, who sees that he only needed one trick in any matter. We see this guy, there doesn't seem to be a scratch on him, and he feels good because now he's laughing like some kind of crazy person throughout the forest. Apparently some really joyful event has happened. It turned out that this madman simply finished off another beast. It is because of this that his joy knows no bounds. He understands that Brother Shufan gave him a spell of an incredible level, and now he is not afraid of any beast. In the next chapter, we again see the events that are still happening in the forest outside the territory of the Heavenly Throne sect. Some guy is carrying a killed beast. He also hopes that their newcomer has not been eaten by any beast. This newcomer turned out to be Wang Yulong. That guy was worried about him, but it was worth worrying about the animals that dared to attack him. Right now, he is looking at the killed beast in bewilderment. This guy is simply shocked by the actions of the newcomer. Because he finished him off with just one move, he believes that the fighting squad has acquired another fighter of rank A, and this is actually very cool. We learn that the combat department divides fighters into 4 ranks, namely A, B, C, D rank fighters are good for nothing, C rank fighters are treated as cannon fodder, and B rank fighters are cultivated as the main force. But fighters of rank A are the future elite. Mentors are involved in their personal development. They are provided with all the best, so that in the future they will become a very strong fighter, capable of much. Wang Yulong is trying his best to look at ease. He asks the guy what's wrong with his face, and he says that everything is fine. He's just a little shocked after what he saw because he never expected this. He tells him that it is amazing since he was able to cope with the beast so easily at the 6th stage of key tempering. Such qualities correspond to rank B and above, but he still needs to prove himself up to rank A. The dark-haired man learned that in order to move to a higher class, he must finish off 10 beasts at the 7th stage of QE hardening. Apparently it will be difficult, but this strong man will definitely cope. When he becomes an honorary A-rank fighter, the guy hopes that he will not forget about him. Wai Yulong promises not to forget him, and expresses his gratitude to him for recommending him. Events again move directly to the main character's house. They are now sitting by the fire and preparing another piece of meat. The white-haired man, in turn, does not understand what is strange about finishing off the beast with one blow. Shufan gave his friend the Fiery Lances spell. Its peculiarity is that just before the throw, it slows down the heartbeat. This helps to accurately hit the target, so it's normal that he finished him off with one blow. Wang Yulong considers Shufan a genius and asks him to join the combat squad with him. Taking into account his skills, he will immediately be assigned to rank A. He will become the favorite of the mentors, and this is a direct path to greatness. White-haired says that he does not like to kill, and the risks of dying himself will increase, and the position of fighters in society is lower than that of masters of alchemy and forging. So the choice of this sigma is obvious. In addition, if Shufan develops to the peak of the key hardening stage, he will not be able to break through to the next stage before the designated time, until at some point they begin to despise him for marking time. The dark-haired man does not understand this reason, because in his opinion, the ability to strike terror into the hearts of those around him is the dream of any man. Shufan has this ability, but he is not going to use it at all. Wang Yulong says that with his talents he can ascend to the realm of the Celestials and become the 39 venerable ancestor of the Heavenly Throne sect, and the dark-haired one, as his faithful disciple, will ascend there with him. After all, it is known that if an almighty cultivator can endure the heavenly test, then he is allowed to take with him 2 disciples whose cultivation has reached the spirit generation stage or will be higher. White-haired is already tired of this. He looks at his friend with tired eyes and does not understand why he wants to get into the kingdom of the Celestials, because in his opinion, life there is even lousier than here. It seems that the main character knows too much about this place. He is all sweaty and tense because he believes that this is a very cruel world, a real hell for cultivators, so it is better not to go there. Wang Yulong does not understand what he is talking about, because getting there is the dream of every cultivator. Shufan says that this is only his dream. It is unlikely that the white-haired man would be able to survive as a lazy seal in the kingdom of the Celestials. After some time, apparently the meat has already been cooked, so the main character with a calm face, without saying anything to his friend, begins to do something with his hand in order to surprise him once again. A moment later, Xu Fan released some kind of ray from his fingers, which cuts the cooked meat in half. It can be seen that Wang Yulong is now in complete shock. The white-haired man never ceases to amaze him. After that, the white-haired man began to smile. He advises him to eat more. The meat of an animal at the 6th stage of key hardening is very useful. Of course, the dark-haired one listened to the advice and does as his friend told him. While the satisfied Wai Yulong is eating a piece of his meat, he turns to the main character with a happy face and really wants him to take him as his student. Right now, he is expecting an answer from him to the request. Apparently, Xu Fan is very surprised. He doesn't believe that Wang Yulong wants him to become his mentor. He thinks that his friend has gone crazy and it's time for him to go to the madhouse, because it feels like animal fat has clogged his brains. He just said that he wants to become an A-rank fighter, to be trained by great mentors and so on. However, he comes from a line of low-grade cultivators. Now their strongest is at the golden elixir stage. After chewing the first piece he took, he tells the main character that among his ancestors there was one warrior, at some stage of the spirit, but at which stage he did not say, and his face now looks more serious than usual. Xu Fan didn't like that Wang Yulong stopped at the most interesting point. He looked very interested and clarified with him what he wanted to say and why he was telling all this. Now their family has fallen into decline, but thanks to the travel notes left by that ancestor, their family members traditionally had a broad outlook. Their world of Feiyu belongs to the Middle Chiliocosm, and the Kingdom of the Celestials to the Great Chiliocosm. Wang Yulong is now really serious, and it's even a little scary. He looks at the main character and tells him that he is right. The Kingdom of the Celestials is a truly cruel place. We learn that the territory of their sect is located in one of the poorest regions of the Feiyu world, and the central continent is considered the promised land for every cultivator. We are also shown a map of the area. It becomes known that there are hundreds of sects there with disciples at the stage of the birth of the spirit and above, so you definitely won't get bored in this place. The dark-haired man, raising his finger, also says that the strongest of them is the Heavenly Arrow sect. There is no one stronger than them in the world, so these guys are really not to be joked with, and it is better not to cross their path. Xu Fan listened to him and, sipping his drink, realized that he started from afar, but he just didn't understand what he was getting at. To be fair, he couldn't have expected such knowledge about the world from him. The cultivators of the central continent have studied all techniques and spells to their very essence, and are now engaged in combining old and creating new techniques from spells. Such people are called spellcasters, and are higher than alchemists and forging masters. We also learn from Wang Yulong that his ancestor personally visited the Heavenly Arrow sect. According to his records, their disciples at the Kui tempering stage are able to defeat beasts at the foundation stage. The dark-haired man believes that Xu Fan has all the data to become such a spellcaster. He also thinks that the spells he gave him were created by him. This really amazes him, so he wants to become his student. One gets the feeling that the main character is already very annoyed that this dark-haired guy is not going to lag behind him. He simply grabbed his leg and once again asks to take him as a student. The irritated protagonist decided to move Wang Yulong away from him, but he did not use physical force but magical force. He succeeded in removing the guy. But it seems that these actions bring him pleasure. The white-haired man with a serious look tells him that he will not be able to become his student, because Wang Yulong is already over 18 years old, which is why it will be completely too late for him to ask to become his student. However, Xu Fan noticed that a thought had arisen in his friend's head, namely that the main character had enough talent to become a spellcaster. Right now, Xu Fan raised his fingers and was going to do something. He raised his fingers directly above the dark-haired man's head. Even the shadow of his hand is visible on his face. The guy already thinks that they want to kill him and looks very scared, as if he had watched the movie Saw 4. The protagonist's fingers have already touched his forehead. He begins to cry and beg his brother not to kill him, because he promises to keep everything a secret, that he has the potential to become a spellcaster. In response, the white-haired man only began to smile. He told his friend that he was not going to kill him at all, because he did not need the hype of killing a sect disciple, which could attract attention to him. After some time, the main character, using his fingers, arranged a memory edit for Wang Yulong, apparently so that he would forget everything that happened, after which Xu Fan already decided to remove his fingers from him. You can see how this spell affected the dark-haired one. He no longer remembers where he stopped. The white-haired one recalls that he said that he wanted to become a rank A fighter and asked to teach him a couple of techniques. And then Wang Yulong remembered exactly what the main character told him. Now he is happy again and asks if he can help him. The main character says that he can, just like a true friend. Next, Xu Fan tries to write down everything that his friend said, because this world is more complex than he imagined. Today he heard about spellcasters for the first time, although he himself should have guessed about their existence. Having written everything down, it remains unclear to him how far the central continent is from his current location and what dangers await him along the way. But the question arises whether all this is necessary. Reading his book, he doesn't understand what's the point of striving there. Perhaps he won't train in the evening and will give himself a day off to gain strength and use it at the right time. In the next chapter, the guy is seen enjoying his day off. He realizes that if he had a computer here with internet access, being a sage eking out his life would not be so sad. Lying on the sofa with some kind of appendage in his mouth, the main character, looking at the sky, continues to think he is already tired of clearing his mind and taming his desires. He doesn't even know what can be done about it. Meanwhile, while the main character was lying calmly and looking at the sky, his attention was attracted by some huge flying ship, around which some unusual birds were also flying. This sight surprises. Shufan just can't figure out what it is. He even decided to get up from his sofa and come closer to take a better look at this thing. He was very interested in this ship, and he wants to study it. The main character realized that this was a 500-meter ship, next to which there were several hundred sentinels at the golden elixir stage, monitoring the surrounding airspace on Firebirds. The fact that the guy nevertheless came closer only helped him. He was also able to see smaller ships next to the main ship, about 300 meters away, which were protecting the main ship from various attacks. After a couple of moments, he already begins to look straight after them. It seems to him that, judging by such a scale, this expedition was sent to search for very valuable resources. Otherwise, why would they have so much protection, and so on? Next, the white-haired man decided to voice to us the dream of a real man. He really wants to learn forging, and then he will definitely be able to build his own ship. While he was in his thoughts, he heard some kind of bell. Hearing the bell, he wondered who could be there. It seemed to him that it was Wang Yulong who had come again, but without much hesitation, he was already removing the barrier around his house with a snap of his fingers. He notices this guy and, turning slightly towards him, does not understand at all what he is doing here now, because it seems like this guy should be on a mission now, and this is somehow very strange. It turned out that it was really Wang Yulong. He doesn't look the best right now and entered the yard limping. The main character noticed that there were big problems with his leg and wanted to clarify the problem. Still limping, he approaches Shufan and in a very disgruntled voice tells him that he was injured during the mission, so he decided to take a few days off to recover. So he thought, why not spend the weekend in the company of his friend? The white-haired man says that he gave him a spell to lighten the body. If he used it, the beast would not be able to reach him, which means he decided to go ahead. The confused dark-haired man says that that beast had a strong defense. Only with the help of the protagonist's spells could it be broken through. So he decided to go into a head-on collision with him, and, as you can understand, it was a bad idea. Shufan is very disappointed in his friend. He looks at him with a very dissatisfied look and says that his fighting skills are hopelessly lousy, and this is very bad. It seems that Wang Yulong is aware of everything. The main character tells him that he can't go ahead like this. He needs to step back, take a position and cast a spell from a long distance, and don't forget about defensive techniques at close range. The dark-haired man is now ashamed of his actions. He just wanted to finish him off very badly, so he only thought about attacking. The white-haired man tells him that he will learn from his mistakes. Apparently, this is the way. Next, the guy comes up to the white-haired guy, hugging him lightly and tells him to stop saying things like that, because he came to him as a comrade for advice. The white-haired guy is at a loss, because the guy from the combat department is asking for advice from a homebody. Meanwhile, Shufan does not understand how it is possible to drill martial skill into someone's head. The one who is given it already grasps everything at once, but it seems to him that his friend, apparently, is not given this at all. But Wang Yulong, in turn, hopes that Shufan will stop pretending, because not a single mentor from the combat squad will teach his dark-haired man what the main character himself can do. Clenching his fist, he asks his friend to stop being a fool. For some reason, he carefully hides his talents from others, but he understands perfectly well what his friend is capable of. With difficulty, the white-haired man agreed to help him and tell him how to deal with such animals. But Wang Yulong would have to tell him everything he knows about flying ships, because he knows a lot about them. After the two agreed, the white-haired man understood everything and decided not to waste time. After which, with just a wave of his hand, he transported himself and his friend to some unusual place. Wang Yulong is surprised because this illusion is simply excellent. He thinks that this is an enchanting technique. In order to create something like this, it would require the spiritual energy of all the disciples of the sect at the Kui spirit tempering stage. The determined protagonist tells the guy that he will conduct a training battle for him. His spiritual energy is not enough to maintain this illusion for a long time, so they will start right now so as not to waste it. Next, Shufan made another snap of his fingers, warning his comrade in advance that he was now going to meet a fast beast with good defense, exactly what he needed for training. It turned out that the main character summoned a stone mantis, which is at the 7th stage of key hardening. This monster looks very intimidating, and judging by the structure of its body, it has really high protection. Mantis, in turn, does not waste time and decides to attack first. Shufan says that the guy has only 15 minutes to kill him, after which he will analyze his shortcomings and help him cope with them. It can be seen how just a moment later, this mantis came very close to the dark-haired man and tried to strike. Wang Yulong was able to dodge, but he was unhappy that he was not warned about the start of the fight. However, the guy is also not an ordinary guy. He was not afraid of this beast and decided to use the light feather technique and the fire lance technique to finish off this beast. It seems he is too confident that it will work on him. It turned out this way: the mantis, despite its stone body, is quite dexterous and was able to dodge the attack from Wang Yulong. This guy is now very perplexed and does not understand how this could happen. Meanwhile, the white-haired man had already begun to notice his first shortcomings. He saw that his comrade was moving quite quickly, which was good, but he was releasing his lances quite slowly, and this was already bad. Wang Yulin seems to be already preparing to dodge another attack from the beast, because he has already managed to get to his feet. The guy thinks that this is all for him at the level of a kindergarten. Next, the mantis decided to immediately attack the guy. He jumped on him so quickly that he had already managed to deliver his blow, but he couldn't even dodge him and began to fly several meters back. After the blow, the mantis stopped in one place. Wang Yulong, in turn, in an unlucky way, stopped near the main character, who does not understand what he is distracted by during his fight and asks him to continue. However, Wang Yulong already looks too tired and beaten. Judging by his appearance, he will no longer be able to continue this fight and seems to be giving up, because he understands that he cannot take out this beast. White-haired is dissatisfied with him, because he lost this fight almost to 0, all due to the fact that he lacks the ability to observe his opponent, notice his habits, and predict movements. Shufan again raises 2 of his fingers and is about to put them on the guy's forehead, saying that every creature has its own habits, be it people or monsters. Wang Yulong doesn't even know what to expect next. You can see how he has already put his fingers to his forehead and says that therefore during the battle he needs to remember, in order to defeat the fast beast, he needs to use a spell that seals its movements. This can only be done if he understands where the animal will be in the next moment. If he were at least a little attentive, he would understand which point to hit. Then that mantis would not dodge his attacks. After he missed, his movements became nervous and hectic. Already at that moment he lost. The beast managed to dodge 4 of his attacks, but during this time he still did not understand how he moved. Meanwhile, Wang Yulong silently listens to Shufan, who talks about his shortcomings. The dark-haired one feels sad because of his failure, but will definitely work hard on his mistakes in order to become better in the future. He realizes that his friend's ability to create illusions is so excellent that he still feels pain from the injuries he received in battle. He does not understand how the main character managed to simultaneously hold the illusion and watch the battle. The dark-haired man believes that the guy did not name all his shortcomings, so he wants to hear her. Shufan says that for now he will not name them, so that the guy will focus on those already named, and in the future maybe he will teach him something. The main character is satisfied after their dialogue. He remembers the sentence he just said, and remembers that he has long wanted to say this phrase, because it gives him a very important look. Wang Yulong, delighted with his friend, thanks his friend for agreeing to help him. After the work done, the main character simply sits down in his place to rest after all this. After Shufan sat down in his seat, he began to look at his friend with a smile on his face, because now it was his turn and he had to tell him everything he knew about those flying ships. In the next chapter, after some time, Wang Yulong also sat down with his friend. Now these 2 guys are lying coolly in dark glasses. Shufan asks again about flying ships, and his friend is about to tell. Wang Yulong begins his story. This story is quite old. 500 years ago, the Supreme Mentor collected all the property of the sect and went to the central continent to order the construction of a ship. For this reason, their sect did not accept new students for 50 years, because they could hardly feed themselves. And at the sight of spiritual stones, the sect members generally fell into madness and could not control themselves. We also learned that as soon as the completed ship arrived, the life of the sect began to return to normal. From then on, they began to be considered a serious force and began to live in better conditions. White-haired listened to the story from his friend's side, But he doesn't understand why they suffered so much for the sake of this ship. He thinks that they were preparing for war or to search for resources. But he finds out that it was all for the sake of resources. Half of the area of the Feiyu world is covered by water, the so-called Great Sea. It is believed that the amount of resources in the Great Sea is as endless as the Great Sea itself. And there are also treasures there that cannot be found on land. The dark-haired one says that this Great Sea is extremely dangerous. It cannot be explored relying only on strong warriors. The white-haired one thinks that this is precisely why they built the flying ship. It turned out that this is so, because sometimes giant monsters rise from the depths of the sea. Only having a flying ship has a chance to fight off their attacks. And if only resources from land were used, then people would not be able to develop so much. There is also talk that on a flying ship you can not only navigate the sea and air, but also go beyond the celestial horizon. But these are just rumors and no one has tested this yet. When Shufan heard about the limits of the celestial horizon, he was perplexed and thought that the guy in such a strange way decided to tell him about space. But apparently in this world, such a word is not used. The satisfied dark-haired man says that only sects of the highest level are capable of this, and their people are content only with traveling across the Great Sea and nothing more. But as they say, over time, everything will be different. Meanwhile, the main character is thinking, it seems to him that possessing such a ship is the same as possessing nuclear weapons. It determines the position of the sect in the world and is a symbol of its power. And then the white-haired man's curiosity takes over. With a very interested face, he asks his friend if it is possible to somehow get on board the ship just to inspect it. His friend heard the question and is already going to give his clear answer. For starters, he raised his 4 fingers higher to make it clear and says that only 4 types of people are allowed on board the ship. Firstly, these are experts in research spells. They determine the ship's route. And secondly, the guards from the fighting compartment, as a rule, are fighters of rank A, which means their protection is really good. Thirdly, they are masters of alchemy and forging. They are responsible for the primary processing of the extracted raw materials. Fourthly, they are the commander of the ship at the stage of exploration of the void, who is well versed in everything. According to Wang Yulong, getting there is not difficult. You just need to join the combat squad and become a strong fighter. Through other positions, it will be difficult. The white-haired man still thinks that it is too difficult.
After the words of his friend, the white-haired man became deeply immersed in his thoughts. He understands that in order to become a master of alchemy or forging of the 3rd class and above, this will require a lot of money.
Now the dark-haired man invites his friend to go with him to the combat compartment, but Xu Fan is against it, because he doesn't like to kill, and he would like to learn how to build such a ship, so he'll learn alchemy, and then forging. Having learned that his friend was still going to start studying forging, Wang Yulong began to look dissatisfied. It seemed to him that the guy would not have enough money, because he had spent everything on skins in the League of Legends. The white-haired man was sure that he would solve this problem. A lot of time has passed. The morning of the next day has come, and we see events taking place in the alchemy training halls. The main character thinks that if he had studied as much in a past life, his parents would have been happy. About to enter the building, the serious-minded protagonist promises himself that he will definitely find a way to return back to his world. His parents will just have to wait for it. A moment later, he had already approached some girl and, having said hello, introduced himself in front of her and said that he wanted to sign up with them for pill-making techniques. This person heard him and was going to give an answer. She says that 500 spiritual stones and 100 merit points are the cost of a year of training, and in total there will be 2 years, 2 weekends of 2 days a month, in the middle and at the end of the month, and the guy will be able to join the alchemy department. The main character listened to the words of this man. He was still very confused by the price, as usual. He considers it a shameless robbery, but still gave this man a bag of his money. The worker, making sure that the money has been transferred, asks Shufan to follow him. After these words, the entrance doors to the alchemy training rooms begin to open, and finally the main character will now be able to enter there. Entering inside, these two found themselves in some kind of huge building, where in the center stood a gigantic building, which was obviously larger than the others. Xu Fan was very surprised when he saw this picture. The worker paid attention to the reaction of the white-haired man. It seems to him that, judging by the expression on his face, he got out of his village for the first time. The girl does not understand why these rogues are meddling in alchemy. Expressing contempt, this girl is going to give him some kind of thing, and tells the guy that she has already informed him about everything important and wishes him to become a master of alchemy as soon as possible. Xu Fan looks at the thing in her hands. The main character took this thing from the hands of the worker and, Being satisfied, began to slowly walk to another place, and on the way he turned around and said goodbye to the man, calling him brother. You can see how the worker became embarrassed after that. After some time, the white-haired man had already reached his audience. Entering inside, he saw many tables, at each of which were sitting students who wanted to learn alchemy. He was surprised by the number of people in this place. Continuing to study this audience and look around, Shufan suddenly smelled some strange aroma. But this aroma was quite sweet and pleasant. He really wants to see the source of this smell. He began to look around the audience more actively, after which he turned his attention to one very pretty girl who has large cannonballs. Apparently this pleasant aroma emanates from her. A girl with a sweet look and a smile on her face slowly approaches the main character and wishes him good morning. When she sees this guy, she assumes that this is his very first lesson, so he still needs to get used to it. The main character apparently now has love at first sight. He understands that she is familiar to him, because he had heard legends about her before. He now confirmed that this is his first lesson and introduced himself to her, asking her name. The girl, straightening her hair, becomes a little closer to the guy and says that his name is Shyan. When her father cannot come to class, she usually teaches in his place, so we can say that she only came as a replacement. The confused guy listened to the answer from his teacher, after which, with a trembling voice, he said that everything was clear to him. Shyan saw his strange expression on his face and wanted to clarify what happened. This question made the guy even more confused. He says that everything is fine. He is just thinking how he can catch up with the others, since they have been studying with them for several days, and meanwhile he himself has only just arrived. She liked this question. She laughs and takes out something that was between the cores, and says that other students only managed to learn some basics, and she has a jade tablet with the materials they have covered. After she took out this thing, the girl with a very pleased look tells the guy that it's time to start the lesson, so Shufan will have to listen to her especially carefully in order to grasp the material. The main character heard the words of his teacher, after which he grabbed his heart tightly and realized that this was really a rapid development of the plot. He saw a film that began in exactly the same way. Shyan takes a very suspicious position in front of the main character and asks him if he is ready to work out. You can see how the guy is confused and even blushed very much. He does not know how to react to this. It turned out that this loser is now sitting in class, and the previous scene was just in his dreams, but of course this will never happen, so all he can do is think about it and nothing more. The teacher says that today, they will go through the methods of initial processing of spiritual plants. This is very important. The quality of their pills that they will create will depend on how well they assimilate it. White-haired is now very happy, because he has finally embarked on the path of studying alchemy. Just as he wanted, he also understands that with such a teacher, learning will not be boring, and he will learn while receiving visual pleasure. Already in the next chapter, we see events that take place a whole month later. We see Shufan, who understands that alchemy is not an easy matter. Only a month later, he is ready to begin his first tests. Apparently, he is interacting with some kind of furnace. He decides to use fire control and energy control techniques. It seems that now he can only wait for the contents to cook. The white-haired man can no longer stand it. He impatiently wants to open the roof of this oven as soon as possible in order to check what he did and whether it worked at all or whether everything was unsuccessful. The substances have not yet been prepared, but Shufan's curiosity still takes over, and he decides to open the oven lid to check what is happening there and sees several unfinished pills. The guy realizes that they are not ready yet, so he decides to close the lid and wait some more time. While he waits, he is very pleased with himself. This process seems too easy to him, and it seems to him that everything will work out. And then this furnace decided to destroy Shufan's entire career. It suddenly simply exploded. The blast wave hit the guy, and his face suddenly changed from a very happy and cheerful one to a sadder one. Right now, his whole face is very dirty after this explosion. The guy still looks very unhappy and understands that this is a real horror, because even geniuses like him have boilers that explode. Now the main character is a little scared. Looking at the cauldron, he understands that it costs a large amount of money. He asks this cute little cauldron not to explode anymore, because then he will have to compensate for the damage. Next, the white-haired man doubted the integrity of this cauldron. He, being a little frightened, decided to quickly examine it from all sides. He thus spun around the cauldron and saw that it was in order on each side. And then suddenly, unfortunately for himself, the guy discovers that cracks have appeared on the boiler. He remembers how someone told him that these boilers can withstand a maximum of 10 explosions, so he should be more careful. They say that to make the first pill you need 20 cauldrons, to develop your own pill 50, to become an alchemist 100, to become a mentor 1000. It is not for nothing that it is believed that the path to alchemy is closed to the poor. The determined protagonist stuffed his hands with some test tubes that he was going to use right now. He believes that such rules do not exist for geniuses like him. However, despite all his self-confidence, judging by the way the whole house shook violently, it can already be said that Shufan has failed once again, and this makes him very sad. It turned out that there was indeed an explosion once again. The white-haired man again sits all dirty in front of the cauldron and understands that this is the third explosion of all time, which means there are still 7 left. Suddenly, opening the lid of this cauldron, Shufan, to his great happiness, discovers pills in it. He simply cannot believe that he finally managed to do it after 3 explosions. He understood how to work with this. If the next batch is successful, then after deducting costs it will bring him 17.5 spiritual stones. And this is almost 60% of the profit. This is orders of magnitude more profitable than completing tasks for the sect. White-haired is very pleased with himself and understands that since things have started, he needs to continue working. He is not going to stop. But from his appearance, you would think that he is working in a mine and not creating pills. The events move to the next day. We see how the main character has already arrived at the alchemy training halls where, as usual, there are a lot of students who, just like him, want to gain knowledge. We see their alchemy course teacher named Sha Jingtian. He is the father of Shyan, and now reminds his students that he asked them to make a nutritional pill. He wants to know who succeeded. Absolutely all the students are now silent and embarrassed because apparently these losers did not succeed. But Shufan sitting next to him looks calm because this guy completed his task. Sha Jingtian even felt funny because of them. He sees from their faces that they blew up not a single pot and never cooked any pills. He believes that there is nothing wrong with this, and everything will have its time. One of the students does not understand how he could even find out. The second says that he blew up as many as 2 cauldrons yesterday, and seems to be happy with it. And the third understands that he also almost killed himself yesterday. And then suddenly it turns out that the teacher begins to stare directly at the main character, who does not understand why he is staring at him so much. Apparently he realized that the white-haired man had made a whole batch. The teacher used a noise barrier and asks his daughter how well she knows Shufan. She says that he is an ordinary, unremarkable student and behaves very modestly. However, Sha Jintian understands that this young man is not as simple as he seems. As soon as he entered the class, he smelled the smell of a nutritional pill from him. Of all the students, he is the only one who was able to make a high-quality pill. The teacher asked Shyan to pay attention to the guy more often. She doesn't understand why this is needed, but he says that it seems to him that the guy has great potential, and if so, he will provide him with personal training. We see Shufan again near the cauldron. He is just in anticipation. If he is lucky, the cauldron must withstand 6 more explosions, so we need to try not to spoil it until he earns money for a new one. Meanwhile, the main character suddenly felt something strange from the side of the small house. He is very unhappy because it distracts him. He even thinks that he has a new neighbor and wants to make sure of it. Going out into the street, he sees that someone has indeed moved into the neighboring mountain, but he does not understand why someone would move to such a wilderness, because Shufan himself did it in order not to attract attention. Suddenly, the white-haired man sees that some object has flown out of this house, but it is not yet clear what exactly this object is, so the guy really wants to understand this issue. The main character tries to squint and looks at this object in bewilderment. It seems that he is starting to notice something, and judging by the expression on his face, this is not what he would like to see. It turned out that it was once again little Yun, who, seeing Shufan from a great distance, immediately, without hesitation, jumped from the mountain directly onto him, hoping to fall into his arms. The guy is now scared. Because of his confusion, the main character did not have time to do anything, and only continued to stand still, which is why the girl simply flew into him and grabbed him, and now they are both flying straight to the ground. White-haired tried to react as quickly as possible, and tries to keep her at a distance with his hands. He does not understand what she is doing here. It turned out that she had reached the 4th stage of ki hardening, and decided to check on him. Next, the girl, with a pleased look, begins to demonstrate various movements to this guy. Apparently, she is trying to impress him so that he will definitely marry her, and they will start a family together. However, one gets the feeling that this did not make any impression on the white-haired one. In turn, he, on the contrary, felt some kind of shame. He does not understand. She is either demonstrating her cultivation or showing off her skirt. They hugged again. Yun wants to know his opinion about this and says that one of the mentors told her that she had a rare spirituality and even wanted to take her as a student, but she refused. Shufan praised this clever girl. In addition, her father asked to remind the guy to find time and bring him a ransom for her. The white-haired man is already starting to get very annoyed by this, but he still tells her that it's very nice of him. The white-haired man tells her that it's already approaching noon, and she probably hasn't had lunch yet, which is why now he wants to cook something tasty for her. The girl was pleased with this offer and she won't refuse. After some time, the main character has laid out a whole buffet. Yun watches it all with great appetite and is surprised at how her husband pampers her, because there is even spiritual rice. Next, we see how the girl is already starting to eat rice with great appetite. Shufan decides to ask her if she understands that this is all a joke, and he is not her husband, because she is just like a little sister to him. To seem smart, this very confused and worried guy raises his finger up like some kind of bore and tells her that choosing a groom is the most important decision in the life of any girl, and he is not suitable for the role of a groom. Now we can observe Yun's reaction. She continues to smile silently and eat her food, but it seems that she is just beginning to realize what the main character told her. Next, we see her plate of rice and how her tears fall into it. She began to cry a lot because of sadness, and rubbing her eyes, she thinks that she no longer needs Xu Fanyu and is very upset about this. We can observe Xu Fan's reaction to how she began to cry. The white-haired man is now completely horrified. He did not expect that her reaction would be exactly like this, and it seems that he now regrets what he said. A whole hour has already passed, and the girl is still in the main character's house, laying her head on the table and continues to cry heavily. The white-haired man wants to offer her something, but this makes her cry even more. A whole 2 hours have passed. The guy again tries to turn to her and say something, but she just continues to cry and accidentally hit him in the stomach, continuing to say that her husband is abandoning her. Now 3 hours have already passed. A very tired Xu Fan is now swimming in a pool of her tears and trying to calm her down. He says that no one is giving up on her. Wei Yun again begins to think that he needs her. It can be seen how Wei Yun begins to rub her eyes and slowly calm down. She looks at Xu Fan with hope and asks him the question whether he will still be her husband. The guy no longer knows how to answer this question. She saw how Xu Fan had been silent for more than 2 seconds, which is why she thought that he really didn't need him and began to cry even more. The main character asks her to stop crying. With difficulty, but still gaining strength, Xu Fan hits the table loudly to attract her attention and says that he will pay this damn ransom for her. The pain is visible in his eyes right now. This is exactly what Wei Yun wanted to hear from him. She sat back in her place and continued her meal. Taking the guy at his word, she decides to praise his cooking. Although in these 3 hours, the food has already cooled down. The white-haired man begins to look at this girl with great suspicion. Her behavior seems strange to him, and he decides to ask who taught her this. She, pretending to be a fool, decides to clarify what he is talking about. Xu Fan begins to realize everything a little. He understands that he has just been fucked, and it seems to him that she wants to become his husband, not because she loves him, but because she is pursuing some goal. The white-haired man looks at her, waiting for an explanation. And the dissatisfied girl tells the guy that this is not true, and she sincerely wants them to be husband and wife and have a strong family. Next, the cunning Wei Yun made a sweet face, as if trying to press the pity of the main character. He silently looks straight into his eyes, as if trying to hypnotize him with her beautiful gaze. Xu Fan, seeing this picture in front of him, was a little embarrassed, but he exhaled with great fatigue, and seems to understand that for now he will have to endure having this girl next to him. She managed to appease this guy, looking at the sweet girl. He can no longer contain his smile and begins to stroke her right on the head. He doesn't care anymore, and let everything turn out this way for now, and strokes her head. In the next chapter, we see a happy Wen Yun, who right now is giving the guy some piece of food to show him her care and love, and show him that she truly loves him. However, despite all this, he decides not to let her get close to him, because right now he is busy with munching and does not want to be disturbed, and the girl is unhappy because of this. But she will have to put up with it. While Xu Fan was sitting calmly with this girl at the same table and dreaming about how this would end as quickly as possible, his attention was attracted by something very bright high in the sky. He was very interested in what it could be. It turned out that it was a huge blue bird and a beautiful woman who was riding on it. This woman stopped here and was about to land on the ground. Apparently she was here on an important matter. The main character really liked the appearance of this beauty. He was simply surprised because he did not expect that anyone would come to him at all. And even more so, such a beauty, he wonders what she needs. The mysterious woman looks at Xu Fan with a very joyful look. This look directly seduces the guy, and he wants to hug her as soon as possible. And it's time for the woman to tell her why she is here. White-haired thinks that the system decided to take pity on him and give him a gift. Xu Fan also thinks that a beautiful mentor would not be superfluous in any manga, and I completely agree with his opinion. Noticing that this ant still continues to be silent and look at him, the main character decides to ask the question first and, having greeted her, clarifies how he can be useful to her. It turned out that this woman came here to take someone with her. Shufan decides to ask if this someone is in the territory of the Heavenly Throne sect, but since she is here, then apparently it is. The main character is already very happy. He thinks that he is truly lucky that such a beautiful mentor flew here to him, but she could even fly to someone else. Next, this mentor turns to Wei Yun and asks if she wants to be her ward. The girl is now at a loss and eats her watermelon, and Shufan is literally beaming with happiness, because finally this girl can be taken away from here. And then suddenly this woman's attention is attracted by someone's voice. This person, addressing her, hopes that she did not come here to take away their man, and it is not yet clear who exactly he is talking about. This person turns out to be a white-haired man who says that about Wei Yun, even though she is the carrier of the heavenly spirit, in his opinion, she is still not worth her attention, so it would be better to leave her. However, this woman is very serious. She says that their destinies are interconnected. She will take her in any case and let her be considered her debtor. These words send goosebumps throughout the man's body. She asks little Yun if she wants to become her personal student, because she owns training methods for developing carriers of the heavenly spirit and will bring her to the kingdom of the celestials. The girl does not even understand who they are talking to. The girl now looks very happy. She doesn't seem to understand the seriousness of what is happening and says that she doesn't even know. Meanwhile, the white-haired guy loses his temper, because this is a very cool thing for her. After thinking for a while, Wei Yun couldn't decide, so she decides to turn to the main character and, turning around, asks him what she should do and expects an answer from him. Hearing how this girl called Shufan her husband, this woman became a little furious. She paid attention to this, after which she began to look directly at the guy with a predatory gaze, and he doesn't even know what's happening. He understands that they are using divine consciousness to test him. He does not want them to find something serious in his head. For now, they only see shameful memories that happened recently. After some time, the woman stopped checking him, because apart from those memories of how he praised her pleasant smell, she found nothing else, so Shufan simply exhaled with relief. He decides to answer the girl's question and tells her that this is a great chance for her, so she shouldn't refuse. He is very glad that in this way he can give them this young wife. She was very happy and asked the woman if she would be able to visit her husband. The woman said yes, because her methods do not involve accepting a celibate dinner, and she does not have the habit of meddling in the personal lives of students. The woman also realizes that if the bearer of the heavenly spirit chose him, this means that he himself is some kind of special guy, supposedly chosen by heaven itself. Wei Yun is going to do as her husband tells her, so she agrees to become this woman's student. The man next to her understood everything and congratulated them both, because now everyone is satisfied and happy. The woman expected to hear this from the girl, after which she, without wasting any time, immediately lifted her onto her transport and said that since she agreed, the woman would take her away from here right now. The main character, meanwhile, lying on the grass, looks with relief as the bird and this girl fly away. He is glad that he finally doesn't have a wife, but even despite this, he has already begun to get used to it. He understands that there are many pumped-up masters in this world. Every day the new visitor is stronger than him. He does not understand when they will leave him alone. The white-haired one really needs to work on himself. The guy thinks that you can, for example, upgrade the techniques of the 5 elements. This book is now in trend, and it's not for nothing that he bought it earlier. Right now, we can see this book in his memories. As soon as the guy decided to go about his business in complete peace, suddenly someone else appeared in his yard. He is quite a large man, judging by his huge leg, but it is not yet clear who it is. It turned out that it was Wang Yulong on steroids. Shufan thinks that this guy spent a whole month in the primeval forest, but it seems to me that he also managed to visit the Maldives and had a great time, judging by his tan. Suddenly he decreased in size and says that he went hunting in a distant forest and killed animals. He managed 8 and needs 2 more, and now he has returned to rest. The white-haired man realizes that he has been very tired this month. The dark-haired man confirms that he really had to go through a lot. Remembering how he fought with monsters, he understands that every day he was on the verge of life and death. Xu Fanyu wonders why he came to him. It turned out that he wanted to ask for advice on how to finish off the 2 remaining animals. The white-haired man wondered if he had met them. Wang Yulong had met them, and even entered into battle, by the way. Xu Fan's spells helped him. The main character again begins to cast magic with his hands, and asks his friend to describe the very animals he encountered, because he is interested in hearing about them, and maybe he can give advice. The first animal was the Earth Eater. He has an unusual defense technique. As soon as he senses danger, he immediately goes underground. If you don't finish him off in a couple of moments, he won't give this another chance. The second beast is a bloody cat. She is very fast, and he could not catch her habits and movement, With just one blow, she inflicted almost mortal wounds on him. If not for the protective techniques, the guy would have died. Wang Yulong begins to beg his friend to tell him how he himself would cope with such an enemy. The white-haired man understands that since he did not pass his test, it means he was not ready. Still, the white-haired one tells him that he has one technique that allows him to kill any animal at the stage of ki hardening with one blow. Besides, he is very simple. The dark-haired one is interested and wants to learn. Next, the main character takes and touches his forehead with his finger. The guy understands that this secret technique was invented by one great bald master, and he received it only by luck. Continuing to perform magic with his fingers, Shufan promises his friend to show him how this technique actually works, thereby interesting his friend even more. They were transported into an illusion, and the white-haired one was going to create 2 stone mantises with the qualities of the described beasts. One burrows into the ground and has good health. The second is maneuverable and has a good attack. Satisfied, Shufan promises his friend that now he will see how the main character kills them using a secret technique. Now Wang Yulong will definitely be convinced of the coolness of his best friend. Next, you can see how the white-haired man with a calm face dealt a very powerful blow directly to the belly of this monster, leaving a huge hole in it. Of course, the beast will not be able to survive this and will die. The main character is convinced that Wang Yulong saw everything and tells him that no protection will save him from such a blow. It is clear that the dark-haired man is simply in shock because he did not know that he could finish off the beast with one blow. While Wang Yulong continued to admire his friend's technique, suddenly for him, a second mantis appeared behind him and was already thirsty for the fresh red liquid from this poor guy. He now looks scared. And then suddenly there was a blow, but the blow came not to the guy but to this stone mantis. It is clear that a huge piece was torn off from the beast, and the guy looks at it in bewilderment and realizes that he remained alive. It turned out that it was Shufan who saved him at the last moment. The dark-haired man continues to admire his technique, and the main character once again confirmed that one blow is enough, and it takes a couple of moments. We see a huge hole right in the head of this mantis. The white-haired one, as always, remains completely calm and continues to tell his best friend about this technique, hoping that he will understand everything. He is already begging to pass this technique on to him, and the white-haired one says that he could pass it on, but it takes a lot of time to master. You need to go through many fights. Wang Yulong wants to learn it quickly. The main character says that the master who invented it mentioned that such a method really exists. The dark-haired one is very intrigued and already wants to tell him about it as soon as possible and not waste time. Shufan, with a serious attitude, tells Wang Yulong that for this he needs to shave his heads in order to look like Saitama. The master claimed that the next day after shaving, he began to use the technique more successfully. The dark-haired man wants to hear about other methods because he doesn't want to say goodbye to his bald hairstyle. The white-haired man believes that such a technique is worth shaving his head and cannot be given out for free. Wang Yulong realizes that there are no other ways to quickly learn this technique, or he will have to study it for too long, so he simply, having gained strength, decides to shave his head and talks about it to Shufan. The determined dark-haired man, after telling the main character about his decision, began to sit and wait for his answer, while he, in turn, stands silently with his back turned to him. And then the white-haired madman suddenly begins to laugh villainously, because his wish has finally come true, and right now he will happily shave his best friend bald and make him brutally handsome. Shufan tells him that the word is not a sparrow, it has already flown out, so you can't catch him. After these words, he has already started cutting his friend's hair. Wang Yulun, in turn, screams and seems to regret that he agreed. In the next chapter, we can already enjoy the beautiful view of Wang Yulong's bald head. He is so smoothly shaved that his bald head even shines when his head is under a light source. Shufan, holding back his laughter, tells his friend that he has taken another step towards becoming stronger, but it still feels like Wang Yulong is one step closer to chemotherapy. The bald guy holds his head and, with difficulty holding back tears, it seemed strange to him that the main character is so strong. But at the same time, he is not bald. He really wants to hear the answer to this question. Hearing this question, the white-haired man was a little confused. He tried for some time to come up with an answer to the question, and finally came up with it. Telling his friend that he was not trying to become even stronger, Wang Yulong understood him. Next, Shufan begins to push his friend out of the yard and tells him to return to his place and hone this technique. Soon he will not be afraid of any animal at the stage of qi hardening. The bald guy now knows what to do. After their dialogue, the main character now watches as his friend calmly goes to his place, intending to hone these skills. Right now he is walking too confident in his success. Meanwhile, Shufan didn't think that he would fall for it so easily. But now the couple has come to work on their plans. Thanks to alchemy, he will soon accumulate enough funds to study forging. Then 3 months have passed and the events are transferred to a very distant sacred place. Blue birds already familiar to us are flying around, and flying islands are visible, on which various buildings are located. In this very place, Wei Yun is training right now. She looks very happy, and it seems that she does not regret one bit that she agreed to become a student of that pretty mentor. She continues to sit on a huge blue bird and tries to fly on it. Her mentor noticed this and thinks that over the past 3 months, the girl already wants to fly away from here. Little Yun has not even fully mastered the techniques of the heavenly mandate. Her fighting skills still leave much to be desired, so she cannot let her go. At one time, this woman also ended up here as the bearer of the heavenly spirit. The little girl jumped off the huge bird and approached her mentor and looked at her with a sweet face. The woman, remembering herself at her age, should be pleased with her progress because everything is fine. And then the mentor suddenly remembers her nightmare. She can't forget what happened there, because the picture there was really terrible. She was tied up among a bunch of monsters. You can see her herself. She is quite tightly tied with iron chains and pierced with something. She also understands that this dream is a warning from the heavenly spirit about an impending threat. Therefore, they should be prepared. Next, this woman, seeing the girl's cute eyes, begins to stroke her head. Meanwhile, she understands that Wei Yun is the only one who can stop this whole disaster, which is why she asks so much from her. The girl hugging her says that this is all very difficult. She thinks that if she takes a little walk, then she will definitely regain her strength for training. And if she is allowed to see her husband, then it will be absolutely wonderful. The mentor believes that the heavenly spirit would not allow her to choose an ordinary person, and since she is so attached to him, it means that a great future awaits him. But the guy apparently doesn't even know this. The woman tells her that she can go for a walk, but she can't go to her husband yet. But as soon as she masters the techniques of the heavenly mandate at the intermediate level, then it will be possible. This is very motivating for Wei Yun, and she will try. Meanwhile, events are transferred to the forging training halls. We see the main character, who right now is trying to cover his eyes from a very bright light, and it is not clear where exactly this light comes from. It turned out that all this light comes from the bald heads of very serious people. They are all sitting here and reading something, wanting to learn something new, and they don't care who they blind with their heads. Shufan sees a bald girl who is communicating with her friend. She talks about the cunning and becoming from brother Wang. After he shaved his head, he now kills any animal with one blow. Shufan understands that his joke went too far. He had already seen this in the alchemy halls, but now it had reached the forging halls. Wang Yulong was able to get almost all the external students hooked on this. After a short time, most of the disciples of the Heavenly Throne sect shaved their heads. This phenomenon went down in history as bald madness, and apparently no one knows where this fashion came from. After all this madness, the main character decides to take a little break and read a book on the basics of forging. This book is a tutorial for beginners and may be useful. After reading it for a couple of seconds, Shufan closed this book and understands that the threshold for entering forging is even higher than alchemy. He holds the educational materials in his hands and understands that he has also spent 10,000 and has to study everything himself. And then suddenly the white-haired man notices a man and is surprised. It turns out to be Brother Pan Fu. Xiu Fan does not understand what he is doing here and wants to talk to him as soon as possible. We see Pan Fu himself. He is an external disciple of the sect, and at first glance you might think that he is a champion in eating hot dogs. But the only thing you need to know about him is that he comes from a very rich family. He is very happy to see Xu Fan. Running up to him, he tries to push a spiritual stone into him. So he is trying to congratulate the guy on his success in alchemy. But the white-haired man does not need spiritual stones. However, his friend still wants to give them to him and asks him not to be shy. Being external students, they are like lonely wanderers. There is also no one to take care of them, so there is no need to refuse rare gifts of fate. The main character understands that before reaching the stage of key hardening, they studied together. Now he reminded him that there are few people here whom he could call friends, and he is one of them. But that's why he was so generous. Xu Fan threw this spiritual stone back into the hands of Pan Fu, and first wants him to explain to him what the matter is. Since the main character insists so much, his friend decides to get straight to the point. Pan Fu says that external disciples have nothing to rely on in the sect, because no one cares about them. All they can do is receive pennies for completing tasks of the sect. It is difficult to build a career alone. Then he wants to unite the disciples. Together, students can exchange resources and information with each other, communicating and solving complex problems. He thinks that the emergence of such an association will make their lives easier, and this sounds logical. In response, Xu Fan Li began to smile. He doesn't think that Pan Fu has such a difficult life, because he comes from a rich merchant family, and they are cooler than any of the great military families. His friend never understood how he found out about this. Next, the main character begins to remember something, namely how he just moved here and received alms from Pan Fu, who at that moment came to him with his family ring. The white-haired one tells his friend that he saw with what retinue he came here when he joined the sect, and then he already understood everything. Then he returns to their topic and asks the plump one if he wants to create an alliance. It turned out that this is so. The main thing for him is to gather more than 1,000 external disciples at one stage who could help each other. Xu Fan, meanwhile, pays attention to spiritual tea, which is very expensive. And then Xu Fan had a question. He was very, very interested in what he could get in return for this. Pan Fu answered the question with a satisfied face and said that firstly, he would receive news from the sect firsthand.
The second is connections. Among external students, there are many who would like to try themselves in alchemy, but they do not have money for training, so they serve the alchemy masters for years, so that Xu Fan can also help them.
Currently, the Alliance has 40 student candidates to join the combat department. There are 2 budding alchemists and 1 forging master, and if Xu Fan joins them, the Alliance will prosper. Pan Fu directly begged the white-haired man to join them in an alliance. The guy could no longer stand it, and having pushed this rich guy away, he still agreed to join them. This made Pan Fu happy, because he was counting on such an answer. Making sure that the guy agreed, Pan Fu hands him some kind of thing. One of their brothers made it for them. He is an apprentice forger. With the help of this ball news and various tasks will come. Also, the protagonist's friend did not forget to give him the jade tablets. He asks him to take them, because they contain very important information that cannot be ignored. After their dialogue, Pan Fu decided to go on about his business. He said goodbye to the main character, after which the white-haired man, having also said goodbye, decides to go on about his business. The white-haired man had already said goodbye to his friend and was about to move on, however, while he was standing in this place alone. To his surprise, a girl appeared from behind and saw that this guy was receiving guests. The guy decides to turn around to check who was standing there, and this person turned out to be Shyan. He says that he was just talking with his old friend. The girl does not understand why he was so nervous. Xu Fan believes that this girl is exactly the one he would least like to meet. Right now, she wants to go to his house. Xu Fan is very lost, because he had previously only seen such beauties in pictures with a bunch of filters. After some time, these two are already sitting at the same table. The main character begins to pour his tea, and the girl sits calmly and waits. Apparently, she is thinking about something and feeling something. It turns out that since her father told her to pay attention to Xu Fan more often, she increasingly feels that the more she looks at him, the more certain feelings become aggravated in her. She now continues to look at the white-haired handsome man and understands that looking at him, he caresses her gaze. She simply cannot take her eyes off this handsome man. And then the girl became confused. She also understands that she should not be distracted and forget the purpose of her visit because he is a responsible person. The white-haired man in the background smiles in bewilderment. Further, you can understand that Shyan can no longer control herself, so she hit the table hard and jumped straight onto it. Xu Fan, seeing this picture, was very embarrassed. She almost lay down on the table and asks the guy to tell him why he didn't want to become part of the alchemy department. The embarrassed guy is confused because he could previously only observe such a picture in his dreams. In the next chapter, we see the same picture. The girl leaning on the table stands in front of the guy, and seeing that he continues to remain silent and just look at her, she decides to ask the same question, but in a different way. Getting even closer, she asks him why he didn't want to become her father's student, because he was already convinced of his talent and decided to take him on as a personal student, because he really liked him. Shyan continues to stand in front of the main character, who still remains silent. She longs to hear an answer from him. But this guy was never interested in alchemy. He studied it to create pills. Xu Fan knows that the masters of alchemy and forging look down on each other. He answered the question by saying that he is a freedom-loving person and does not want to associate himself with anything. Alchemy is just an additional source of income. The girl didn't like this because his successes indicate that he has a gift. If he is not guided by an experienced mentor, he will simply bury his talent, and this can also take him to heaven. White-haired is already tired of this. He is tired of these questions and finally realizes that she will have to tell at least part of the truth. Otherwise, he will not be able to get rid of her, so he should try. Next, the main character begins to quietly tell her about something. He asks her if she has ever been on the flying ship of their sect. He asked this in a very calm voice and is now waiting for an answer. Shyan now looks very interested. She says that she was on board it only once, but she doesn't know why the guy asks. He says that when he saw it, he swore to himself that one day he would build one for himself. This guy's alchemy was just one stage of a big plan. He doesn't want to become her father's student because he doesn't want him to waste his time on him, so the reason is apparently valid. Apparently, Shyan is not at all satisfied with this answer. Right now, she just silently looks at the main character and does nothing. Shufan is already wondering what she will decide to say to him in response. It turned out that Shyan began to feel sad because she was flooded with memories of her brother leaving home, confident that one day he would definitely become the best forging master in the Heavenly Throne sect. It can be seen how the girl continues to be very sad. She can no longer look the guy in the eyes and, with difficulty holding back tears, tells him that since he does not want to become an alchemist, then at least let him become a good blacksmith. After her words, Shyan begins to get up from the table. Apparently planning to leave here, she does not say anything. And the white-haired man looks at her in bewilderment, not understanding what exactly she wants to do. It turned out that the girl really wanted to leave. She is now very sad after the guy's answer, and she didn't even say goodbye to him and just decided to leave. Shufan is now just looking after her. The guy himself doesn't look like someone who is feeling joy right now. He understands that freedom is a priceless thing, and besides, there is one nuance that Shufan wants to tell us about right now. He understands that he will have to spend 150 years at the stage of key hardening. In order to withstand this, he needs to find an activity that will bring joy, and he will not even notice how this time flies by. And then suddenly his vibrator began to vibrate in the guy's pocket. He looks very surprised, so now he wants to check what exactly is causing this. Looking into his back pocket, Shufan realizes that it was actually his blue ball that Panfu gave him that vibrated. He looks with great surprise and sees that he has 6 unread news items. The guy decides to look at all 6 news at once. He reads them in turn. Mainly there is news about their sect, about some people, as well as about some very important and major events.
One of the pieces of news interested Shufan, namely that the beautiful Mujin Qiangqiang began to engage in pair cultivation with a representative of the A-rank department. He thinks that this representative is Wang Yulong.
Meanwhile, while the white-haired man was sitting and reading various news from his new thing, his attention was attracted by some sound next to him. He, being very interested, decides to check what it is. It turned out that this is some girl who passionately holds Wang Yulong's hand. She turns to him, clarifying whether Brother Shufan is really as cool as he said about him. We see Wang Yulong himself, who by this time has grown his hair back. He says that he has not achieved anything close to what he has now without his help. He asks her to be more kind when she meets him. This girl is Murong Qiangqiang. She is the first beauty among the external disciples and Wang Yulong's partner in pair cultivation. Right now, she is happy and will do as her partner said. When these two approached the main character's house, Wang Yulong began to call his friend, and Shufan in turn understands that his Shyan will be more beautiful than this girl, because this student is too young, and she has not matured the charms of female beauty. These two enter his yard and joyfully begin to greet this guy. Van, with a smile on his face, decides to clarify how his progress in learning forging is going, and the girl, apparently, is a little embarrassed. The main character greeted them, and when he saw the girl, he immediately recognized that she was Mujin Qiangqiang and was now engaged in paired cultivation with Yulong. She now looks very surprised. Perhaps she didn't think that he would contact her. Wang Yulong understands that it is impossible to hide anything from his best friend. The white-haired man tells him that he managed to pick up the first beauty of the sect, and such news simply cannot pass by, so he congratulates them. Hearing congratulations from Shufan, Wang Yulong decides to thank him and says that almost the first thing he did was bring her here to introduce him. The guy understood this and asks them to go inside to talk. Having gone inside, they sat down on the table, and Wang Yulong suddenly just made food appear out of nowhere. This surprised Shufan, because before he only brought meat, which the white-haired man had to cook with his own hands. Next, the main character asks him how he learned this. The dark-haired man looks a little confused, but he is still going to tell the guy something, because it is very important. He says that recently he and Qiangqiang went on a mission and met the drush eater at the 9th stage of key hardening. He infected the girl with his breath, and now she is sleeping poorly. Some force tells her to go to the monster, so they need help. Then, suddenly, the sadness of these two dissipated, and one could see great surprise on their faces. And this was all due to the fact that some kind of blue ball appeared above their heads. It was flying straight in their direction. It turned out that this ball was launched by Shufan himself. With a serious face, he used the purification of the aura. Apparently in this way, he wants to help this girl as soon as possible and cheer her up. Suddenly, this ball begins to glow much more strongly. Their surprise became much stronger, and so everyone in the room continues to silently look at the ball, because they are wondering where this will all lead. It turned out that with the help of this ball, the main character was able to pull out some kind of dark slough directly from the body of Mujin Qiangqiang. She even felt how this was all happening, and apparently now everything will be better. The white-haired one calls his friend a disgrace because he is at the 5th stage of ki hardening, and he was running away from some soul eater, and also allowed him to infect a girl. The dark-haired one says that he was at the 9th stage. The girl rejoices and thanks the guy for his help, because now she feels better and understands that he masters the cleansing technique. The guy began to train her from idleness, and eventually developed her to the highest stage. She was convinced that Yulong was right, and he was simply incredibly strong. She wondered whether he would go to open the secret portal. Wang Yulong, given the combat power of Shu Fan, understood that they would not leave there empty-handed. Shu Fan thinks that they want to scam him once again, and take him with them as a bodyguard. The white-haired one, being dissatisfied, says that he won't go because it's too dangerous there, so it's better to stay at home. The dark-haired guy simply cannot believe the words of his friend. He decides to check with him again, and also says that people are talking about the fact that the legacy of great masters can be found there. Shu Fan was interested in the words simply the legacy of the great masters. He listens and understands that during the last opening of the portals, someone found the notes of the great forging master, which described the lost runes. It seems that the white-haired one is already thinking about going, because he himself has studied about 80 runes, and there will be about 1,000 there. His friend knows him very well and says that the animals there will be at the maximum at the peak of ki hardening. Still, the main character fell for their hook and is about to agree to go there with them, but clarifies whether he is sure that there will only be animals at the stage of ki hardening in order to be guaranteed safety. The dark-haired man is sure that there will only be monsters like this. The main character is wondering how to get there, and he finds out that the entrance costs only 1,000 spiritual stones. It will open in 10 days, and they will meet at Tianmi Mountain. Shu Fan realizes that he still has time, so he should go deeper into forging. Maybe he will even be able to forge something that will increase his chances of survival on the other side of the portal, because his life is dear to him. Next, the main character takes out just a huge sheet of paper on which an introductory course in forging is written, and, as if like a sponge, this guy begins to absorb knowledge with the help of his powers. It becomes clear to us that forging is the art of extracting essence from everything that exists and forming a new one. And forging itself requires raw materials, runes, and molding, and, of course, knowledge. At the stage of ki hardening, the available spiritual fire is not enough to harden materials. This requires finding a place with abundant spiritual fire and using the benefits of such a place to harden the ore. This is the most basic method. We see how that same muscular man hits his huge hammer directly on the hot ore, so he is engaged in forging, and the sound from this blow spreads in all directions. This process is observed by Shu Fan. We also learn that even if the materials have undergone initial processing, then after receiving, they need to be hardened again with a hammer. After hardening with a hammer, there remains the shaping. And now we see how a big, handsome, pumped-up man is about to take the most important step. Before the forged item cools down and takes its final shape, runes need to be melted into it. To create the most basic items, you need to use at least 3 runes. There are many runes in the world, so you shouldn't use the same one. The more runes, the better the result. The life of a master is an endless search for runes. Next, a list of the 1,000 most common types of spiritual ore and features will be presented. Right now, we can watch how all this knowledge penetrates into the head of the white-haired guy. After this process, the main character exhales with a tired look. He has done an excellent job of learning forging, but of course he will need practice in the future to consolidate his knowledge. He is now very happy because he has finally mastered forging. This business seems very interesting to him and even much more interesting than alchemy, so perhaps he will even enjoy it. And then suddenly, while Shu Fan was quietly sitting alone at home, he again felt a vibration in his pocket, but it was already clear where it was coming from. It turned out that it was Pan Fu himself who decided to call the ball, which he had recently given to the guy. He heard that the white-haired man began to study not only alchemy, but now also forging, so he was very much delighted with this. The main character had just learned something interesting about the double cultivation of alchemy and forging, so he was going to share it with him. Shu Fan doesn't understand how this coincided, because the beast is running towards the catcher. In the next chapter, events are transferred to the forge halls. Right now, the determined protagonist is heading into the building to finally try his hand at forging. Shu Fan approaches one of the workers and, without further ado, simply puts spiritual crystals on his table, saying that he wants to rent a room. and this amount should be enough. We see how the white-haired man entered his room, in which there is a natural source of spiritual fire. He is very happy, because he is finally ready to try himself in real forging, and he does not want to waste time. Entering the room, he began to feel that the temperature here was very high, about 60 degrees, almost like in a sauna. So that this would not bother him, he decided to put on ice protection. To begin with, the white-haired man decides to check something. He closed his eyes and some clots began to fly around him, as if similar to clots of magma, and it is with them that he will interact. After some time, the guy summons scarlet steel. Along with it, he also took iron ore concentrate. Now these clots are floating right next to these things, and so far everything is working out for Xu Fan. Xu Fan remembered the words of his friend that no matter whether he is engaged in alchemy or forging, when he reaches a high level in one of the matters, a guiding trail helps him, but on the path of double cultivation, there is no such thing. White-haired thinks that a person who is equally successful in two crafts at the same time is considered even by heaven as a threat. But this even plays into his hands. His system encourages him to control his breakthroughs himself. After some time, the main character took out two powerful hammers, which will be useful to him in the forging process. He has already collected all the necessary resources, so it's time to start his work. Now Xu Fan is processing the ore with spiritual hammers, and then he will add molten steel to this and form a sword. The guy has already gained experience after some time of study and knows exactly what he is doing. Then the white-haired man looks at the strip above his head, which is decreasing. He is dissatisfied because he did not expect that this process would be so spiritually costly. If not for a large supply of energy, he would not even be able to forge a sword. Meanwhile, the work is going on and very actively. Meanwhile, the hammers are knocking on hot steel, and the main character, seeing this, understands that he is almost at the finish line and should not stop. Convinced that the work is already close to completion, Xu Fan remembers that he still needs to add runes to the item being manufactured, so he immediately begins this task. As Xu Fan remembers, he can add absolutely any runes to this item, so he decided to choose some. His choice fell on the runes called Hardness of Rock, Lightness of a Feather, and a few more. He also chose a rune called Noiselessness and Destructibility, when he was suddenly interrupted by a huge explosion, which he could not have expected. But as they say, the first pancake was lumpy. We can observe how all the work did not go according to plan, and now the steel from which the tool was made is now very damaged. Although initially it would seem that everything was very good. A very shocked Xu Fan also looks at this picture. He simply could not expect this and understands that he screwed up, because his raw materials for 400 spiritual stones simply went down the drain. And then suddenly there was a knock on the door of the guy's room. This man decided immediately after the knock to open the door himself, after which he asked the white-haired guy what was going on here while he was trying to remove the garbage. It turned out that this man turned out to be the manager of the forge halls. He heard an explosion and thought that this was the very first time Xu Fanya. The guy realizes that this man heard how he screwed up, and that's why he came. The white-haired man realized that this man could be used to his advantage, since he definitely must understand forging, so he decides not to let him go anywhere until he succeeds in something. Later, they got down to business. 3 days have already passed. The events are transferred to Mount Tianmi at the secret portal. We see Wang Yulong flying on a large bird with his girlfriend. They look very happy. Suddenly, we see someone or something flying near them at a very high speed. The guy and the girl are very surprised, and even the bird was surprised, and none of them can understand what it was. Because of this, they almost fell. Wang Yulong decided to try to take a closer look and clarify who it really was. He sees the silhouette of a man, apparently flying astride a sword. It seems that he is about to find out who it was. To his surprise, he realized that it was Brother Xu. He flew near them at great speed and didn't even pay much attention to them. He doesn't like the fact that these two are flying on a crane. He thinks that they are torturing him, although it's romantic too. Still, all these people stopped in the same place. Wang Yulong, together with Mujun Changqiang, got off their crane and joyfully looked at the main character, who was looking at them back. Now they would start a dialogue. The guy with shining eyes seems to have noticed that Xu Fan flew here on a sword that he forged himself. He doesn't understand where he got such progress in forging, because he just started, and he flew faster than many. The white-haired one is already too pleased with himself. He doesn't understand why he should be surprised, because Wang Yulong has known him for several days. Now the white-haired one can be called a forging master, so he's a great fellow. A certain man appears who tells everyone that a secret portal will now open, and it is suitable for students at the stage of key hardening. After entering, you cannot kill anyone. After a month, they will be thrown out automatically. To enter, you need 1,000 spiritual stones. The same man, who is now flying in full view of everyone, tells everyone to get ready for the opening of the portal, and large and wide doors have already opened near him. Apparently, there is a portal behind them. The guys heard this. The dark-haired one turns to his friend and, with a wide smile on his face, asks if he will go with them. The white-haired one, with a serious look, says that he will not go, but this is not a reason to be upset, and now he will say something else. Shufan decided to give Wang Yulong a magical object. He says that in case of an emergency, his friend can let his spiritual energy into it. This will create high-frequency vibrations, and he will feel it. Wang Yulong, as usual, with a smile on his face, thanks his best friend for this. But he didn't even have time to finish when Shufan had already flown at great speed into the portal, surprising the guy with his high speed. Meanwhile, the main character, flying on his sword across this dimension, feels that there is very pure spiritual energy here, that it takes his breath away, and a whole forest of raw materials grown in such a fertile environment. We see how this Gigachad lands on the ground. He also understands that this month will fly by unnoticed, but he cannot do without a stronghold, so he will need to figure it all out. In the next scene, we see how Shufan begins to build a house for himself, with the help of his sword, which carries materials and places them in the right place. The main character himself only needs to move his hand. He considers this sword just a fairy tale. Next, we can observe how, while the white-haired man is building a house for himself and suspects nothing, he is suddenly attacked by a pack of bloodthirsty wolves from behind, which he has yet to deal with. However, just one stern look from Shufan was enough to scare these puppies. They paid attention to this, sat down with their tails between their legs, and fortunately for them, realized that they had run into the wrong thing. The guy looks at this flock and sees that these are animals at the 4th stage of key hardening, but they are useful to him as assistants, so he tells them to bring him everything that could be valuable or useful. The wolves have already left. Meanwhile, the guy realizes that the house is almost completed, so it's time to look for the runes left here by the forging masters. Without wasting time, he goes to do it now. He begins to wander through this forest and stumbles upon a lake. Shufan decides to slowly approach it and is going to study it, thinking that there may be something useful there, for example, those same runes. And then suddenly, apparently someone decided to interfere with his plans. He sees how from this very lake a heap of water rose into the air. As if some force was involved in this, he looks at it in surprise and does not know what to expect. Some strange man emerges from this huge wave, who right now, like a ballerina, stands on the surface of the water and asks Brother Shufan not to panic, because this man is not here to harm. The same long-haired man continues to bend his body and tells the guy that he just subdued a flying sword. But everything is in order, and there shouldn't be any more unpleasant surprises in front of the wave. The main character is not stupid at all and understands that this man is from his sect, and he got here earlier than himself. But still he decides to congratulate him on such a serious achievement, so as not to upset him. And then suddenly, unexpectedly for Shufan, something about this guy seems very strange. He decides to squint to look at him better. You can even see how the white-haired guy tensed a little. Meanwhile, this guy introduced himself, and we find out that his name is Yaya Yao. He has a soft and relaxed voice, and has just subdued a flying sword, by the way. He looks a lot like a girl. Taking a closer look, Shufan realizes with horror that this Yaya Yao looks more like the main character of the Manhwa than himself. Now he doesn't even understand how he should address this guy after this. In the next chapter, we see how our main character decided to introduce himself in front of this guy. He bowed slightly to him, and said that he is an external disciple named Shufan. He hopes that everything will be fine with their relationship. After his words, the white-haired man still continues to look at this guy. Apparently, he envies him, and believes that Yaya Yao is actually much cooler than himself. Looking at him, it seems to him that Yaya Yao is prettier than him, apparently. This guy will be blessed by the heavens. The portal has just opened, and he is already walking around with large booty, a seemingly very valuable flying sword, perhaps even a divine weapon. Next, we see how that handsome guy begins to approach the main character, and with a wide smile on his face decides to greet him. They say that he is glad to meet him. Meanwhile, the white-haired man does not understand what he needs. It turned out that he wants to share with him, and asks to be allowed to give him this pearl in honor of their acquaintance. He hopes that Shufan will not refuse such a gift and will take it. Shufan, in response, only stepped back slightly. The meaning of the gift is clear to him. He takes the pearl and undertakes to keep his mouth shut, not telling anyone about the rest of his loot. But there is something else. White-haired is now very unhappy. He doesn't like that the spotlight is directed in such a way that it only illuminates that guy. He doesn't like that the light is not on him, and now he really doubts that he is the main character. And then it seems the guy begins to understand something. Of course, it will be difficult to believe. But there is something that this guy is going to share with us, and now we will find out. He begins to ask a bunch of questions, asking what functions in trigonometry are called even, whether he heard that rivers flow to the east, whether he watched the Battle of Chosan Reservoir, whether he taught about the moonlight beating through the window. Yaya Yao, in turn, did not give his answer to any of the questions. He continues to smile and, approaching Xu Fan, already thinks that in this way he wants to tell him that he did not like his gift. Then Xu Fan began to laugh and understands that he needs it, so taking this gift for himself, he thanks him for this pearl. He also understands that this is not just another hit and run like him, and this is very cool. Yaya Yao is already starting to leave, being happy that the guy accepted his gift. From now on, you should stay as far away from this character as possible. The main characters are not only constantly lucky, but they also find themselves in very dangerous situations. Xu Fan understands this. Next, we see how this dark-haired man stood on his purple sword and is about to fly away, turns to the main character and, as usual, with a smile on his face, tells him that perhaps their paths will cross again. Xu Fan decides to say goodbye to him in return, and just as he starts to smile, he pretends to be glad to see this character, but deep in his soul, he understands that he doesn't want to see him anymore. A moment later, our main character is already watching how Yaya Yao flies away at great speed far ahead. Now the white-haired one is simply looking at the bright trail that was left behind. After this person has left, you can remove the smile from your face. The white-haired man no longer wants to see him. He understands that the main characters are losing a couple of pleasant secondary characters along the way, and he doesn't need that. The disappointed Xu Fan, having said goodbye to that fool, decides to go back to his unfinished business. He again looks at the lake and hopes that this fool has left at least something for him there. After some time, night came, and now we can observe a very scary creature that has no eyes and has the feeling that it is ready to swallow anyone whole. It turned out that this was just an ordinary turtle. The main character had just examined it and realized that he was definitely the main character, because he swept everything from the bottom of the lake and even gouged out the eyes of the turtle, although they cost a penny. After his actions, the white-haired man decides to sit down to rest. Despite the failure, he still likes it here because there is still a lot of valuable stuff here, and that guy definitely won't be able to take everything from here. Suddenly, while Xu Fan was sitting quietly in his new home and resting, someone started knocking on his door. He doesn't know who it was yet, so he needs to go to the door and check it out. Approaching the door, he opened it and saw in front of him a lot of glowing green eyes that were looking at him very menacingly. So far, he was only looking at them in response, as if expecting something. It turned out that before that, he was just standing and trying to understand what it was. After standing like that for a few seconds, Xu Fan was very scared, because he thought that there were a bunch of ghosts at the entrance to his house. But fortunately for Xu Fan, these eyes did not belong to ghosts, but to cute wolf cubs whom he had previously sent for resources. They brought him a bag with some objects, and the white-haired man was very happy. The main character, having already calmed down, took the bag that these wolves brought. He was already very interested in what was stored inside, so he immediately opened this bag and saw its contents. Xu Fan began to praise them, calling them smart, because they did a good job. The bag contained unicorn grass, rootless flowers, red copper, tree fruits, and even spiritual stones. Perhaps there is a mine of spiritual stones nearby. And then the wolves seemed to start playing charades. Then the white-haired one was a little surprised, but he realized that they had collected all these resources from the corpses, even though the portal had just opened, but someone had already died. The main character understands that this is another reminder that he cannot neglect safety, so he will go to bed early today so that he can work hard tomorrow, and he uses the hiding mode to protect the house. After some time, we see how Xu Fan has already woken up. Now he is sitting by the fire and drinking his drink, thinking that he should not have gotten up before the sun because it is too early. After he drank his drink, he began to look around. The guy still looked a little sleepy, but he also wondered if anyone else was getting up at such an early hour. Then he begins to hear some strange, subtle sounds, similar to the sound made when flying on a sword. The main character thinks that it is a man named Yaya Yao who has come again. He does not want to see him. Xu Fan thinks that this guy is already trying to bewitch him. Meanwhile, we see him himself, who pretends to be glad that he met Xu Fan, and the white-haired man is once again convinced that he is the main character. Yaya Yao noticed that this white-haired man did not want to pay any attention to him. He began to approach him and make different sounds so that they would pay attention to him, but Xu Fan was still silent. Next, our hospitable Xu Fan with a smile on his face tells Yaya Yao to join his modest meal and decides to show him the soup, which lies ready in the cauldron, right above the fire. Of course, this handsome guy will not be able to refuse such a tempting offer. You can already see how he took one of the plates in his hands, and with great joy is preparing to taste the delicious soup. White-haired asks to tell him about himself. He believes that this guy is a rank A fighter from the combat squad, and Yaya Yao says that he is not like that. He is only a candidate for joining the swordsman, a student of mentor Yuan Hui. Shufan tells him that he heard about his mentor. He comes from a great family of swordsmen and is a great master of his craft. He also believes that it is clear that the main character should have a cool mentor, much less cliches. Next, Yaya Yao, with a dark look, tells the guy that he has excellent natural abilities, and when he returns back with huge booty, his growth will be even faster, and this is only in favor of Shufan. Now we see how the dark-haired man says that he is already accustomed to such ridicule. A few months ago, he was an inner disciple at the foundation stage. But then his cultivation began to degrade, and now he has slipped down to the 9th stage of ki quenching. And now he is trying to accumulate as much wealth as possible, so that if he turns into an ordinary layman, he can at least live a comfortable life. Now Shufan has learned more about Yaya Yao. We can pay attention to how this story hurt Shufanya. He apparently felt sorry for this guy, and he just silently looks at him, not even knowing how exactly he can try to help him. He has no doubt that the guy will be able to restore his cultivation. He also understands that his cultivation has mysteriously begun to degrade. He wears a seemingly unremarkable ring, and is definitely the main character. Suddenly we see Yaya Yao grab Shufan's hands and lie down on him, thanking him for trying to console him. He says that when others found out about his story, they just laughed at him, even if they were weaker than him. We now see what is happening from the perspective of the main character. He looks into the face of this guy who is supposedly trying to seduce him, and, turning to Shufanyu, says that he wants to be friends with him, because he is so good. Now we see the scene from the side. Yaya Yao pressed the main character to the ground, and the white-haired man is of course dissatisfied with this. He tries to push him away from himself and does not want to be friends with him, but does not say this out loud. Having risen to his feet, the white-haired man exhaled with relief and understands that he would not be surprised if, having slipped to the 3rd stage of ki hardening, a wise mentor appears from his ring, because a lot can be expected from this guy. A whole hour has passed, that guy has already flown away, and Shufan has now finally found a certain tree. Since his arrival, he intended to find this spiritual tree suitable for building a ship, and this is it. The main character decides not to waste time in vain and is already starting his work. He took out his magic sword and, with just the movements of his hand, points it straight at the tree to cut it down. However, when the white-haired man took out his sword, a bunch of birds flew up behind him. It seemed strange to him, which is why he turned around to check what was happening behind him in case there was danger. It turned out that it was all because of a huge beast. It was he who scared all the animals around him, and now we can watch his paw, and it seems that he is moving straight towards our main character. This beast turned out to be a huge bear, who, swinging his paw, is going to finish off the guy. Shufan is completely calm and understands that this beast is at the 8th stage of ki hardening, and so he will try his products on it. White-haired used a flying sword, piercing the soul. This is the first product that Shufanyu managed to successfully forge. It is silent as a ghost, can kill someone secretly, and you can also fly on it. We see how the main character nevertheless struck this helpless beast with his sword, after which the bear began to turn to stone, and it turns out that the white-haired one defeated him without even moving from his place. This bear managed to turn to stone just when its huge paw was already right next to the main character's head. Meanwhile, he looks very pleased because his products work perfectly. After this attack, red liquid begins to flow from all the cracks of this bear. Wounds are also visible on his face, and it is already clear that this enemy has already been defeated, so the white-haired man turns around with a satisfied face. We learn that the needles are not for embroidery. They are a set of 36 needles. They are very thin, just like hair, almost imperceptible to the eye and striking with cold light. The guy hopes that no one else will distract him from building the ship. In the next chapter, we see Shufan. Pleased with himself, he understands that if the heavens had not given life to Shufan, then humanity would have lived in darkness. This guy worked for half a day and finally built himself a ship. And then the white-haired man begins to feel something. He understands what exactly this feeling means. It means that Wang Yulong is in trouble right now, and this means that he urgently needs to go and help. This is also the right moment to try out his new ship. He climbed aboard the ship with an important look, and with a serious look sets off on the journey to help his best friend. Further events move directly to Wang Yulong and Mujun Qiangqiang, who are now together and holding on to each other, trying to escape from the danger that is pursuing them. They are waiting for help from the main character. Murong Qiangqiang turns around and we see a flock of huge bees flying behind this couple, who are ready to pierce them with their huge stings, and Wai Yulong, like a real hero, saves his princess, taking her in his arms. These bees still don't want to let them go. It's clear that there are a lot of them here. A lot of noise comes from these large insects, which can be heard throughout the area, and it is unknown why they decided to start chasing them. The girl is now very scared. She turns to her boyfriend and asks him if he is sure that Shu Fan will have time to save them. Because if he does not have time to come, then they will probably end. She is already in tears from fear, and says that she can use a secret technique of setting her own spirit and blood on fire, so they can both break away from these big and angry bees that are chasing them. Meanwhile, we can already see how these bees are getting closer and closer to this pair of lovers. These people look very scared and think that they have nowhere else to run, and that this could be the end for them. Realizing that everything was bad and he urgently needed to come up with something, Wang Yulong entered flash mode and, grabbing his girlfriend tighter, he ran forward with her at high speed while the stings of these bees were flying at them. They continue to run away, and you can see how the guy was able to dodge all the flying stings that are now stuck in the ground. He forgives the girl to wait a little longer because he believes in his best friend Shu Fan. While this guy continues to run with the girl in his arms, he apparently felt that his strength was slowly starting to leave him. So he decides to use the acceleration pill and, while on the move, throws it into his mouth. After using the tablet, Wang Yulong is very happy that the main character once taught him the technique of escaping from the battlefield, although it consumes a lot of spiritual energy, but it doesn't matter. The main thing is that it's very cool. Then suddenly we can see how someone is watching this couple. He sees how they continue to run, and Murong Changqiang tells the guy that swallowing acceleration pills is not the solution, and she wants to turn to her technique. This person turned out to be Shu Fan, who used the eagle eye technique. He considers them idiots, because no one in their right mind would go near the deadly bees. Even warriors at the stage of the golden elixir would bypass their habitats. As the two continued to run, they saw a bright blue dot in the sky. This made them very happy, because the presence of this spiritual energy means that brother Shu Fan has come, so it is obvious that he will save them now. While Wang Yulong stood still and looked at the sky, waiting for the main character, one of the bees decided to take advantage of this moment and launched its huge sting at him. The girl noticed this and pulled his head back, thereby saving the guy. Now we see how this couple was surrounded by dozens of huge bees, and now they have nowhere to go. They are now just standing still, scared, and right now they really need Shu Fan's help. Wang Yulong and the girl look around the area in search of Shu Fan, and fortunately for them, behind this bunch of angry buzzing bees, they again see a blue dot that comes from Shu Fan's ship. After some time, the main character arrived at this party. Wang Yulong tries to ask him for forgiveness for getting him involved in this matter in the first place, and you can see how all the bees have already surrounded the white-haired man. And then suddenly we see how Shu Fan apparently used some kind of technique, because dead bodies of bees begin to fall around Wang Yulong and Murong Changqiang. They look scared and do not understand what is happening. It turned out that our white-haired friend used an exterminating sound wave. He now looks very crazy, and with the help of this technique, he will definitely deal with every bee in the area. We can observe how this technique really works very well against these bees. Their souls begin to leave their bodies, and the bodies themselves fall dead to the ground from a great height. They are now very helpless. We are again shown Wang Yulong along with Mujun Changqiang. They continue to sit on the ground and wait for Shu Fan to deal with everyone. Lying on the ground, they can watch the rain of huge bees. After this, we see the calm look of Wang Yulong. He is already sure that he has finally finished everything, and Shu Fan has once again saved him. He is very happy about this and does not know what to expect next. It turned out that Shu Fan was not finished yet. He grabbed this guy by his clothes using a hook from the ship, after which they successfully began to escape. While the guy and girl were clinging to the hook, you can see how scared they were. After some time, we can observe the main character, who right now is sitting by the fire on the shore of the lake and preparing himself delicious meat to eat and restore his strength. He is now very tired and did not think that using that technique was so exhausting. It would take at least a couple of days to restore spiritual energy, and because of this he would suffer a lot of losses. He doesn't even have an appetite now. White-haired tried to eat, but was unsuccessful, because he threw up immediately after the first bite. He sees a bunch of monsters in the dark, and understands that he cannot yet use spells that require spiritual energy, but he can use those that require mental strength. Meanwhile, we are again shown Wang Yulong, who moments ago was lying on the ground, unconscious, and now apparently this guy is slowly starting to come to his senses, but is still not okay. He begins to wake up and, being in the arms of a girl, thinks that he is in hell and this is the underworld. Shu Fan says that for setting up his friend, he will definitely go through all the circles of hell. Unfortunately not today, but one day he will have to. The dark-haired man is still very happy. He begins to get up from the ground and decides to pinch himself to check whether he is alive at all. He is convinced that he is not dead, and is glad that Shufan once again saved him and Qiang. Muzong Qiang, in turn, has not yet had time to come to her senses. He happily hugs her, because they are still together, and in the meantime, the main character throws some kind of bottle to them, apparently with medicine. White-haired says that they were concussed by the sound wave, so their brain function is impaired. They must take this elixir, otherwise there will be complications. Although it's a pity to give the bottle to Shu Fan, because this elixir costs 600 spiritual stones. Wang Yulong, being in tears because of his joy, tried to rush into a strong hug with the white-haired man, because this is the second time he has saved his life and he thanks him for this, but Shu Fan does not want a hug. He tells the guy that he will pay him for everything, because his life-saving service costs 20,000 spiritual stones, and a bottle of elixirs is 2,000. Upon returning home, he is waiting for payment. Wang Yulong promises to give him 1 million right away when he gets rich. Next, we see how a guy in red clothes was suddenly pinched by someone. Apparently, he already perfectly understands who it really was. He felt a little pain, but he didn't even scream yet, he just endured it. He was pinched by Murong Qiang, who, having woken up, decided to check whether her partner felt anything. It was clear that he could not stand it for long and jumped from this pain, and Xu Fanyu from this whole scene only became funny. Then this couple begins to hug and cry, but not from grief but from joy because they were still able to survive, although it would seem that it was very difficult to choose from that situation. But the main character, as usual, saved everyone. Continuing to sit in an embrace and completely in tears, the girl decides to thank Shufan for saving them from those bees. The white-haired one is only trying to enjoy his meat in a calm atmosphere. Having bitten off a piece of meat, he begins to chew it and turns around asking them to tell which of them had the idea to provoke the deadly bees, because it was the stupidest decision in their lives. Wang Yulong says that initially their plan would have been flawless, but it turned out that they were discovered. He was counting on the Shu Fan technique to escape from the battlefield, but he overestimated it. The white-haired man still wants to hear exactly the reason. He says that the honey of these bees has healing properties, including prolonging life. The main thing for them is that it helps heal internal injuries. Chang's mother was wounded in the war. He thought of coming to her with honey to heal and ask for Chang's hand in marriage. The white-haired guy says that he is a prominent guy, a potential fighter of rank A of the combat squad, and this cannot be. That in the eyes of his mother-in-law, he is not worthy of her daughter. He says that she is happy with him, so she even lowered the ransom amount from 2 to 1 million. The dissatisfied protagonist now considers her practically a holy woman and says that he will only have to save for 10 years. Wang Yulong understands this, which is why he took the risk to give her a gift. Shufan looks at his joyful friend and remembers himself in a past life, namely how they also extorted a large ransom from him for a girl. The amount of money was huge, so it was difficult to get it. Then the main character stopped sitting in his thoughts and tossed his friend a chicken leg from KFC. The girl and the guy look at it in very surprise, as if they were seeing it for the first time in their lives. Shufan asks them whether they managed to get this honey at all or not. They say that they succeeded, but the shame is that they only got half of what they planned. Wang Yulong takes out a jar of deadly bees honey, and he and Mujin Qiang look at it with joy. The guy thinks that this amount of honey should be enough for this girl's mother. The main character, seeing this honey, suddenly became thoughtful. He believes that since it is so difficult to get, it probably costs a lot of money, and recently his forging almost bankrupted him, and apparently this fool came up with a brilliant plan. The white-haired man decides to check with his friend how much this honey could cost. The girl, with a satisfied look, still holding this jar in her hands, answers the guy's question and tells him the price of 2,000 spiritual stones per liter. This price surprised the white-haired man very much. He asks them to name the place where they got it. It is obvious that Xu Fan managed to find another source of income for himself and will not miss this opportunity. Next, we see how the white-haired man's eyes turned white from his greed. He believes that when there is an opportunity to make money, no pathetic bees will stop him, so having prepared himself, he will definitely cope with them. The next chapter begins and events move to the bamboo grove of deadly bees. We can already observe how the main character has saddled some kind of deer and is right now riding on it in search of honey. He has already walked some distance in this way, after which he notices something unusual. It already seems to him that he has reached the territory of the bees, but he is not sure about it yet, so he will have to go and check. Shufan decides to check this place on his own, so as not to expose his horse to danger. He decides to leave it here and tells him to hide somewhere here, because further on it will really be dangerous. Now we can watch as the deer runs to safety and begins to think that Shufan is a real psycho, and the white-haired one flies ahead. So it's time for these pathetic bees to receive a guest who will steal all their honey. 3 days have passed, and now we can watch Shufan's beautiful melons. It is unclear to whom he is showing them, but I am ready to give everything just to look at them for an extra minute. Shufan continues to show off his thick buns to someone. This guy looks very seductive, but it would be very interesting to know who exactly he is showing them to. It turned out that the main character decided to show them to a flock of deadly bees. They are right now focused on his melons, and I don't know what to do anymore. They are thinking of finishing him off, but at the same time, dirty thoughts come to them. It turns out that with their own eyes, the bees see this guy as a very beautiful female, who tells them that she is of the same blood with them. Of course, the bees will not miss such a wonderful opportunity and will take advantage of it. The bees now have love at first sight, but they decided not to attack the guy. They simply decided to bow to him, as if they began to consider him their queen. And the white-haired one, being pleased with himself, simply walks among them. The cunning protagonist, apparently, has reached their main treasures. He looks at them and understands that this is exactly what he was looking for. The bees still do not touch him, seeing him as their queen. We see that Shufan was able to find mountains of honey that would enrich him. He turned on his inner mathematical genius and calculated that 100 liters is 200,000 spiritual stones, 1,000 liters is 2,000,000, and so on. The white-haired man is already starting to drool. He believes that if he sells 10,000 liters, he will forever gain financial independence. He will never have to work again, and he will live for his own pleasure. The bees sent the guy here because they thought he was their queen, but Shufan noticed the real queen bee. He believes that she has a fairly stable psyche, since she did not succumb to the enchantment technique. In this case, the white-haired man decides to use something more serious, namely the technique of paralysis of consciousness. We see how he nevertheless used this technique on the queen and expects some effect. And then suddenly, unexpectedly, the white-haired man receives a notification that these bees and their honey are the property of the Heavenly Throne sect. The students are allowed to take some honey for themselves as a reward, but not more than 1,000 liters. Of course, the white-haired man didn't like this. He realizes that his plan to get rich has failed, so he won't see a bright life. Yet he will have to come up with something else. Events are transferred to the Cloud Islands of the Heavenly Throne sect in the Palace of the Elders. We see the elder who was assigned to monitor the secret portals. He saw how Shufan deceived a flock of bees and dealt with the queen bee. In his opinion, he deserves attention. Next, we see the main character's flying sword, on which there are juicy honeycombs right now. Apparently, Shufan is now collecting this very honey to sell in the future. We see the guy himself. He has already collected several huge jars of honey and wants to collect more, but from the portal in the sky, the voice of one of the elders is heard, who tells the guy to stop. Of course, the main character heard this message, but he was not completely satisfied with it. He considers the person on the other side to be a real miser, but still he will listen to the request because he is a good guy. Now we can watch how this guy's sword flies, carrying 5 large jars of honey. They are very heavy, but the sword was still able to lift them, and they balance well. Mi carries these jars of honey directly to Shufan's ship, which is now floating in the air and is waiting for this delivery, where the honey will definitely be safe, and Shufan will take it to where he needs it. We see Shufan hugging honey. He is very happy. Although he only managed to collect 500 liters, he is going to buy himself a cool cauldron, the best equipment for forging, and will still have a bunch of tablets with spells left over. And then suddenly Shufan notices some kind of trace in the air. He thinks that this is a trace from that same main character. Apparently, he also somehow found out about honey and came up with a way to get around the bees, wondering how much honey he will take. At the same time, one can understand that one of the elders has already lost his temper, because now every student at the QI hardening stage can get to the honey. He believes that these suckers are deliberately trying to ruin him. We see Yaya Yao, who, as usual, looks contentedly sitting on his sword. He looks at the jug and is very pleasantly surprised that even at the stage of key hardening he can move well. He is pleased to realize this. He began calculations and realized that if he collected 10,000 liters and sold them at 2,000 per liter, he could ask his mentor to find him a sage at the awakening stage who could understand what was happening to him. And then suddenly we see very bright and large rays of light from the side of the portal, which is located high in the sky. Apparently this is an elder who does not like that everyone is stealing his honey. The guy is surprised. Now this guy, standing on his flying sword, is completely bewildered, because after this strange flash of light he cannot detect the honey that was previously next to him. He does not understand what happened. It turned out that the elder really lost his temper because everyone was stealing his honey. Now Yaya Yao is watching over the protective field around the bamboo grove of deadly bees, which is closed to the public for 150 years. Apparently this guy realized who exactly decided to close this forest. He raised his jug in which he collected violet energy and, with a dissatisfied face, loudly called the elder who closed the forest a miser. And then suddenly, right behind him, he heard the voice of that same evil elder, who, having heard the insult, thinks that this kid wants to quarrel with him. In his place, he should be content with what he has. At the same time, our beloved Shyan arranged a tourist sky cruise for himself. He flies around in search of something. He left the grove of deadly bees, then updated the map, reaching a stream. However, the main character still continued on his way, because this was not what he was looking for. He updated the map again, reaching the Green Mountains, after which he also found the desert and updated the map once again. Next, the system notified him that this traveler had reached the estate of the Great Master. The white-haired man was very surprised, because this was exactly what he was looking for. He went down to check what was there. Having descended to the ground, he sees that this is just the estate of the Great Master of Alchemy, which looks impressive. It probably has a lot of interesting things, but there is just one nuance. In fact, Shyan was looking for runes, so he needs the estate of the Great Forging Master, because that's where he can find them. He's angry that he traveled for so long and came across the wrong thing. And then he finds out that there is only 1 hour left before the portal closes, as they say. He tried. He planted flowers, but they didn't bloom. In the meantime, he stuck a willow branch into the ground, and it grew into a shady tree. The guy accidentally stumbled upon something. He found a bunch of valuable spells in this library. In general, this can be called a successful outing. At least he will have something to occupy himself during the long evenings, so the guy is happy. He learned about the spell for summoning a beast. He tried to acquire it himself, but he also likes it in its finished form. He also found the spells all-interfering bag, killing moon, as well as perfect intellect. White-haired was too carried away by his studies, and then suddenly he heard that a month had already passed, and the portal was closing, after which Shyan began to fall from a great height to the ground. Now we can observe his reaction. This smart guy, after closing the portal, one might say, returned to his world and falls from a great height to the ground. He is too scared from surprise, because it happened unexpectedly. But still, at the very last moment, the guy decides to use his technique of lightening the body, which will definitely help him not to crash. You can see how even after that, he immediately calmed down. After that, his heart nearly sank, and already on the ground, Wang Yulong and Murong Changchang fly up to him. The guy sees that Shyan has also come out and promises to treat him and offers a tavern to the drunken monk. Hearing a familiar voice, Shyan turns to his friend, who also tells him that he and the Changchang are obliged to thank him for saving their lives, which is why he is going to treat him at his own expense. The main character mutters under his breath about a spell for digestion. When using it, food will be digested at an accelerated rate. The nutrients and spiritual energy contained in the food will be better absorbed and strengthen the body and spirit. After reading, he closes his book and tells Wang Yulong with a sly face that after a month in the wild, they could use some food. Shyan is going to eat enough to cover all the losses caused by this guy. In the next chapter, we can already find out that the main character managed to sell the honey he collected at a very good price. He is now very pleased with himself, because he did his best for the whole month. The guy lying on the ground understands that there are enough medicinal ingredients to make several pots of first-class pills. This is not bad. When he receives the raw materials from Pan Fu, he can try to forge something serious. Next, we see some kind of list that is assembled in origami. It is flying right now to the location of the Alliance, and it is already clear who it is heading to. Apparently, it is the main character. White-haired reads the list and sees his friend Pan Fu on a video call, who says that he sent the guy everything on the list and he can double-check it. Meanwhile, we see a bird from the delivery service, which was just carrying these bags. And now Shyan watches how this bird carries away a huge bag containing 300,000 spiritual stones. He understands perfectly well what is in that bag, but is still surprised by this amount. Next, the guy opens one of the bags and sees stones there that are of high value to him. Right now, he is going to examine everything here and start making plans for the future. The guy, taking this stone in his hands, being satisfied, lifts it above his head and, examining it, understands that now he can go into the shutter and forge it even until he's blue in the face, because there will be a lot of raw materials. 3 years have already passed. The events are taking place in the forge halls. The white-haired man looks dissatisfied at the handle and realizes that he has failed again. He thought that in 3 years he would learn everything in forging, but this is not so. We see how Shufan simply silently fell to the ground from his fatigue. He also does not understand why the runes of energy control and spirit enhancement reject each other. Apparently the guy still has a lot to learn. While the white-haired man continued to lie on the ground and think about everything, a thought suddenly came to his mind. He thought of something and was going to check it right now. Since these two runes don't want to get along with each other, then perhaps they need an intermediary rune. A web might work as a transit rune. The white-haired one is very interested and wants to see if this will work. The main character, as usual, begins to cast a spell. Various effects are visible all around, a flash of bright light, and he really hopes that at least this time everything will work out for him. Otherwise, he will simply lose all his powers. After a bright flash of light, Shufan took a closer look and discovered that he had succeeded in making a sword. He was very happy about this, and could not hold back his tears of joy. He decided to call this sword the Thousander. He has already become very attached to this sword and simply hugs it, even though he didn't forge it 1,000 times. But 6 attempts is also not enough. It also cost him too much in spiritual stones he doesn't even want to count. Next, we see how Shufan begins to read the news using his device. He saw that the forging department has begun recruiting first-level blacksmiths to repair the ship. The guy understands that he can join and will be allowed to repair the ship. He also saw the news that yesterday Yaya Yao killed a traitor to the sect. Shufan convinces that after all, that guy is the main character. Because 3 years ago, he degraded to the QE hardening stage, and now he is killing traitors at the golden elixir stage. But during this time, Shufan himself developed to the 8th stage of key hardening. This growth was largely ensured by the spell for digestion. In addition, he mastered ancient recipes and spells from the estate of the great alchemist. He realizes that when he breaks through to the foundation stage, he himself will surely be able to defeat the enemy at the golden elixir stage. Meanwhile, he also remembers the scene from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. The guy also realizes that the Summon Beast spell has become one of the most beloved, because you can summon the spirit of a water dragon, whose combat power is already at the level of the foundation stage. And if you also find or make a vessel suitable for his spirit, a sparrow, of course, will not do, then he could bring his combat power to the peak of laying the foundations. Then he would be able to repel enemies a couple of stages stronger. After some time, the main character had already managed to come home. Right now, he was lying down on his chair and resting. He deserved this rest, because he really did a great job, so he will not miss such a moment. And only the main character wanted to rest for a while, when the couple there again came to him, Wang Yulong and Mujun Qiangqiang. With wide smiles on their faces, they greeted Shufan and wanted to talk to him. The white-haired man has already paid attention to them, and understands that there is no escape from this sweet couple. He does not understand why they are so joyful. He assumes that Wang Yulong's mother-in-law has already given in under his pressure. In response, Wang Yulong only began to look down in embarrassment and answered the protagonist's question, saying that it was so. Right now he was going to tell something about this, so Shufan should be prepared. Suddenly this guy shouted out that the most significant event of their lives will take place on the 15th of next month, so Shufan can't miss it. The white-haired man with a smile on his face congratulates them from the bottom of his heart. In the next scene, we already see how the main character is sitting at a table full of various foods. His friend invites him to try meat dishes, wanting to hear his opinions. The white-haired man likes it, but he does not understand why they decided to fork out so much. In response, Wang Yulong just began to giggle. Shufan sees that although they look very cute, he does not feel envy. He is destined to drag out his life until he becomes a great sage. He is not sure if there is a wife in this world who deserves it. After the main character finished his piece of meat, he threw the remaining bone onto the plate and stood up from the table with an important look, starting to walk in an unknown direction. He asks this couple to follow him. The two of them apparently followed him, and are now watching something that they apparently have never seen before, because looking at their reaction, you might think that they saw something very cool. Wang Yulong now understands why Shufan never showed him this room before, because there is a treasury here. The girl considers Shufan the most talented student of the sect. He is also good in battle, and no one can compare with him. Shufan thinks that since he doesn't have a wedding gift for them, he can let them choose one item each from his treasury, but apparently not more than one, so they should choose carefully. The couple in love took advantage of this moment. They pounced on the treasures and are already examining them. They jumped onto the warhead with an RPG, but Shufan does not advise taking them, because they do not work at all. Murong Changqiang wants to take the Swords of Contempt. This is a pair of flying swords, white and pink. The white sword is responsible for speed and armor penetration, and the pink sword can create illusions and enchant the enemy. And then Wang Yulong also chose his gift, namely the 1,000-man sword, which the main character had previously forged. This sword during the battle can split into pieces and take arbitrary shapes, which greatly reduces the effectiveness of the opponent's defense. After all this, the young couple with their gifts leave and say goodbye to Xu Fan, reminding him of their wedding, although Xu Fan spent a lot of raw materials and a lot of time on making those swords. But he doesn't care, because he still made them happy. Meanwhile, the main character also understands that on the 15th of next month, he must be at their wedding. This is his first foray far beyond the sect, so he should really prepare. A whole month has already passed. Events are taking place in the Heavenly Throne sect. We see how some person came to this place and people around are looking at him in surprise. Apparently, he is simply irresistible now. This same man, baring his teeth, looks very angry or tense. It feels as if he came here not for a walk, but to take part in underground battles. This man turned out to be the loser Xu Fan, whom everyone looks at not because of his beauty, but simply because of the huge bag that he carries on his back. You can see how hard it is for him, and the people around him do not understand where he is carrying it. Tired Xu Fan understands that Wang Yulong's wedding will take place in a city called Diding, which is as much as 6,000 kilometers from their sect, so Xu Fan will have to walk for a really long time, but he needs to gain strength. The main character once again remembered that he really had to walk 6,000 kilometers. His face suddenly became very gloomy. He did not understand how he would walk 6,000 kilometers, and with such a bag. But then he very joyfully remembers that he has a personal boat, which he easily called to himself by entering the cheat code from GTA 5 and making a movement with his finger. The crowd was even more surprised. And just Xu Fan wanted to get on board his ship. Nothing foreshadowed trouble. He walked calmly, when suddenly Yaya Yao appeared behind him, who, apparently, would now approach him. The main character felt his presence behind him and begins to turn around slowly and very tensely. He sees that this guy is standing behind him and is now very unhappy. He can again watch this handsome man, who looks very seductively at Xu Fan. He does not like to look at him again. He just as strongly hopes that they will not be on the same path. But still, the white-haired man decides to try to ignore that guy. He just takes his bag and in a hurry tries to load it onto his ship and fly out of here as quickly as possible before that guy approaches him. In the next chapter, we can already observe how this guy finally approached Xu Fan because they had not seen each other for 3 years. He wanted to meet him after the portal was closed to talk. They met only now their meeting speaks of the connectedness of their destinies. Xu Fan pretends to be happy to see him, however. Deep down, he hates him. Xu Fan says that he heard that he is now a real hero, so he congratulates him. Yaya Yao thinks it is nothing. Next, Yaya Yao drew attention to the huge ship behind Xu Fan. He decides to ask if it belongs to him. Xu Fan doesn't like that he paid attention to the ship. Apparently, he will have to tell about everything. Then that guy jumped onto this ship and sees that this air clamp on the stern was made to increase speed. Xu Fan says that this is true. He did it with the help of a rune. He also doesn't want Yaya Yao to waste his time on this ship. And then, much to the misfortune of Xu Fan, this guy says that he is going to the wedding of one of their brothers and asks where the main character himself is going. And so it is clear that Yaya Yao is most likely going to Wang Yulong's wedding. The white-haired man in turn tensed slightly. He decides to clarify about the name of that same brother and calls Wang Yulong because he himself is heading there and thought that perhaps he should go there too. Satisfied, Yaya Yao realized that Xu Fan was also flying towards him. Apparently it's great that they are on the same path. Because they can chat all the way, apparently it's time for Xu Fan to prepare for the fact that he will have to endure it. And then we see how suddenly Yaya Yao takes out his ship, which is much larger than Xu Fan's ship. He invites him to fly together to his ship, because it will be faster. Xu Fan considers this humiliating and is very angry. Despite everything, the white-haired man boarded that guy's ship, after which the ship began to accelerate to a very high speed, which the guy had not felt on you before. You get the feeling that his skin was about to fall off. Seeing his condition, Yaya Yao asks the guy for forgiveness for his carelessness because he completely forgot that the white-haired man is only at the stage of ki hardening. Xu Fan pretends that there is nothing wrong with this. Next, we see how Xu Fan decided to take a little break and snack on an apple. He is now slowly eating it, and really hopes that they will get to their destination as soon as possible so that he doesn't see this guy again. And then you can see how Yaya Yao set a large table with food. Xu Fan asks to stop it, because soon the table will break, and the dark-haired one wants to feed him a lot. The white-haired one is already tired of his demonstrative friendliness. Then suddenly, these two turn their attention to something in the sky. Yaya Yao, armed, tells Xu Fan that he will leave him for a couple of moments because he needs to get rid of a couple of annoying insects. Yaya Yao, taking out several flying swords, points them directly towards his enemies whom he sees in the distance. He thinks that they have already completely lost fear, because they barely managed to fly away from the Heavenly Throne sect, and they are already attacking. Shufan, meanwhile, eats his apple and sees that this dark-haired man has exactly 5 swords of 5 different elements. This already looks like obsessive-compulsive disorder. Apparently, Shufan used to work as a psychiatrist. Meanwhile, we see from the side how the ship flies straight into some dark part of the sky. The 5 swords of Yaya Yao are now in combat readiness, and he is about to receive enemies. 5 villains came out of those dark clouds. Shufan noticed them and realized that danger was approaching. Apparently, he was not mistaken when he thought that it would be unsafe to be near Yaya Yao. If he could go back to that day, he would definitely find a way to scare him away so that he would not approach him again. But he knew that he could not make friends with the main character. Meanwhile, the dark-haired man asks for forgiveness from Shufan for dragging him into this matter. He says that these scum are at the stage of the golden elixir. He will distract them with himself, and then the ship with the guy will be sent to its destination. He turns to the main character with a cool look and tells him that they came for him, so they are unlikely to chase Shufan. There is no need to worry about Yaya Yao because he can stand up for himself. Next, we see how a crowd of enemies is already flying towards Yaya Yao to finally fight him. Our main character, meanwhile, is a little worried about his life. He is afraid that they might catch up with him and finish him off if he flies alone. From the side, you can see how 5 enemies at the Golden Elixir stage are flying towards Yaya Yao and are already quite close. The guy, in turn, keeps his swords in combat readiness. Despite the fact that he is in the minority, he is still confident in his abilities. He remembers how he already killed 1 bastard at the Golden Elixir stage, which means he can finish them off too. This guy is not going to retreat. Next, Yaya Yao used the 5 flames technique, which caused very long flames to emerge from the portal that was directly below him, which could have some effect on his enemies. The flames surrounded all these people, but still do not have any effect on them. His enemies stopped, but are at a loss. They think that the guy screwed up, since he thought to scare them with this. Yaya Yao looks very strange. One of the enemies is looking at him right now and doesn't know what to expect from him next, but his actions are misleading the villain. It turned out that Yaya Yao took care of his friend Shufan and decided to send the ship with him at high speed in a different direction, after which he was already going to fight with these bastards. The man, who is apparently the commander of this detachment, sends one of his men named Lei Shi for Shufan so that he quickly finishes off this puppy and returns back to them. However, Yaya Yao, in turn, is not going to let this guy go for Shufan. He is worried about the life of his friend, so he wants this villain to stay here and fight with him. And then suddenly someone crossed his sword with this guy's sword. He of course didn't like it, and he realized that apparently the battle was already beginning and there was no way to avoid it. One of the people in this squad pointed the sword directly towards Yaya Yao. He understands that this guy wanted to protect his friend. He cannot allow this and distracted him so that his friend would reach Shufan. Yaya Yao now looks very angry. He once again raises his swords above his head and is about to fight these bastards. The villain advises the boy not to be nervous and save his strength. The bad guy also thinks that this dark-haired kid should be worried about himself right now, and not about his friend, so let him focus on them as soon as possible. It can be seen that everything is already burning inside Yaya Yao. His typical smile has disappeared from his face, and now he looks like a very serious person. He promises these villains that today they will all meet their end. Next, we see some kind of explosion, which from the outside looks like a nuclear one. It is not clear why it occurred, but it would be very interesting to find out. We again see our main character, who, turning to heaven, asks them to give him one more chance, and then he will never leave the territory of his sect again, because many dangers await all around. While the white-haired man continues to pray to the heavens and ask them for everything, some kind of red dot appears in the sky behind him, because of which the whole sky turned red. Apparently, the villain finally got to the poor guy. This red dot really turned out to be Lei Shi, who looks very creepy. He sees Shufan and underestimates this guy, believing that this fight for him will be the easiest in his life. White-haired noticed the approach of this villain, but he does not panic at all and decides to use the spell to summon the beast, realizing that it will be very expensive, but he should use it. The main character was able to summon a huge blue dragon, which right now stood in front of Lei Shi and is going to show him who is in charge here. You can even see how Lei Shi was a little surprised, and this made him surprised. Apparently, Shufan, with the help of his powers, controls this dragon himself. That is, he does not live his own life, which means that he can independently kick this stinking villain's ass. Lei Shi looks scared. He did not hide it, and says that he did not expect such a trick from a student at the QE hardening stage. This surprised him very much, because he hoped to deal with this guy in just a couple of seconds. White-haired, in turn, turned his attention to the surprise of this guy, and standing on his ship with a satisfied face invites him not to hurt each other and part with the world. He hopes to hear agreement. Also, Shufan with glowing hands understands that he spent 5,000 spiritual to extract spiritual energy from them. This should be enough for 15 minutes, so that's exactly how much time he has to deal with the enemy. However, Lei Shi, unfortunately for Shufan, tells him that he will have to reject this offer because his task is to finish off this guy, so he has already decided to carry out his attack using the help of the beast. Yet now, unfortunately for Lei Shi himself, his beast, after colliding with this dragon, immediately failed. He could not do anything to it and immediately died, leaving the guy alone. We see that the dragon has experienced a sharp increase in spiritual energy. The villain sees this and is at a loss because he does not understand how the guy was able to pump him up with spiritual energy to the stage of the golden elixir. Next, the look of the main character became very crazy. He looks at his enemy and moves his glowing hands, with the help of which he gives commands to his beast. Apparently something cruel is about to happen. Shufan ordered his dragon to finish off Lei Shi. The dragon understood the order and will definitely carry it out. In the eyes of this beast, you can now see the reflection of Lei Shi, who now looks very scared. Behind Shufan, there is a strong explosion. Apparently, this is due to the battle that is taking place between the dragon and that bad guy. The white-haired one understands that this is his chance to get out of here as soon as possible, and he takes it, not wanting to leave the sect's territory anymore. We see a scene where Lei Shi begins to lose this battle. The dragon crushes this loser with his hands, and he just tries to somehow break out of them, but he can't do anything, so he can only endure. However, this is not the end. The villain believes that Xiu Shan's cheap tricks will not help him escape from the hands of the warrior at the golden elixir stage. After his words, he sends some kind of insect after the main character. The white-haired man turned around and saw that right now it had started to chase him. He looked very scared, apparently because he understood what exactly this bug was capable of, so he would try to escape from it. In order to somehow delay her, Shufan decides to use his abilities. He calls upon the dome of the element of gold, the protection of consciousness, the dome of the element of fire, and the dome of spiritual light, hoping that this will help him. However, this insect turned out to be not weak. It simply flew through all these domes, breaking through them, and flew right into Shufan's head. Apparently now a bad time will come for this guy. White-haired feels how this insect penetrates his head. He realizes that his enemy has used a technique for damaging the psyche, and this will be very difficult to resist. So in this situation, it will be very difficult to come up with anything. After penetration, this unknown force forces Shufan to jump from the ship, after which he begins to fall to the ground at high speed and from a great height. He is scared, and it seems to him that the end has come for him. In the next chapter, we see events that take place somewhere high in the mountains, namely how two people with yellow hair are standing near a bed on which a person is lying right now. The girl, turning to her brother, asks him if the time will soon come when they can eat meat every day. Her brother so far only silently looks at the man in bed, and he is also still thinking about the answer for his sister. It turned out that the person in the bed is Shufan. Right now he is lying unconscious. Apparently these people picked him up and are caring for him. Boy, tell your sister that everything will happen after this celestial person wakes up. They remember how they saw Shufan falling, and how their grandfather Changshan said that when they find a celestial being, they can live their lives in wealth and honor, and rich people eat meat every day. But judging by the appearance of the main character, the boy understands that the next luxurious meal is still very far away. But they will definitely watch this guy so that he definitely gets better in the future. Meanwhile, Shufan had already scouted out the surrounding situation with his unconscious perception. He was glad that he was found and saved, but he could have fallen somewhere in the snowy mountains and froze to death there. He also understands that for half a month he fought with a soul-eating worm in the astral space. At first he gnawed his soul piece by piece, taking advantage of his weakness, but of course later everything changed. Our main character, like a true professional, was able to finally destroy this devourer only now, so that from now on everything will be quiet and calm for him. Next, we see how these kids, after serving this guy once again, decide to leave the room to leave him alone and give him time to get better. However, suddenly for themselves, they heard the voice of this guy. He began to call them, and they, in turn, turned around, very surprised. They could not believe that they heard his voice so early. It turned out that Shufan had actually already woken up. He began to get out of bed with a satisfied look, and told these children that they would not receive many tips for such a massage, so they should not expect a large amount in advance. The children suddenly remembered the words of their grandfather, that after the man from the sky wakes up, then let them begin to beat their foreheads on the ground until he agrees to accept them as his disciples, and then their lives can be considered settled. These children consider their grandfather to be the wisest man on earth, so that is why they began to beat their foreheads on the hard floor and beg the white-haired celestial being to accept them as his disciples. They continue to ask the guy to accept them as his disciples, after which Xu Fan almost did not react at all with words. His hands began to glow, and he is right now going to perform some action, instead of 1,000 words. We see how the hands of these little blondes also begin to glow. They even stopped beating their foreheads on the ground, and now only look at them in surprise. The main character, in turn, asks them to stand up. The guy sees that the girl has 3 spiritual life roots, and the boy has 4. By the standards of this world, at most they will turn out to be cannon fodder. But they are decent, since nothing was stolen from him. He also asks them why they want to become his students. Hungry children tell him that they just want to eat meat every day, because in the conditions in which they live now, they do not have such an opportunity, but they really want to get it and will not miss this guy. The guy listened to their answer, and it is clear that he is now very surprised. Xu Fan cannot even find words and just looks at them silently. This answer would seem to be very strange, but this is perhaps even for the better. Next, the satisfied guy begins to smile slightly. He was touched by their answer. He is also not stupid and realizes that such an answer only confirms their honesty, because there is no point in lying in this way. Now the main character spoke to them. He lets them know that he understood their true reason why they want to become his students, after which he directed some kind of beam at them and says that there is still one thing left to find out. This ray reached these children. They now feel unusual sensations. They flew into the air. Xu Fan understands that human nature is unchanged and his test will have to show everything. Next, we see how the children are now seemingly unconscious or are behaving quietly so as not to interfere with the main character with his check. He has now put them on the bed with his own strength and is ready to begin. He begins to look at them with a smile on his face and thinks that if they pass the test, he will become their mentor, and if not, he will still provide them with a comfortable life. Further, the main character believes that the time has come to evaluate his condition. Although he eventually managed to get rid of the soul-eating worm, it managed to cause serious damage to him. It will take about 6 months for him to fully recover his strength. Now we can watch how the white-haired fool sits down with a serious face and makes a promise to himself that he will not leave the sect for about 10 years, and that's it. Everything has already been decided. And the main thing that he wants to promise himself is that he will stay as far as possible from the very main character who he is already particularly tired of. He should not approach him because there are many dangers around him. Next, we see how Xu Fan took some kind of teapot out of his bag and began to pour his delicious drink into his glass, after which he is going to drink it and enjoy this wonderful taste. While sipping his drink, he is already thinking about the fact that when he returns, he will need to make more fighting dolls. At the moment, this remains the most effective method of protection, so it is worth using it. And then, while Xu Fan was calmly sipping his drink, the grandfather of these children named Shan comes into this room. He looks shocked to see how the main character has already woken up, because he had previously only been lying in bed. Seeing this white-haired celestial being, grandfather, despite all his advanced age, decided to kneel before him and make a very low bow, showing all his respect towards him. Next, we can see how the main character, from a distance, with the help of his magical hands, grabbed the hands of his grandfather. This grandfather looks very surprised and looks at them. Apparently, the guy helps him get to his feet. The white-haired man tells him not to kneel in front of him anymore, because he is his savior and he should thank him for his salvation. The guy wants to give a reward to Shan. He decides to ask this venerable man what he wants. It is clear how the old man is very worried and tells Xu Fan that he has neither a son nor a daughter. He only wants him and his wife to live to a ripe old age without knowing any illness or sorrow. The main character understands that this is a very practical desire, after which, with a smile on his face, he begins to hand this old man a small glass. Apparently there is something valuable inside. It turned out that there were 10 longevity pills in this bottle. He and his wife should take one every 2 years. That would be enough. And when the children woke up, he would take them with him to the Heavenly Throne sect and take care of them there. Of course, grandfather accepted this gift, but he still decided to clarify with Xu Fan what was happening to them, because they were now lying on the bed as if unconscious. The white-haired man was about to give his answer. Xu Fan, with a smile on his face, begins to look at these children, and so that the old man does not worry, he decides to truthfully answer his question, saying that he will only test their potential and nothing more. Changshan is convinced that everything is actually okay with the children, after which he leaves the room with a calm soul, planning to go to his wife and please her with a gift given from Xu Fan. The main character understands that some time has already passed, so he begins to look at these children and understands that it is time to check the results that were obtained there, and he can do this with the help of his magic. Now the white-haired guy has 2 blue and large balls in his hands. With the help of them, he can find out the potential of each of these children. Right now, he is standing and thinking about who he should start with. He decided to start with the boy, and a picture was drawn in the ball of some woman caring for an old man. Shufan understands that, although the boy had to experience different things, the innocence of his soul remained unchanged. It remains to check the girl checking her. A picture of some warrior with a sword appeared in the ball. Shufan already understands that she can achieve serious heights in cultivation, and there is all the data for this. The main character is pleased with these children and, with a smile on his face, decides to leave them alone so that they can sleep. And when they wake up, their lives will no longer be the same, and they will be able to eat meat every day. Now the events move to the Heavenly Throne sect. We see a sad Wang Yulong, who blames himself for what happened to Shufan, because he was only careful and the only time he left the sect's territory was because of a wedding. He got into trouble. Meanwhile, Mujin Qiangqiang hands the guy a plate of food. She tries to console him and says that he already knows that Shufan can even move mountains, so he will definitely be fine. In her opinion, he is now healing his wounds somewhere, and when he recovers, he will immediately return back. The guy asks her not to console him. For the entire time they met, he never left the territory of the sect. His first time was for him the last one. Wang Yulong is determined to wait for him here until he returns, and tells Qiangqiang about this, because he has also prepared a red envelope for him. He must give it personally to him. The girl listened and learned about her boyfriend's decision. She loves him very much and will not leave him, so she sat down next to him and says that they will wait for Shufanya together, not paying attention to the time they have to spend here. In the next chapter, we see the events taking place in the Heavenly Throne sect, namely in the Department of External Affairs. We see a bunch of people. Someone congratulates Shu Fan that these children fit the standards of their sect. Next, we again see how the main character has boarded his ship again and is flying in an unknown direction at high speed. He continues to just calmly look and look into the distance while his ship floats through the air. It turned out that these children got on this ship with him. One of the children turns to Shu Fan and asks him if it is difficult to become as cool as he is. The child expects to hear an honest answer. He says that if they listen to him well, then the path of cultivation will be easy for them. Shu Fan likes this kid. He is caring, responsible, honest, and naive questions only add to his cuteness. Next, with an embarrassed look, he asks Shu Fan, "Does this mean that they can eat meat?" Hearing this, his sister began to go crazy and drool. She heard about the meat and thought that it was somewhere here and already looks around. These cute children only make the main character laugh with their behavior. Apparently he does not regret that he took them in, and apparently he will really treat them to meat. Because they are looking forward to this most of all in their lives, he is ready to feed them meat 3 times in a day. We again suddenly see Wang Yulong and Mujun Qiangqiang. The guy felt a blue beam hit his head. He is very surprised, and the girl herself is also surprised. Looking at this beam, they are trying to understand what it is. After that, the guy began to look around, wondering who this beam could have come from. Turning around, he sees Shu Fanya's ship. He looks at it very joyfully, because he was finally able to return here and everything is fine with him. The main character came down to them, and Wang Yulong rushes to his friend in tears, not believing his eyes. The white-haired one says that he is fine, and the worst thing is that he missed their wedding. Nothing else worries him. Wang Yulong considers this nonsense. The most important thing is that he remained alive. The brown-haired man didn't even have time to finish his sentence when he noticed the children who stood silently behind Shu Fan. Now he wants to inquire about them. He continues to look at the 2 children, who are now very embarrassed and seem to be afraid and does not even say anything. Wang Yulong has already begun to think that these children belong to him. He wants to hear more about them. The guy is surprised. He thinks that Shu Fan managed to give birth to as many as 2 people in 2 weeks and does not believe that they grew up so quickly. The girl considers her husband a fool and asks where he ever saw children being born and growing up so quickly. Wang Yulong listened to the words of his wife, but of course he believed her. But he understands that all sorts of miracles happen in their world. Maybe they were on pills. Shu Fan himself felt embarrassed, and he asks his friend to stop talking nonsense. He decides to tell them the truth and says that these are his newly made students. He wanted to say what their names are. But at that very moment, an awkward silence began. At that moment, Shu Fan realized that he did not even know their names. Next, the main character, with a very awkward look, tells the children that he forgot to ask what their 2 names are. He wants to hear the answer right now, and even the young couple behind him listens with interest to the children and wants to hear their names. The boy sadly informs the main character that he and his sister do not have names, because in their village they give a name only when you find a spiritual plant. That is, they give a name in honor of the plant found. The white-haired man thought about their words. He understood how it all works, and in this case, he invites the children to start bearing his last name, because they are already his students, so everything will be fine. First of all, he points to the little boy and tells him that his name will now be Shugan. You can see how the boy blushed, apparently a little embarrassed, or it will be difficult for him to accept his first name. Next, the guy points his finger at the little girl and tells her that her name will be Shu Yuexian, unlike her brother. From her emotions, we can say that she really liked her new name, and she will wear it with pleasure. These obedient children apparently follow the example of their grandfather, because in order to thank the main character for their names, they decided to kneel down and make a very deep bow, speaking out loud about how much they are grateful to him. After this, the white-haired man begins to interact with some kind of pink ball. He tells these children that since they are now his students, they need to dress them up so that they look appropriate. This very pink ball, while still in flight, decided to divide into two whole parts. Apparently, in order for everyone to get something, because there are two of these children, now the balls can go straight in their direction. We can watch how each of the balls reach their child. Right now they are changing clothes, but at the moment they feel something unusual and are very surprised, because this has definitely not happened to them before. You can see how the balls begin to interact with these children. It turned out that they immediately put on them a special uniform, which also has pink shades. The children examine their new clothes with great interest. Murong Changchang saw this performance and looks very surprised. She asks Xu Fan what kind of magic he has. She wants to hear the answer, although she herself will not be able to use it, but she will hear more about it. He says that this is a wardrobe ball. It allows you to transform clothing styles right before your eyes. When he had nothing to do, he made this ball. There are fabrics inside it, which allows you to change anyone's outfit in an instant. She took this wardrobe ball in her hands and asks the guy to sell her one of them. She promises to pay with spiritual stones. But the main character does not need any spiritual stones, and he simply gives it to her in a friendly manner. Xu Fan advised her to try to use this ball herself. She tested it on herself and dressed in it. You see, this outfit is certainly not suitable for this occasion, and she herself understands this perfectly well. It can be seen how Xu Fan and Wang Yulong were very embarrassed. They shouted at her and asked her to choose something else. By this time, they had already become too red, and Wang Yulong covered his eyes to the surprised child. And then you can see how she again chose a completely wrong outfit. She turned into some kind of cat wife. One gets the feeling that she is doing this on purpose. Xu Fan, seeing her next outfit, asks her to dress in something else. You can see how this girl has already tried too many different open, hot, and very suspicious outfits. Xu Fan asked her every time to put on something different, but something always came out wrong. The main character and Wang Yulong are already burning with shame. They can no longer look at this. They want this to end as soon as possible, and the child, whose eyes were covered, is trying to remove Wang Yulong's hands because he is interested. Finally, Murong Changchang returned her old outfit. Xu Fan tells her that he doesn't understand anything about women's fashion, so it would be better for her to experiment with the ball at home, and Wang Yulong, in turn, tries to come to his senses. Next, the dark-haired man wants to change the topic of conversation from awkward to something cool. He invites Xu Fan to celebrate his return and the acceptance of his first students. He is interested in the protagonist's opinion on this matter. After that, the white-haired man bends down in front of the kids and, deciding to interest them, asks who wants to eat something meaty. The children were immediately delighted and want to try this deliciousness as soon as possible. Next, the main character with a satisfied face begins to look at the joyful children who are going to eat the long-awaited meat. He is glad that he was able to make them happy, and Wang Yulong is right now looking for something in his inner pocket. After some time, Wang Yulong was able to find in his pocket a red envelope that he had previously wanted to give to Xu Fan. He asks him to take it, and the white-haired man, in turn, looks at this thing with a surprised face, not understanding what it is. Wang Yulong saw his friend's surprised face and, with a small smile on his face, tells him that he himself already knows why he is receiving this envelope. So Xu Fan silently decides to take it into his own hands. Several days have already passed. The events take place in the forge halls. We see how the main character came here and right now is stretching, trying to relax after hard work. Meanwhile, he understands that it is troublesome to be talented like him. As soon as he managed to recover from the attack, orders for Pan Fu were already pouring in on him. But now he has enough money to create an entire army of fighting dolls. At that moment, someone is behind him came up. It turned out to be some grandfather. He is dissatisfied with the fact that in such a difficult period for the sect, when they need every blacksmith, he carries out commercial orders. The guy is scared because some powerful grandfather is angry with him. We see some memories of this grandfather, as apparently the head of the sect or someone else tells him that if by tomorrow he does not find him at least one blacksmith who owns engraving runes, it is better for him not to come in the morning. He being on, I understood everything on my knees. This man did not expect that wandering down the street with his head down, he would come across such a treasure. His task can now be considered completed, and he will not be forced to be punished, because he did everything right. Shufan tells this venerable man that 2 weeks ago he was attacked outside the sect and was on the verge of life and death. When he returned, he had to fulfill the orders of his brothers, and tomorrow he would familiarize himself with the tasks of the sect. The old man already believes that he wronged him in vain and asks to show what he forged in general, because he could give a couple of instructions for him. The white-haired man trusts this grandfather, which is why he decided to show his creation. The man opens this box and immediately a bright light begins to emanate from it, which hits the grandfather right on his face and is reflected from him. It is clear that he is very surprised, and he can no longer wait to examine it. He praises the guy for his creations. Hardening, melting, and molding are on the level. Shufan believes that he has a rich imagination. That's why he was able to do this. The man doesn't want to overpraise him, but it seems to him that soon they will have another great master forging. The man decides to check with the young guy how many runes he actually owns. Shufan tells him that he only owns 206 runes. Then the old man decides to snap his fingers and says that the guy should forget about the sect's tasks for now. Snapping his fingers, this master summoned a cool carriage and told the guy that he would take him right now to repair their main ship. Shufan looked very interested and apparently was not going to refuse such an offer. Without wasting any time, these two have already boarded the carriage and are waiting to depart on the road. Once inside, the old man asks the main character if he has already been to the inner sector. Shufan says that he has never had anything like this before. It can be seen how this card has already set off. The old stump, having heard the answer from the main character, advises him to prepare for the fact that he will see something unusual in that place, which will definitely surprise him very much. Intrigued, Shufan stuck his head out and begins to look around. He is really looking forward to the moment when he finally gets to the place that grandfather said. He wants to know more about it now, but grandfather just wants to show everything. After their dialogue, the horse-drawn carriage sets off at full speed to their destination. Shufan tries to patiently wait for the moment when they finally reach this place so that he can personally inspect everything. And then suddenly for them, huge monsters appeared on their way, because of which they had to stop. Shufan does not understand what gods this grandfather had annoyed, that these monsters were sent after him. He already believes that being next to him more dangerous than with that main character. The next chapter begins. These two monsters still continue to look at their cart, but have not yet taken any action. Shufan continues to look directly at them and want to find out what they forgot about here. Grandfather calmed the guy down and told him that these are water dragons at the spirit fusion stage. They are guarding their sect. The head of the sect caught them in the endless sea. They are just curious now to look at a potential client. At first, Shufan did not understand what other client he was talking about, and then the old man, embarrassed, began to whisper in Shufan's ear that for only 10,000 spiritual stones, he could do something with them. The white-haired man tensed slightly. The old man's behavior seemed really strange and very suspicious to him, so he decided to ask him what exactly he could do with these monsters for that kind of money. And then the old man's embarrassed face became completely ordinary. He tells the guy that for that kind of money, but he can safely ride this monster. The guy looks a little angry after his words. The main character cannot understand at all why they whispered in his ear at all, because riding dragons is not like going to prostitutes. It is unknown why exactly he decided to whisper. Shufan tells his grandfather that he is not yet rich enough to spend such sums on entertainment. Meanwhile, inside himself he understands that only a couple of thousand years will pass, and he too will get himself such animals so that they will guard his house. In the meantime, they had already gone further away. The old man heard the answer from the young guy and said that he had refused in vain, because this was truly an unforgettable experience. The dragons at this time were only looking after them. Now we can watch how they began to walk. The grandfather tells the guy that he called him here so that he could start restoring the lining of the ship and connecting the damaged runes. After some time, these two reach the ship. Soon Shufanya will have to start work, and he remembers everything that this grandfather told him about, because he spoke only about useful things, and this will be useful to him in the process of work. The old man tells the guy that the payment will directly depend on the amount of work performed, 1,000 spiritual stones per square meter. and he will also teach him 20 new runes. The white-haired man would like to receive runes of spatial stabilization and crossing of spiritual energies. After a while, these two agreed that Shufan will begin his work very soon. But before that, his grandfather invites him to watch the work of others. Soon a blacksmith at the stage of mastering the void will approach him and answer his questions. White-haired understood what he should do, after which he began to fly and inspect this ship. He understood what was required of him, so he could very soon confidently begin his work. Next, we see how he has already begun his work. He believes that it looks like a simple repair job. He is only interested in part of the adhesion of the damaged runes, and the rest is routine physical labor that does not interest him. And then, while the main character was calmly working alone, the same blacksmith who was supposed to come up to him, according to that old man, this blacksmith sees in the guy a newly arrived newcomer. He decides to check with the main character whether the tasks are clear to him, and if he has any questions, he can calmly ask them now. The white-haired man thanks him and says that so far everything is clear and he is ready to get to work. The blacksmith flies away and realizes that this guy himself understood everything, just looking at the work of the others. This encourages him. He tells Shufan to get to work and work quickly, because his bonus depends on his speed of work. Next, we see how the blacksmith left the guy alone, and now he can concentrate on his work. He decides to use a melting rod without any tools and starts working with just one finger. The guy uses fusion to repair holes in the stern of the ship. It's clear that he knows what is required of him. It's not in vain that he studied forging, and it seems that he will definitely succeed. And then that same blacksmith returned. He doesn't understand how a beginner even manages to work so quickly, especially considering that he is self-taught. He can't understand where such a master could even come from. We see how this blacksmith is slightly tense because, seeing the high speed of the main character's work, he understands that he will not be able to work in a relaxed manner. Otherwise, this guy will be able to take his place. 2 months have passed. We see the same ship which many craftsmen were repairing. Right now it shines in all directions and is ready to set off at absolutely any moment, and Shufan is glad that the work is finally over. The white-haired man does not understand what to do now. When the plating of the ship is already finished, the blacksmith with a satisfied look says that nothing needs to be done for now. We can even pay attention to the very joyful people who worked with this ship. Further, the blacksmith says that the work, which was allotted 3 months thanks to the two of them, was completed in 2. Those at the top are very happy. Shufan's talent is obvious. It is possible that in the future he will become a great forging master. He is going to give the main character 5 stones with runes that he got by chance. He hopes that when the guy turns into a great master, he will be honored and the Shuf will be able to forge a divine weapon for him. The joyful Shufan thanks the guy for this. He asks him not to worry, because he will fulfill his request. Meanwhile, he understands that he is still 120 years away from even laying the foundations, and by the time he becomes a great master, this blacksmith will already be dead. Next, Shufan begins to walk along a long corridor. He realizes that the Heavenly Throne sect is much more amazing than he could have expected. They use half of the small Chiliocosm as an internal sector. He wants to explore this place better. However, all this time he was brought here by that old man. After completing the work, he will no longer do this, which means he will have to look for ways to get here, because he really liked this place. Suddenly, we are shown events that are happening somewhere far from the Heavenly Throne sect. We see some terrible beasts that someone is cutting to pieces left and right, showing their superiority. It turned out that it was Wang Yulong and Murong Changqiang, who are fighting side by side against these beasts, periodically helping each other in this battle. It is excellent to see how they can stand up for themselves. The guy turns to his wife with a smile on his face and tells her that when they are done with this task, he would like to go exchange the merit points he received for an embryo pill. He is interested in her opinion on this matter. She listened carefully to her husband, but is a little at a loss. She decides to offer her own course of action and says that it might be better to spend it on bringing him closer to the stage of laying the foundations. But Wang Yulong still thinks that it would be better to spend it on a pill, because at the stage of laying the foundations he will be on his own. It is better to invest in a child. When he is born to them, they will immediately send him to Shufan Yu's disciple. Then the child will definitely become a genius. Suddenly the guy notices that reinforcements from the enemy are approaching them, namely a flock of animals. He tells his wife about this, and it seems to him that among them there are a couple of animals at the stage of laying the foundations. We see some kind of bird sitting in the hand of Mujin Qiangqiang. She looks at it with a serious look and understands perfectly well that if there are more than 2 such animals at the stage of laying the foundations, then they will be in serious danger. After some time, she checked and realized that there were 3 such animals. She asked what they should do. Wang Yulong believed that they could not retreat, because other students were still protecting the nodal points. If they did not hold the point, then the work of many would go down the drain. Wang Yulong realizes that there is only one way out. He takes out the emergency rescue ball, which he previously purchased from Xu Fan for as much as 10,000. Right now, the guy is going to use this ball, because otherwise they could end. The guy said goodbye to his 10,000 spiritual stones and threw the ball into the sky, hoping that everything would work as it should. Now he watches how this ball begins to glow in the sky, and it seems that something is about to happen. Suddenly, a strong explosion occurred from this ball in the sky, which threw the seemingly hot balls in different directions. The animals stopped for a minute and simply looked at this picture, awaiting their death. Even this young couple was greatly shocked by what they saw. They hid behind the nearest obstacle. Wang Yulong believes that Xu Fan could at least have warned him about the powerful shockwave. After a strong explosion, a crater was formed from which smoke emanates. No animals are visible around. Apparently, this ball has completed its task. But this young couple still apparently wants to come up and look at it. They approach the crater. The guy thinks that it would be great if Xu Fan was with them in the fighting compartment, because he could cope with strong animals without any problems, and would not have to spend 10,000. The girl understands that everyone has their own aspirations. She also tells Wang Yulong that he has been studying with Xu Fan for a long time, and his combat training is not even half as good as his. But still, this guy is trying to become better. The guy didn't like Mujun Qiangqiang's words. He thinks that she picked the wrong person to start comparing him with him, because Xu Fan is unique, and in his opinion, Wang Yulong's preparation is excellent. The girl says that since she is excellent, then the next time she meets Xu Fan, she should ask him to spar with him. She is interested to see if he will last longer than 3 seconds. Wang Yulong believes that he is underestimated, and he will last for 5 seconds. Suddenly we see how at the bottom of this crater something begins to glow green. It looks very unusual, and also attracted the attention of Wang Yulong. He looks at it, but cannot understand what it is. In the next chapter we see a young couple, very surprised looking at this green object on the days of the crater. It looks more like a stone, but they would be interested in studying it to understand what it is. Happy Wang Yulong, having already been looking at this object for some time, decided that judging by the color, fluff, and its density, this is iron ore enriched with spiritual energy. He now considers himself the smartest person on Earth. He remembers how he was told that with enough enriched iron, he could make armor that would allow him to fight on equal terms with the enemy at the stage of the golden elixir. Apparently, he had an idea. After his clever thoughts, the guy didn't even say anything. He just silently threw some kind of bag into the hands of his wife. She caught it and looks at him in surprise, not understanding what her husband was even going to do. He, in turn, being joyful, asks her to hold the bag, and while he mines ore, if animals suddenly appear at the stage of laying the foundations, then she can use what is in the bag against them. Then the events move back to our beloved main character. Right now, someone decides to ask him why he suddenly decides to move from his place of residence. The satisfied white-haired man says that he still has students. He also understands that he cannot say the true reason, but the fact is that the order that he completed for Pan Fu comes from that main character. He just doesn't want for him to come to him. And then the joyful Xu Fan show people their latest development, namely the armor of God. He managed to bring it to perfection only thanks to the enriched iron ore they mined, so they can also be proud of themselves. Wang Yulong examines this armor and understands that there is simply no limit to their beauty, especially since this is just his style. Xu Fan says that from now on he can go on dangerous missions in this armor and feel safe. The main character guarantees that no creature below the golden elixir stage will defeat this guy, so he has nothing to worry about. Because the armor is simply excellent, Xu Fan confirms this. Wang Yulong decides to clarify whether the armor has any defensive characteristics. Xu Fan, with a smile on his face, tells him that he can put it on himself and evaluate what characteristics it actually has. Next, we see how our main character snaps his fingers. Apparently right now we will already see how Wang Yulong put on his armor and began to evaluate it. We can now observe Wang Yulong in armor. Xu Fan continues to talk about the advantages of this armor, namely convenience, reliability, and all this in one bottle. Not only does it protect perfectly, it is also very comfortable. Wang Yulong in armor looks like an Iron Man. Xu Fan, looking at this guy in armor, understands how well he worked on the suit, and now it won't be difficult for Wang Yulong to find a girlfriend in Roblox. The wife looks at her husband in a suit and understands that this is indeed his style. She admires him and understands that she has chosen the right father for her future children. She in no way regrets her choice.
White-haired intern says that this armor consists of 16 separate elements. Together, they can increase his spiritual strength by 2 to 3 times, providing protection from physical and mental attacks. At the right time, he can switch to attack mode.
To his surprise, this guy saw that he could shoot fire projectiles from his palm. He was now very interested, and of course he would want to test his new abilities. Shufan was convinced that the guy had found this ability and invited him to test it by firing at the Hulk. Then he realized that he was mistaken and told the guy to fire at the animals, and Wang Yulong began to shoot.
With every second, Wang Yulong becomes more and more convinced of the coolness of this suit. He understands that with such armor, he will go far and will be able to defeat various strong enemies, and Shufan did all this for him.
Next, he decides to test his flight speed while riding a sword. He stood on the sword and began to accelerate, after which he suddenly discovered that the speed was truly incredible. He was flying quite fast. Turning to Shufan, he says that this is simply a miracle of blacksmithing. Now even the beast at the peak of laying the foundations is not afraid of him. The white-haired one says that the decision to bring the enriched ore to him and not to Sob was the right one. The dark-haired man understands that he made the right decision when he mined the ore and brought it to his friend. He thought that for such valuable raw materials, there would be a debt for this fan. But now he will owe him. Next, the main character decided to wait until the two stopped looking at this armor, after which he told them something important, namely that he had a request for these two that he would like them to fulfill. He was given the opportunity to go on an expedition to the Heavenly Throne sect's ship, as these two know such expeditions can last for months, which is why he wants to ask them to look after his home and his disciples. They listen to his request and remember how he helped them a lot, so they will only be happy to provide him with this service. The guy believes that for everything he did for them, they will not even pay for a century. The young couple sees that old brother Shu has changed a lot. They are already calling him on the expedition, although Wang Yulong and Murong Changchang are in the fighting compartment. But it is unknown when they themselves will grow to this level. They would really like to. Shufan understands that he has been given a truly unique opportunity, but he has a very bad feeling. He really hopes that the person he is now thinking about will not be there. Wang Yulong wondered who he was talking about. Who would have thought, but this person turned out to be Yaya Yao. He really hopes that his premonitions will turn out to be false, and he will no longer meet this annoying person, because he does not like spending time with him. A whole month has passed. We see how Shufan and other people fly up to the entrance to some place, which is guarded by two formidable and armed guards. All these people have yet to pass through them. When it was Shufan's turn, he simply approached them silently and calmly showed them his boarding token. It serves as a ticket or key. Thanks to it, Shufan will be allowed into this place without any problems. We see that without further ado, the guy went inside. He begins to walk slowly and look around until he came across something that caught his attention. This object also emits a strong light that is reflected from the guy's face. This object turned out to be the majestic ship of the sect, which the main character is looking at right now with great admiration. He can't wait to finally get on board and ride with the breeze. Looking at this ship, Shufan wants to quickly board it, but despite this, he still wants to build his own huge ship as soon as possible in order to be the coolest in the entire sect. Now we can watch how Shufan, along with the rest of the passengers of this ship, climb aboard it using a special plank that was lowered for them, and soon the ship sets off. Much to the misfortune of the white-haired protagonist, behind him he heard the voice of Yaya Yao, who calls him and asks where he disappeared, because he moved and didn't even say anything about it. Meanwhile, everyone is looking at this guy with admiration. Shufan, as usual, pretends that he is glad to see him and says that he should probably already call this guy an honorable brother. Because he heard that Yaya Yao is already at the stage of the golden elixir, the white-haired man understands that the meeting with him will not end well. Meanwhile, we see how Yaya Yao grabbed the white-haired guy by the shoulder and hugged him tightly. He doesn't understand what other respectable brothers we are talking about, because he is old brothers with him. Almost like relatives, Shufan already wants to get off this ship. Next, the dark-haired man turns to a man and introduces him to his brother Shufan and wants a more decent cabin to be found for him. The worker, realizing that the white-haired one is coming with him, offers to settle him to the left of Yaya Yao's cabin. The guy tells Shufan that first he will give him a tour of the ship, and in the evening supplies will be loaded on board. Then they will have dinner together and drink a couple of glasses. The white-haired man understands that he will not be able to get rid of him before sailing. Next, the events move to the dining room. We see a bunch of people in this place, and by the time it is evening, people have gathered here to eat, after which they will slowly begin to prepare for bed. We see the face of the dissatisfied protagonist. He is sitting at a table on which food is already laid and is simply silent. Apparently, he can no longer stand spending time with Yaya Yao and wants to leave him as quickly as possible. If only he could be in peace and quiet for a while. The white-haired man hit the table and was determined to pretend that he urgently needed to go to the toilet. He would say so right now. However, suddenly the dark-haired one again approaches our main character and grabs him by the shoulder with a satisfied look. Judging by the plate in his hands, it seems that he brought him more food, and Shu Fan is very dissatisfied. He tells the guy that all these dishes are prepared from spiritual products of the highest quality. Even the head of the sect himself praises them. Someone also advises Yaya Yao to find a way to fraternize with Shu Fan, because this will bring him a lot of benefits. Trying with difficulty to smile, the white-haired man notices that this order most likely cost him a lot of spiritual stones. Yaya Yao laughs and says that it didn't cost him anything. Food is always free for crew members. The white-haired man, looking at Yaya Yao's ring, remembers the story he told about, after which he decides to clarify with him how he was able to cope with his strange illness, because now everything seems to be fine with him. This guy says that he is quite touched, that he still remembers this. When he returned from the portal, his illness simply disappeared but immediately found that he was again in the stage of laying the foundations. And then this handsome guy decides to talk about what he did first. Namely, he went to the family of a girl who broke off her engagement with him and fucked up all her brothers. Apparently, he had his own grievances against them. The white-haired man silently listens to him, and seeing that this guy begins to sip his drink, decides to think and understands that the broken engagement is another main character pattern. After this cool guy finished his drink to the bottom, he slammed the glass right on the table at high speed, after which he is going to tell the continuation of his wonderful story. He thought that in this way he would wash away the shame of breaking the engagement. But it turned out that that girl became an apprentice to one famous master, and also reached the stage of laying the foundations. She did Yaya Yao with only one hand. Shu Fan listened carefully to the story of this strong man, but he considers him a complete fool, because he had to level up at least a couple of stages above her, and only then go to her house to scold her. But this situation only inflamed his fighting spirit, even if her mentor is at the Mahayana stage. But in 3 years he will improve so much that he will return all his grievances to them many times over. The white-haired man says that he is sure that this will happen. Hearing this from Shu Fan, he pounced on him in tears and began to hug him, believing that only he understands him, and from now on he will consider him his sworn brother and their friendship will be eternal. Shu Fan understands that this guy is already drunk. The white-haired one smelled the fumes, after which he began to ask Yaya Yao to let him go and began to push him away from him. The dark-haired one says that he is not drunk and asks to tell him what important things he has to do, besides swearing to each other in eternal friendship. Shu Fan, while repairing the ship's lining, noticed that the most important runes were located on the inside. He decided on this expedition primarily to study them in detail, and ended up spending time drinking wine with Yaya Yao. The main character was hearing it right now. Of course, Yaya Yao heard it when the guy started talking about runes, and apparently, this drunkard wants to hear more about it because he became very curious. And then suddenly for Shu Fan, someone came up to him from behind and grabbed his shoulder. He is very surprised now, but he still has to turn around and check who it is standing there. It turned out to be some mysterious person who did not expect that someone at the chi tempering stage had such a trained eye. He saw it in Shu Fan and invites him to become his disciple. The main character listened to this man and realized what he really needed. It seems that he is now dissatisfied. Perhaps he does not even need any training from the mentor, but still he will have to think about the answer. In the next chapter, you can see how Shu Fan continues to look at this strange man. He wants to find out from him why exactly he wants to take him on as a student. Meanwhile, Yaya Yao is already lying on the table, completely passed out. Meanwhile, the man continues to look at the guy. He sees in him rich spiritual energy and a stable mentality. This means that he has all the makings of becoming an excellent blacksmith. He wants to clarify how the guy ended up on the ship and what department he is from. The main character listened to all the praise on his part and even became a little embarrassed. He believes that he does not belong to any department, for now he is on his own and is his own master. The interested man begins to scratch his beard, after which he invites the main character to become part of the forging department. It is clear how he does not want to let the main character go and wants to take him into his squad. After this question, we can see the very cunning look of Shu Fan, who is now just silently looking at this mentor. The guy now apparently has something in mind and wants to reproduce his plan in reality. After spending some time thinking, Shu Fan gets up from behind his steel and standing in front of an adult interested man, thanks him for the offer, but he wants to tell him something else about this. Then, suddenly for everyone, Shu Fan's serious face changed to something like a clown's. He just started laughing hard at this master, after which he says that in fact he is a first-level alchemist and is only interested in runes out of curiosity. Now the man understood everything. He remained very dissatisfied after this guy's answer, but he didn't say anything special to him. He just snorted with displeasure and was about to leave this place, surrounded by such people. The man mutters something under his breath and leaves. He believes that blacksmithing is the only thing that should arouse passion in men. The white-haired man says goodbye to this master with a satisfied look, and Ye Xiaoqia woke up. White-haired understands that if he joins the forging department, he will no longer be able to enjoy a free life as he is now. He will even have to prepare pills on the quiet, and when, decades later, he still does not break through to the stage of laying the foundations, it is a shame for him. And then someone crept up on the main character in the back. One gets the feeling that this is his schizophrenia. This voice says that it is a great happiness when such a serious master calls him to be his student. You can see how tense the guy is. He realized that this was a drunk Ye Xiaoyao with his jokes. Xu Fan was infuriated by his habit of constantly sneaking up behind him, and Ye Xiaoyao himself was asking for forgiveness, because such a tragedy had just happened in his life. The guy decides to clarify with the white-haired one why he said that he is an alchemist, because if he really doesn't want to go to the apprentice to the master, he could simply refuse. But the white-haired one didn't invent anything, because he really does alchemy and forging. He says that this is not a common occurrence, so he did not talk about it so as not to raise further questions, but he will not stray from the path of dual cultivation and will succeed in both crafts. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaoyao is just vomiting in the background. Still, this Ye Xiaoyaoya is vomiting for a reason. It means that he is slowly beginning to come to his senses. The white-haired man also at this moment tells him that he wants to go for a walk on the deck of this wonderful ship. Once again, some strange voice contacts Ye Xiaoyao. He reminds him that he has already said that Xu Fan is not simple. He advises him to fraternize with him because it will benefit him. Meanwhile, Ye Xiaoyao, already slightly recovered, begins to look straight in the wake of the departing protagonist. He also heard what this voice told him, and he will definitely listen to this useful advice. After some time, we can already see how the ship took off and set off. The huge ship begins to slowly pick up its speed. All the people on deck have been waiting for this moment for a very long time.
We again see Xu Fan, who is standing on the ship and catching a fair wind. A lot of people have also gathered on the deck, who are also looking with admiration at what is happening right now. After all, it was not in vain that they came here.
Next, the main character heard a voice that was very familiar to him. He hears this voice talking about some snake, who was nicknamed the Cloud Eater. When she first saw him, she was also absolutely amazed, by the way. She is telling the story for some guy. It turned out that this girl is Shyan. He is very happy that she also got here, but Xu Fan's happy face changed to a more dissatisfied one. He paid attention to some guy next to her and thinks that they are dating. However, the happy girl approaches Xu Fan and asks him not to say any nonsense. Apparently, these two are not dating at all, but simply decided to chat together. Such news greatly pleased the main character. Apparently, he thinks that he has a chance. She says that this is her older brother. He is from the forging department and is a first-level blacksmith. She introduces the two and tells her brother about Xu Fan. He also knows that Xu Fan wants to learn runes on the ship, and her brother can help him with this help. Touched by such a proposal, Xu Fan shyly extends his hand to Shyan's brother, wanting to meet him. Meanwhile, he is also glad that this guy turned out to be her brother and not a boyfriend, which means that one day they will definitely be together. When you first see Brother Shyan's silence and gloominess, you get the feeling that he is some kind of introvert who would never speak to anyone. But despite all this, he still shook Xu Fan's hand, and they could say they got to know each other. And then we met a new character. Because of his refusal to follow in his father's footsteps and take up alchemy, he left home to study forging. His name is Sha Diao. His name, by the way, means something very bad. For example, some kind of insult. Immediately after Xu Fan heard the name of this girl's brother, he began to try to hold back a strong impulse of laughter, but it was too difficult for him, and he was completely shaking. The brother and sister did not understand what was happening to him. The main character understands that the desire to laugh is too strong. He can no longer control it. So he silently ran away from them at high speed so as not to laugh right in their faces. The brother and sister are now watching him in bewilderment. Having run a considerable distance, Xu Fan begins to laugh too loudly. He simply cannot believe what he heard. And in general, that anyone can walk around with such a name, he will now feel sick from laughing. It turned out that the guy was lying on the bed. He was turning around on it in different directions and continued to laugh hard, because with such a name at his school it would have been difficult for him. Apparently he would have been bullied by his classmates. Xu Fan's eyes began to water with laughter, and wiping the tears from his eyes, he realizes that it was a little impolite on his part. So he decides to simply explain himself to them the next time they meet. And then suddenly, while the main character was lying on the bed and thinking about the name of that guy, Suddenly something began to happen to the ship, and he was even thrown violently. While he was just lying peacefully in bed, he does not understand what it could be. But his bewilderment evaporated after the message reached him that the ship had entered the waters of the endless sea, so that everyone needed to be on alert. The white-haired man himself climbed onto the deck of the ship and began to look around in surprise. Looking around, Shufan discovers some armed ships around, which apparently are preparing to take on someone in a fierce battle. It will look very cool from the outside. The main character sees warships with artillery. He understands that this is the only thing that should arouse passion in a real man, because the big guns of this ship look simply excellent. Of course, he really liked the big guns of this ship, but he really wants to see them in action. For now, the guns are ready and waiting for the enemy. But so far, everything is quiet and calm, and they continue on their way. And then Yao came. He believes that he and Shufan think alike, and this is what real men should forge. The white-haired man already believes that the habit of sneaking up from behind and starting a conversation is a family tree. He still forgives his sister, but from him such tricks doesn't want to. Shufan takes advantage of the moment and asks for forgiveness for leaving so abruptly when they met. One thought just struck him. He wanted to write it down before he forgot. He understands him perfectly, because if he hadn't written it down, he could have said everything forget. Yao thinks that fate brought them both together, because they both abandoned alchemy for forging. He also wants to know Shufan's opinion on this matter. Meanwhile, Yao admires the guy and gets on his nerves. That guy also suggested that the main character share the thought that dawned on him. Perhaps in the process of condemnation they will bring it to a completed state. The white-haired one says that there is nothing special there, but still decides to show something. The main character shows the guy an acoustic rune, a resonant optical rune, and a concealment rune. If he understands correctly, then Shufan wants to create a means of remote communication. These are ordinary runes that can be connected with the most ordinary spiritual iron. Paying attention to how Yao talks about these things, he sees on his face the confidence in his words, as well as, most importantly, truthfulness. Shufan understands perfectly well that he is still thinking something. Next, Shufan decides to show his new friend something else, saying that this is not all. With these words, he was able to intrigue Yao. He is now very interested in what the main character is now going to show him. Moments later, the main character, as usual, used his tricks and summoned some kind of blue sphere. This guy does not understand why these runes are on the outside of the device. Apparently, this is a little difficult for him. We see how the white-haired man begins to leave this place, apparently in order to go and rest, and also tells the guy that he will give him time to digest everything. Meanwhile, Yao mutters something under his breath and seems to be thinking. Initially, Shufan tried to make sure that he could lure this guy into something for a long time. However, it turned out that he dealt with it too quickly, and is already calling Shufan to come and look at it. Yao realized that the runes around the office form a structure that ensures the transit of transmitted information. In theory, having a sufficient number of transit nodes, it is possible to connect devices over much longer distances than 100 kilometers. A joyful and satisfied brother Shah with a wide smile on his face decides to call Shufan a real genius, because not everyone can come up with such a runic structure. Shufani laughs a little, as if he himself does not understand what happened. And then, while these two were simply talking to each other and admiring their abilities, apparently something appeared on the ship's path, because it made an emergency braking. Even a bunch of waves formed under it. The people on the ship, of course, felt this inhibition. Yao only smiles slightly, and the main character, in complete shock, begins to look at some huge and luminous object, wanting to know what it is. Now we can observe how something flies out of the ship at a very high speed. The object that flew out of the ship only leaves behind some kind of golden-colored trace. From its impact on the water, a high wave was formed. You can see how a lot of people, riding some large yellow birds, begin to fly straight into the water, forming large waves, apparently. Right now, they will be able to pull out some treasures from there. It turned out that all these people diving on birds were not in vain. They were able to catch a huge whale and lifted it into the air. Grabbing it with their ropes, it is clear that they apparently already managed to finish off this whale, and the Golden Patrol did this job. Yao turned his attention to the prey in the form of a whole whale. He is not particularly surprised, because he believes that this is an easy but large prey at the very beginning of the expedition, and this is a very good sign. Shufan, meanwhile, looks at this scene with great admiration. The next chapter begins. We see how a crowd of people on board the ship are actively discussing what is now happening in the waters of the endless sea. This scene really amazed them, because at home, lying on the sofa, you definitely won't be able to see this. All the people have already gathered around the corpse of a huge beast. Yao tells Fan about this animal, namely that it is a giant shelf whale. Judging by its appearance, it is at the stage of exploring the void, and this is a very excellent catch, especially since this is just the beginning. True, the meat of this whale is very dangerous for people. Such a beast can only be enjoyed at the stage of the golden elixir. And above, the white-haired man also understands that these guns are incredibly effective, because with just one shot, this beast was already dead. Fanyu was told that these are only auxiliary guns. If he meets monsters at the crossing or Mahayana stage, then there will be a spectacle. They will be fired at by the main guns from all ships. Fanyu can't wait to see this. Continuing to hear similar stories from his friends, the guy wants to build his own raft more and more. His eyes are burning with this desire. He already imagines himself as a captain, and how he gives the order to start firing with all the guns. White-haired asks how much it costs to shoot from the auxiliary cannon and spiritual stones. He finds out that not only spiritual stones are spent there, but if only in them, then 100,000. But this is nothing compared to the benefits they can get. And here the main character has a hard time holding back his tears, because he understands that if he even wanted to fire a shot from this cannon, he would have to work hard for a whole month. It's too expensive for him. But a shot from the main cannon costs 500,000, but they are used only for animals not lower than the crossing stage. Fan no longer wants to think about how much money he will need for the future fleet. 3 whole days have passed. The ship, as you can see, is still intact. The entire crew continues to travel across this sea in search of treasures, and Fan apparently continues to learn more and more new things in the process of all this. We see the main character thoughtfully sitting on one of the large cannons. After a few days here, he realized that blacksmiths are most valued here, and no effort is spared on their cultivation because they are really very important. He also understands that, based on the fact that he ended up on this ship as a novice blacksmith, he was given resources for at least 30,000 spiritual stones. This is of course not very much, but not small either. While the main character continued to sit on a huge cannon and think about all his own things, he is noticed from below by Yao, who has been looking for him for some time, he calls this guy, and the white-haired one, noticing that his name is being called, already thinks what is needed from him. The guy apologizes to him, because he told his mentor about his idea. He was very interested in him and wants to talk to him. Fan didn't like it, because he shared his secret, and he was handed over. But despite everything, Fan still decided to follow this guy who doesn't know how to keep other people's secrets. Right now they are walking along a corridor in which there are many doors, but they will only need one. After some time, Yao led the main character to the blacksmith's hall. The white-haired man saw the size of the door of this room, and judging by it, it would not be very spacious inside. But the only way to find out the answer to this question is to go in and check. Yao used some kind of card to enter this forge hall. Apparently everyone who wants to go there cannot, but only a select few. So in a couple of seconds, these two will go inside and Fan will be able to look around. Entering inside, Fan saw a spacious room. Now he understands that one should not judge a book by its cover. He thinks that during the construction of this room, some special runes for expanding space were used. After some time, they reached the mentor's chamber. The old man saw the main character and asked if he was the person who came up with the original method of remote communication. Fan, bowing, confirms this and says his name. The wise grandfather tells the guy that he has a very lively mind. He estimated the possible implementation of his idea. If 36,000 transit devices are installed throughout the continent, then using his runic structure, it is possible to cover the entire continent with communications. He also says that the communication devices they already have will even be suitable for this, and if they are modified a little, then they can even aim at dialogue with an optical image. They should work on all this. Fan is not stupid, and understands perfectly well that this grandfather wants to communicate with his grandchildren via video call on WhatsApp. He thinks it's cool, and understands that now they will not leave him alone, and will want to see this project through to the end. And then the mentor decides to ask the guy a question that each of the mentors asks with great pleasure. He asks the guy if he wants to become his student, because he has the talents necessary for a blacksmith. Yao advises the guy to agree, because his mentor is one of the best masters in the forging department. Even the head of the sect highly values and respects him. Plus, the two of them will become brothers in the department. Fan is still silent. The main character, without thinking twice, gives his answer. Bowing, he tells the mentor that he does not want to waste his time. He is following the path of double cultivation and will not be able to devote all his strength to forging. This answer surprised the guy next to him. The answer of the white-haired young man apparently did not suit the elderly mentor. He is now looking straight at him with his evil gaze and is just silent for now. Xiao apparently knows what this expression on his face means, which is why he tensed slightly. But after a while, we see how this old man begins to laugh slightly. Apparently, he understands this guy perfectly and is not angry with him at all. Let's hope that everything will be fine with Xu Fan. With his laughter, this old stump caused bewilderment in the main character and tension in Xiao. It turns out that the grandfather liked the sincerity of this guy. He is also wondering what attracts him more, forging or alchemy. The main character, with a very serious look and full of confidence, answers the mentor's question and tells him that forging attracts him more, because only forging can arouse passion in a real man. The grandfather touches the guy on the shoulder and tells him that if he wants to become his personal student, he will transfer him to the internal sector. But for this, he will need to give up alchemy once and for all. In response, Xu Fan has not yet said anything. He just began to smile in the face of this old man, and with the help of his luminous finger, he seemed to draw some kind of message or messages for this grandfather. Seeing the message, the mentor begins to laugh a little, after which the smile did not fall from his face. Taking some kind of token in his hands, he says that he understood what Xu Fan means, and now the old man will do what he must. The mentor handed over this same token to the guy who was needed to enter the inner sector, after which he told him that he was free and could already go and offered to come and visit again. The white-haired man with a smile on his face thanks this master. After our main character got what he wanted, without saying any more words, he begins to slowly leave this place. The elderly master and his student are right now watching after him and hoping that he will at least close the door. Xiao, making sure that Xu Fan has finally left this room, decides to kneel before his mentor and tells him that Xu Fan is still very young. He is not yet able to understand what he is refusing and asks to forgive his impudent behavior. The mentor, with a very cool look, continues to stand. Turned away from the guy's face, he says that Xu Fan is destined to achieve great heights, but he is sorry that he will not have a hand in this. Meanwhile, we again see the white-haired Sigma. He joyfully walks around the ship and understands that the achievement of having an enthusiastic conversation with his grandfather has been received, and he wonders what will happen next. He believes that this task will be to marry a beauty. He doesn't even know who to choose, either Sister Sha, who is very mature and hot, or little Yun, who is very smart and kawaii. The choice between the two is very difficult, but maybe he won't even have to choose one. While the main character was thinking about this important question, who he would have to choose, his attention was attracted by someone's cry, which asks everyone to look ahead. Xu Fan, of course, will look at what is there, because he is very interested. We see how the main ship, along with additional ships, continue to sail through the sea, and if any danger really appears on their way, then they will have to take some measures. Apparently there is a danger, and it is close enough to them. The main ship decided to deploy a protective cap in order to meet the threat face to face and ram it without damaging the ships themselves. We see as if a storm has begun on the open sea. Very high waves are rising, which, judging by their size, are even higher than the ship itself. Apparently, a truly terrible threat is approaching in their direction. Everyone receives a message that there is a large wave of various sea animals ahead. This danger level is B. They now have to urgently come up with something if they do not want to become dinner for these monsters. Nevertheless, people were able to decide what could be done about this. The crew received a command that they should go forward with all their ships at full speed. They did so, after which they began to cope with the monsters without any problems. We again see our main character, who almost flies off the ship from such speed. He is now very dissatisfied because he hoped that the crew would control the ship more carefully at this moment. After this ramming, and apparently because of all these big waves, the ship begins to turn around. The turn is so strong that Xu Fanya once again begins to get seasick. Too many actions are happening at one time. And here we can pay attention to how the crew on the ship begins to load a huge cannon. After the shot, there was a strong flash of light. This projectile has already taken off and hit directly into the water, causing another wave. Sometime later, after this difficult battle, we can already see a bunch of dead sharks swimming in the sea around the ship, and the clouds have already cleared. It is obvious that they have coped with such a difficult threat. Meanwhile, we again see the main character, who after all this action feels a little sick because the ship was spinning in different directions back and forth, and he himself was jumping on the deck like some kind of soccer ball. Next, the white-haired man drew attention to the fact that all the animals that previously posed a threat to life for the people on board were defeated. He thinks that having defeated all these animals, the crew goes in search of various resources. And then suddenly his friend Yaya Yao approaches Xu Fan, who says that places where animals live in large numbers are usually rich in resources. There is probably a spiritual mine somewhere nearby. Xu Fan wants this person to move away from him as soon as possible. The dark-haired man with a smile on his face says that if he's lucky, he'll be able to find various different divine relics. Xu Fan admits that he sneaks up and starts talking. Sometimes it's useful to hear, especially since he's already started to get used to it. Yaya Yao asks for forgiveness from the main character, because last time he drank a lot and passed out. Xu Fan says that there is nothing wrong with this and he wants to find out more about the relics. He did not know that they could be found in the Endless Sea. His friend tells him that before being taken to heaven, many warriors spend their last kalpa in the Endless Sea, so their abodes can be found in the Endless Sea. By the way, a kalpa is a unit of measurement in Buddhism, namely 4.32 billion years. White-haired listened attentively to his friend, but one gets the feeling that he seemed to be bored. He also understands that he needs to set aside time to find and plunder a couple of such monasteries in order to obtain resources. Next, we see how Yaya Yao takes into her hands a model of an entire city, using it with the help of her magic. In front of the ship, huge buildings began to crawl out from under the water, as if it were a sunken Atlantis. This guy never ceases to amaze Xu Fan. He doesn't understand where the whole city came from here and admires this picture. The dark-haired guy says that this is one of the divine relics found in the monastery. It seems to him that they will stay here for at least a month. Next, the dark-haired guy grabs Xu Fang by the hand, but he doesn't understand why guys grab his hand so often. Yaya Yao says that with his boarding token, he will have access to the main establishments of the city. It's better to live in it for the next month. We see the city of Junhai, a temporary sea-based city, which is not afraid of any turbulence of the Endless Sea. If Xu Fan gets bored in the city, he can go look for treasures or join a group of hunters. A lot of people are now temporarily moving from the ship to this floating city. Because of this, there is a lot of noise all around, which really gets on your nerves. But this is temporary, so I think we can endure it. And then the guy's attention is again attracted by Shyan, who calls him, he believes that this is fate, because the first person he sees upon arrival in the city is his beloved sister Sha. He was even very embarrassed because of this. In the next chapter, we see the events that take place in the morning in the city of Junhai. A girl with a wide smile begins to communicate with the main character and considers their meeting a real coincidence. But she is still happy to see this handsome guy as usual. The words of this girl evoke very warm feelings inside the main character. With his whole appearance, he makes it clear to this beautiful girl that just like her, she is glad to see her. He is already ready to kiss her from head to toe right now. But then he is interrupted by Sha Diao, who grabs his hand again. He offers him to rent one blacksmith's workshop for 2, like real men, by repairing tools. They can earn hundreds of thousands a day. Xu Fan is unhappy that he was grabbed by the hand again. In this dialogue, this guy's sister joins in. She tells Xu Fan that if he doesn't want to forge, then they can practice alchemy together, because a lot of interesting ingredients have been raised from the seabed that will help with this. And here the main character is dissatisfied with the fact that he and Shyan have slightly different interests, but still he tells her that she had an excellent offer, and he would be happy to get acquainted with alchemy with her. Suddenly, someone else joins this dialogue. This person, turning to Shyan, tells her that she has no business dealing with blacksmiths, so she should go with him. Seeing this man, these three were suddenly surprised. This man turned out to be the father of these two. The main character was a little disappointed when he saw Sha Jingtian, because he also loves alchemy more than forging. It seems to him that this man will get on his nerves. After this, Sha Jingtian begins to look at the main character with a very dissatisfied look. He is offended that such a talent does not want to take lessons from him, especially since he is more interested in forging than alchemy. But he will have to come to terms with this. Now we see how the father and his daughter leave to do something you-know-what, namely alchemy. Shyan says goodbye to Xu Fan on the way, and at the same time asks for forgiveness that she had to leave them both. Her brother looks unhappy after meeting his father. And then Sha Diao noticed that the white-haired one had been saying goodbye to his sister for too long, so he brought him to his senses and asked him if he would go forge with him, or would he be idle. The white-haired one already understands that he has no choice. We see the events that take place in the blacksmith's workshop. Sha Diao shouts from there and tells Xu Fan that it would be great to meet earlier. In 10 years of his practice, he is the first partner with whom he actually enjoys working. While drinking his drinks, Xu Fan begins to laugh slightly. Feeling pleased with himself after this praise, he says that he cannot help but say the same about him, because Sha Diao is really an excellent partner, and he also enjoys dealing with him. While these two were sitting quietly and relaxing, drinking a refreshing drink, a girl came into their room. They were very surprised, but apparently this is their client, whom they should serve in the near future. The girl asks them for forgiveness and asks if they repair chemistry pots. Xu Fan listened to her words and heard about alchemy. He is now at a loss and does not understand why there are so many beauties in alchemy. The main character begins to pour more delicious tea into his glass, after which, looking at her with shining eyes, he asks the girl if she does alchemy. He finds out that it is so. She also took only one spare pot. The main one was immediately torn to pieces. She is already in tears and tells the guy that if she is left completely without a bowler, she will not be able to fulfill her direct duties. So she asks again if they can take a look at his bowler and fix it if possible. Meanwhile, the main character only continues to enjoy her voice. He listens to it carefully and understands that it is gentle and pleasant to her, a real delight for the ears, especially when she begs them for help. Yet he is ready to help her. She took out the exact one that was cracked. He says that he can fix it for 50 spiritual stones. The girl liked this price, and he tells her that after the opening of the underwater mine, everyone on the ship was given some ore, so let him give that too. The girl paid for these services by transferring the spiritual stones to Yaya, and now watches with admiration as Xu Fan repairs her pot. With the help of his wonderful magic, he is confident in his abilities. It is clear how he summoned fire. Now we can watch how the main character, using raw materials and his fingers, begins to remotely assemble something. This process looks very easy when Xu Fan does it. He begins to perform some more magic, and now you can see how he burns this jug. Apparently the process is already coming to an end, and soon the joyful girl will be able to take this jug and continue her work. The white-haired man even decided to strengthen this bowler for free, conscientiously, because this order, after all, came from the beauty. Now he is already going to give the bowler back into her hands. She looks very happy. The main character, with a beaming smile on his face, tells the girl that this will be her most profitable investment of 50 spiritual stones in her life, because he really did a great job on this jug. The girl finally took this jug in her hands and is already trembling with joy. She can't wait to try it as soon as possible, because she sees that it has become as good as new, as if she had just bought it. But it is even better. She has already fallen in love with this jug. She hugs him and begins to slowly leave this room. Meanwhile, the guys are trying to remind her that she forgot the remains of her ore on their table, so she should go back and pick them up. However, the girl no longer cares that she forgot there at all. The main thing is that her jug is now intact, and that will be enough for her. She ignored Xu Fan's words, after which she ran away at high speed along with the jug. Seeing how the girl just ran away from the forge without even looking at this guy, and just ignoring him, he thought that he looked very scary right now, so he decided to just look in the mirror to make sure that he didn't. A whole month has passed. We see how Xu Fanya continues to sit in his forge and forge with his hammer. Apparently this work has already turned into a routine, and he does the same thing every day. Apparently he is tired of it. Tired Xu Fan tells Shadiao that they have been continuously working on forging for a whole month. It was not easy for him to decide to go so far from home, so he wants to get more out of this expedition. Meanwhile, we see the sweaty and very pumped up body of Shadiao, who also continues to forge in this forge, and right now struck another blow with a hammer. He listened to his comrade and is going to answer him. This guy from the cover of the magazine, wiping his sweat, tells the guy that he understood him, and if he wants, he can walk around the city, and he himself will stay here to work. He didn't think at all that finding himself in the endless sea he would want something. This strong man did not even have time to finish his sentence, when immediately Xu Fan, who received permission to leave, began to temporarily say goodbye to him, thereby interrupting him, and now he is leaving this forge for the time being. The main character does not want to waste time. He wants to spend every second of his break usefully. He has already boarded his ship and flew in an unknown direction, in search of some underwater treasures. While Xu Fan is flying over the endless sea, along the way he meets various huge monsters. He sees one at the stage of the golden elixir, and understands that it is better not to mess with something like this. It also scares him. Flying near a huge crab, he also understands that this monster is now at the stage of the golden elixir. He sees that the endless sea is simply teeming with various dangers, so it is better not to meddle in the water. After some time, the main character stumbles upon a relatively safe area in his opinion. He has already prepared something in his hand, and apparently is thinking of stopping right here to start minding his own business. Xu Fan called some kind of submarine here and jumped from his ship straight into it. He climbs into this thing with a wide grin on his face. He is very happy, because the time has come for his own expedition, and he has been waiting for this moment for too long. However, the main character is not stupid and understands that he also needs to use the stealth rune, so that he is not noticed by any underwater creatures while he swims along the bottom of this endless sea, teeming with various dangers. A kind of dome has formed around his submarine. This guy remembers that in a previous life, going under the water in an observation submarine as a tourist cost a lot of money. But in this life, he is his own guide and doesn't have to spend money. After half an hour, this guy apparently descended to too great a depth because now he sees only darkness in front of him and he has to illuminate his path with a flashlight. It somehow helps him. For some time now, he has been looking for underwater treasures, but he also understands that it is already getting too dark here and he can't see anything at all in the distance. And the flashlight he used only shines close to him. Apparently, this is not enough for him. While he is swimming underwater, Shyan decides to check the water pressure indicators on this submarine, and judging by them, he understands that right now he is 50,000 meters below sea level, and this is quite deep and very dangerous. However, the danger does not frighten this daredevil. He understands that the time has come to start looking for treasures, so he is already going to do just that. But before that, of course, he showed his satisfied grin. He is preparing to begin the process of searching for treasures. It includes a module for measuring spiritual energy, a module for detecting living organisms, as well as a night mode optical navigation module. Where would we be without it? At one moment, while the main character was swimming at this depth, a huge fish appeared right in front of him. This monster is not yet looking at him, but Shyan was so scared that he screamed at the top of his voice, and it seems that his soul left his body for a second. Much to our surprise, we see another character underwater, namely Yaya Yao, right now swimming at high speed near a huge red-eyed monster, but unlike Shyan, he does not have a submarine. The guy contacted his grandfather, the swordsman, and asked if he was sure that he needed to finish off this Hulk. The grandfather was only dissatisfied with how he was called. He wanted to be called the Immortal Emperor Swordsman, but this name did not suit Yaya Yao. Grandfather doesn't care anymore. He tells the guy that this swordfish is a real find. Its spine is like a sword created by nature. From it, you can get a first-class weapon, and such a sword can also absorb energy from surrounding metals. It turns out that the guy himself understands this, but right now she is hunting him, and he runs away like a game. He does not believe in his strength and thinks that he cannot defeat her, but the grandfather, of course, has a plan, because he is not from the idiot invites him to finish off this fish. Grandfather the swordsman tells Yaya Yao that his friend is nearby. The guy should start swimming towards him and start fighting the fish with all his might. Then he will definitely help him. The guy immediately realized that we are talking about Shyan. After some time, the fish caught up with this guy and tried to finish him off with his natural sword, but he also has his own swords, which he took out and was able to repel its attack from himself. For now, he lives. But for how long, this remains a question. Already at that moment, he realized that the plan from his grandfather was terrible, because Shyan is only at the stage of ki hardening, and if something goes wrong, they will both die. The grandfather asks not to underestimate him and trust him. When he gets the spine, then it could be turned into a weapon in 50 years. The guy listened to this annoying old swordsman. He doesn't like this plan at all, but he has no choice and he will have to listen to him. So gritting his teeth, the guy is going to go after Shyan. You can see how he broke free from the grip of this nasty fish and began to swim away from it, trying to lure him to Shyan. The dark-haired man understands that the time has come to finally test their friendship for strength. He really hopes that his friend will help him. Meanwhile, we again see the events that take place near our main character. With the help of a mechanical arm built right into his submarine, he was able to pick up some kind of shell. He wonders what is stored inside it. After the guy captured this item, he began to consider himself a real genius because from ordinary deep-sea oyster pearls he would make a bracelet for storing items and use those enriched with spiritual energy to produce super armor. And then suddenly, while the white-haired man was rejoicing at his genius, a chill ran through his body. It made him feel uneasy and a little creepy. It seems to him that this is a very familiar feeling of impending danger. He thinks that it's better for him to get out of here as soon as possible. The guy has already turned around and is starting to accelerate straight up in order to get to the surface as quickly as possible, because it seems to him that if he stays here any longer, it will be bad. It can be seen that he is very tense. He is trying to accelerate to maximum speed and is heading upward, while everything is still fine and no dangers are observed. Perhaps Shyan will even be able to get out of here without any problems. And then suddenly a strong wave was heard right from the bottom, causing the main character's submarine to fly a little to the side. This process greatly frightened the guy. He now does not understand what can be done about it. From this wave and shock, Shyan hit his head, and while he was trying to recover, he suddenly heard someone next to his submarine calling him by his name. He wondered who it could be. Raising his head, he saw Yaya Yao in front of him. He doesn't look the best, and right now he's all beaten up. He asks for help from the main character, and this white-haired guy, seeing him, understands that he already guessed that he was the culprit. He let this wounded guy inside his submarine, after which he turns to brother Shufan and wants to tell him about what just happened to him outside, because it will be very important for the guy to know. With the last of his strength, Yaya Yao tells Shufan that a swordfish is swimming outside the submarine, and he is almost dead. The guy only asks to finish him off, because he needs his backbone. He promises to reward him after he finishes with this. You can see how the strength begins to leave this dark-haired guy. With the last of his strength, he says thank you to the guy in advance, and begins to fall on the floor of the submarine. He really hopes that Shufan will definitely help him. After his words, this guy simply fell to the ground, losing consciousness. After which the white-haired man just looks at him silently. He doesn't even know how to react to this and where this guy came from in the depths in the first place. His actions infuriated Shufan. He doesn't understand why this guy even decided to thank him for, especially in advance because he hadn't even agreed to anything yet. Now he doesn't know at all what to do. After some time, Shufan realizes that he needs to calm down because panic will not lead him to anything good. So he took a deep breath and exhaled, after which he began to build a further plan for his actions. We see that same monster that is circling aimlessly right now. Shufan understands perfectly well that according to the classics of the genre, anyone who contradicts the main character or refuses to help him will soon leave the stage. Shufan doesn't want to leave the stage at all, which is why he has difficulty. He still decides to help Yaya Yao, putting on his uniform. He hopes that he can finish off this wounded beast as quickly as possible and return back to his submarine. We again see that same evil fish that swims around the submarine and waits for someone to get out of it to kick his ass. But this fish does not yet know that very soon it will be made into delicious sushi. The same fish turned its attention to the main character, who came out of his submarine to kick its ass at the request of his friend. This one is glowing blue right now and attracting too much attention to itself. Shufan is now in full equipment. With a spear in his hands and armor, he now looks like Poseidon. He understands that the sword tail at the golden elixir stage is not exactly an invincible opponent, but he would prefer to stay in a cozy submarine. And then these two begin their battle. Shufan threw his spear at her, it seemed to hit her, after which a bright flash of blue light could be seen, right at the tip of the sword of this sword tail. While the monster was distracted, Shufan decided to take advantage of this moment and began to circle right next to her. Now he looks very confident in his abilities, and the monster, apparently, can't even keep up with him. The main character in his suit is fast enough, so he decides to make fun of this fish, winding a bunch of circles around this clumsy bastard. He sees that she can't keep up with him at all, and that's why he laughs. And then the fish already applies its tricks. It took advantage of a myriad of copies and made a 360-degree blind spot for the enemy. Shufan now stopped and only looked at the place in which it was placed for the last time. The white-haired guy now looks very surprised because at the beginning of the fight, he seemed to dominate this fish, and now it has disappeared somewhere and he is getting scared because right now it could be anywhere. He hurriedly looks around and generally cannot understand where this fish should go. The guy is a little tense because the next attack from its side can come from anywhere, so he needs to be prepared for this. It turned out that this was an ambush, and this very fish was already right behind Shufan's back. He realized this and looks very scared. Apparently the guy urgently needs to do something, otherwise he will become dinner for this fish. Realizing that this very fish is behind him, our main character was at first surprised that she mastered the technique of concealment, but later he decides to protect himself with the help of a 3-layer count. The first layer is a flow shield, the second is heavy water, the third is thick ice. This protection did not abandon this bloodthirsty fish at all. With just one blow, it had already broken every layer of this shield. The main character looks scared because he did not expect such a turn of events. Now he urgently needs to come up with something. Out of despair, Shufan summoned some heavenly balls. The monster does not understand what kind of balls they are. Even if they do not cause damage to this fish, they will at least be able to somehow distract it, giving the guy time to collect his thoughts. Various not particularly strong animals hatched from these silver balls. A huge fish saw this and was very surprised. She does not understand how this could even happen. Apparently she will have to deal with them. The main character watches this and understands perfectly well that, unfortunately, most of his fighting dolls are not suitable for water combat. But there is one nuance. It was not for nothing that he released them on this beast. The white-haired man himself understands that he can divert his attention. He decides at that moment to use the external cloning technique, and by collecting spiritual energy from the area, he can create a bunch of doubles, and with just his numbers, he will defeat the fish. He continues to collect spiritual energy from the surrounding area into his own hands. He hopes that this process will take place as soon as possible. While the fish is still distracted, he also understands perfectly well that he needs a little more time to gather his strength. Meanwhile, his battle dolls continue their battle with this underwater monster. They are not at all afraid of the size of this fish. You can see how the snake, opening its small mouth, boldly rushes at the enemy, protecting its owner. It can be seen that the main character's technique is still working. This huge fish is still very distracted by these irritating factors. He should get rid of them as soon as possible, and later switch to Shyan to deal with him. Now we can pay attention to how this fish begins to scream. Something icy forms behind it, and this is all from Shyan, who charged up and realized that now it was time for him to come out. To begin with, he used a hurricane of ice daggers. Next, we can observe how many ice fragments are now directed towards this dangerous fish. It will be very difficult for it to dodge this, so apparently it will have to take the blow. The main character watches how a pile of ice has already surrounded this fish. Apparently he is already defeating it, and this fish will no longer be able to escape from him, which means this dominant is winning. These ice shards begin to shred this sushi fish literally all over its body. The fish cannot do anything about it and just endures this pain, awaiting its speedy death. This monster is screaming in pain. He can't even move from his place. No matter how hard he tries, he can't do absolutely anything about this problem. But if he wasn't distracted, everything could have been different. The smug main character sees that the fish is not going through the best of times, so with a smile on his face he tells him that he took too long to figure out what was what, and that is what ruined him. He now considers this fish stupid. And then the fish watches the last ice fragments, which will definitely finish him off. He lived the last seconds of his life, after which the ice fragments stuck right into his head, and that's all. We see how this fish has already died, because it's unlikely that anyone can survive such a blow to the head. Its soul leaves its body, and the main character can only take away its natural sword, as Yaya Yao asked. After the victory, the main character became a little sad, because all his snakes made of mercury balls died in one fight. This adventure cost him 80,000 spiritual stones. The amount is quite large, which is why this guy is sad now. Meanwhile, the grandfather swordsman who usually communicates with Yaya Yao sees that Shyan has a very high fighting talent. Not like his moron. If Shyan was of a higher stage, he would have finished off the swordsman in no time. Next, we see how after the main character defeated the swordfish, he returned back to his submarine and remembered about Yaya Yao. He understands that he needs help, so he opened his mouth and simply threw a healing pill in there. That guy began to come to his senses quite quickly. He suddenly remembered something about the swordfish and almost choked on this pill, and Shyan in turn looked very tired, so he didn't even have the strength to pay attention to him. And then Yaya Yao, a few seconds later, wakes up covered in a cold sweat. He asks Shyan for forgiveness, because he should not have involved him in this, because even he himself was powerless in front of the swordtail, let alone the white-haired one. He saw that everything was fine with the white-haired man, but he wants to make sure of this. He wants to examine this guy for injuries. Shyan is sorry not to worry about him, because his swordtail is already in this bag, which he can take right now. Yaya Yao is very surprised by this, but he could not expect that the guy could cope with the swordfish. But he still praises him, calling him well done, not like himself, because the dark-haired man could not cope with this nasty fish. Shyan makes a sweet face and reminds him that they are friends and he couldn't do otherwise. The dark-haired one noticed that the guy still doesn't have a storage ring, so he offers to take his ring, because it holds up to 333 cubic meters. The white-haired man pretends that he is very embarrassed and cannot accept such a gift, but he still accepts it, because deep down in his soul he understands that such a ring can only be forged by a master of his craft, and you definitely cannot buy such a thing at the market. And then suddenly some kind of portal appears in the ocean, which begins to suck in our heroes and their submarine. They don't understand what the hell is going on here because this phenomenon happened unexpectedly. In the next chapter, we see how a submarine, which was previously tens of kilometers deep underwater, right now somehow ended up on land. Right now, the heroes will get out of the boat and are perplexed, but they will want to know how this happened. After some time, they came out of it and are already standing on land. The white-haired one does not understand what happened. They were first in the water, and now they found themselves on land. And Yaya Yao says that his intuition suggests that they moved to the small Chiliocosm. However, the dark-haired man understands that this place looks abandoned for a long time. Perhaps it had already been plundered many times before their arrival, so apparently there will definitely be nothing to look for here, but you can just walk around. White-haired believes that they can lament the lost prophet later, but now a threat is approaching them. The two of them should be prepared for this, and if something happens, they will fight side by side like a real team. Shyan saw a bunch of crows in the sky, hurrying somewhere. The main character tensed slightly and, turning to Yaya Yao, decided to ask him if he still had the strength to fight after that battle with a very cruel fish. We see the frightened face of Yaya Yao, who apparently himself does not know whether he still has the strength to continue fighting with various enemies. Apparently this guy still has to figure out this issue. He decides to turn to his swordsman grandfather to report the situation to him, since he himself finds it difficult to find an answer to this question. Besides, the enemies are close and something needs to be done urgently. Grandfather says that they found themselves in a small chiliocosm created by one swordsman at the intersection stage. They will be able to leave this world only after complete restoration, he checked. And in this world you can find items of the swordsman's heritage, but they are damaged. The guy was interested in the words about the swordsman's heritage. The grandfather asks him not to complain later that he did not warn him, because it will take 10 days to restore him. So he should try not to die during this period, and not to destroy Xu Fan. The main character waited a long time, but still waited for an answer from his friend. He says that his strength has not yet been restored, so they should hide somewhere. The white-haired one says that it's too late to hide, so they need to get away urgently. We see a bunch of purple crows that begin to chase the protagonist's ship, on which he himself, along with the tired Yaya Yao, are trying to fly away from here. But the crows still don't want to let them go from here. Xu Fan, with the help of his super abilities, decided to look at what was happening behind them, and saw that these crows were becoming more and more numerous, and in no case were they going to let them go, but were chasing them to the end. The tense Xu Fan turns to Brother Ye, asking if there are options to get out of here, but he sees that Yaya Yao is now engaged in muning, which is why he did not give Xu Fan his answer. Then the white-haired man understands that the guy can ask his wise mentor. And then the guy woke up. He tells the main character that only if he fully recovers will he be able to find a way out, but it will take 10 days, no less and no more. Then the white-haired strongman grabbed this guy by the shoulders and promised him that in this case he would protect him from various dangers for all these 10 days. Yaya Yao wants to tell him something about this. Maybe even something doesn't suit him. He asked the guy to change the route along which they were flying, because on the other side there is the dwelling of one great swordsman, and his legacy should have remained inside. Xu Fan understands that he must again take part in his ascent. Without wasting time, the main character immediately turned his ship in the other direction. Now he is flying towards some small houses that stand alone among some mountains. Not a soul around except those bloodthirsty crows. They fly at a very high speed, so that those crows do not catch up with them. The dark-haired one tells the main character that they need to go to that ancestral hall and points his finger at him. The white-haired one accepted his words, and that is where they will go. After some time, they reach the ancestral hall. In the same room with them, there is a statue of the swordsman Yong Sheng. He says that in his humble home, they can feel like home. He will be happy to share the items of his heritage with them. However, these bad boys ignore the grandfather and rummage through his things. The white-haired one believes that perhaps their destinies will intersect with Yaya Yao in a more chiliocosm, and they can become friends, after everything they have gone through together. Meanwhile, while the two heroes were digging around in this building in search of something very valuable, a bunch of crows that had been chasing them all this time had already reached their house. They also made too much noise, and it actually attracted attention. Of course, the main character simply could not help but hear such a loud noise. He understands that the birds are already here, but he himself does not even panic. He is only glad that they at least managed to clean everything here, and can now get out of here with the valuables. The birds were already quite close, but the main character, together with Yaya Yao, managed to board their ship in time and begin to fly away from them. They look at the birds and hope that the ship will have time to gain the required speed so that they do not catch up with them. Xu Fan decided to study this flock of birds and understands that most of these birds are at the stage of key hardening, some are at the stage of laying the foundations, and a couple of giant birds are at the stage of the golden elixir, which means they can give a serious fight back. Next, we see how our main character understands that they will not be able to run away forever, so he decides to accept this fight and asks Yaya Yao to be careful, because the ship can start shaking at any moment. The dark-haired man does not believe in what he is going to do to him, friend. We see how this guy again decides to use his magic and various techniques that will be very useful in battle. Yaya Yao is carefully watching his actions and does not even know what this guy will do this time. It turned out that he just decided to call some helpers for himself in this battle. After the call, he begins to slowly fly into the air and asks the birds to see who they have to fight with today. His helpers look serious. After some time, the main character, along with a crowd of mutant birds which he himself had summoned, were already in the air. The mentor tells Yaya Yao that he told him that Xu Fan is not at all simple, and his ingenuity is simply amazing. The dark-haired man, looking at his grandfather, says that these are ordinary, strange-looking fighting dolls, but the old stump tells him that they have intelligence. They, of course, are not as good as living people, but in battle they can provide serious support. Next, we can see how one of the birds begins to charge its arrow, which glows with a blue light. Apparently, it will now launch it into a crowd of crows to show them who the real feathered boss is here. After the shot, this assistant fell directly into a flock of bloodthirsty crows, after which a very colorful explosion occurred, and one gets the feeling that this will greatly help the crew, at least to delay their pursuers for a short time. Meanwhile, suddenly we see how these birds are already beginning to surround this ship from all sides in order to carry out their crushing attack. But these feathered losers still do not know at all what awaits them. The dark-haired man, meanwhile, watches how the Shufan dolls destroy their enemies left and right. He is convinced of their strength and begins to praise them right in front of the main character, also saying that this is a real miracle, and in terms of their strength, they are at least at the stage of laying the foundations. Next, we see how Yaya Yao decides to turn to the main character and asks him if he could make a fighting doll at the golden elixir stage. Right now, Shufan is busy with this fight, so the dark-haired one waits a little before getting an answer. It turns out that he can, but of course not for free. But he is ready to give the guy a 25% discount and shows him a piece of information. He hopes that Yaya Yao didn't think that he would get everything for free, since he is considered the main character. The guy starts laughing and says that now he is broke, and as soon as he has money he will immediately come to him. A satisfied Shufan will definitely wait for him, but he does not understand how the main character can have no money at all. Then one of the guys realizes that a very difficult test awaits him in the future. Apparently this is Shufan, because for his level it is too difficult. Meanwhile, they are still trying to break away from the bloodthirsty birds. All of them do not end. 5 whole days have passed. The main character is now very sad. He can hardly hold back his tears right now, looking at one of his fallen dolls, who faithfully fought side by side with him in the same battle. It is very painful for him to lose them. Out of sadness, he simply knelt down in front of his fallen comrades. Around him lay his dead dolls, which were at the stage of laying the foundations. He was very upset that they all broke in this battle. He also feels very sorry for the money that he earned through backbreaking work and spent it on these dolls. Meanwhile, Yaya Yao appears from behind and tells the guy to hold out for another 5 days, and then he will recover and they will return home. And then Shufan, with some too unusual and creepy voice, tells Yaya Yao that he understood him and that he should recover to his health. Because the guy himself is in no hurry, you can see how the dark-haired man is surprised by what he heard. Right now he is looking at Shufan with bewilderment. The white-haired one is now filled with resentment and indignation, and just then the same flock of crows that is responsible for breaking his precious dolls is flying at them. Perhaps he will now express all his anger at them. And then the main character in his armor stands boldly right in front of the crowd of these birds, after which he begins to conjure something with his hands. You can see madness in his eyes, and some orange birds appear behind this guy. Apparently he called them. The guy used the technique of killing birds en masse. A strong explosion occurred. Yaya Yao is surprised. He doesn't understand why at one time at the stage of ki hardening, he couldn't do anything like that. And at the stage of the golden elixir, he can't do that either. He looks at the explosions and asks the swordsman's grandfather if he has met someone cooler than Shufan at the ki hardening stage. It turns out that he has seen such a person. Shufan can give battle to the enemy at the maximum at the golden elixir stage, but someone could destroy a warrior at stages of the birth of the spirit. The guy is perplexed because this old man knew someone who is capable of doing something like this. He also says that such a unique person after a couple of stages, and I could kick his ass. He would like to look at this person. The old man says that they will definitely meet. The words of his swordsman grandfather seemed somehow unusual to him. The guy silently turns to him in order to possibly clarify something. Apparently he does not understand why he would have to meet such a person. Turning around, Yaya Yao saw a swordsman grandfather with a normal human face. He tells the guy that this is the person he must take revenge on. And to be more precise, this is the person whom this guy will have to take revenge for this grandfather. He believes that then it would be better if he turned to Shufan. He would have more chances for this. The dark-haired one did not give a reason to evaluate himself so highly. The mentor is only funny, because there is no need to be modest. Their meeting was the will of heaven, and with her not they argue. While these two were talking about everything together, Shufan still continued to destroy the nasty birds in the sky. But suddenly he began to emit a heart-rending cry that they simply could not help but hear. Of course, this guy attracted their attention with his scream, and even interrupted the conversation. They look at him in bewilderment, and Yaya Yao wants to go and ask the main character what happened to him. In the next chapter, we see the full picture that is happening near the main character. Right now, some kind of fiery bird is circling above him, and it apparently gets on Shufan's nerves. But no one has any doubts that he can handle it figure out. The evil Shufan is trying to stab this stupid chicken, hoping that it can have some effect on her. He laughs at the fact that she really thinks that she is too tough for him. This maniac can tear anyone apart break. He understands that it is not so difficult to repel her psychedelic sound attacks, but some strange thoughts come to his mind with threats like, "I will make your whole family lay eggs," and this is actually very strange. Then some strange thoughts continue to enter his head about how he is kissing some egg. The guy at this moment understands that this bird has already decided to take over his personality, which means that he will play big and regret she will be gone. After some time, we see how Shufan went crazy and stood on a cannon, aiming straight at one of the birds. He is now going to show her his eggs. He is interested to know if she can survive this, but he is sure that she will not. Without any extra thought, Shufan still fired his shot. It hit exactly the target, from which it simply tore the body of this pathetic bird into pieces. It did not take its chance to leave the battlefield, and ultimately, this is the result of this. The red liquid from this bird begins to flow onto the ground. The other birds notice that there is nothing left from this bird except a wet spot. So they understand that Shufan is really not to be trifled with, which means that they should get out of here. We see that Shufan is no longer himself. After his murder, he wants to find out from the victim how he liked his colonels in general, whether he liked him or not, while he continues to look at the other birds with his very crazy and frightening gaze. He thought that the birds wanted more, and he started firing with all the guns, and the birds fell to the ground one after another. Yaya Yao understands that when this guy breaks through to the stage of laying the foundations, he will be able to beat him too. After another 5 days, a total of 10 days have passed, which means that the power of Yaya Yao has returned to him. He tells Shufan that he is ready to return home, and the white-haired man, not wanting to waste time, quickly calls on his submarine. Of course, this submarine had already appeared, after which these two jumped and landed straight into it. Now it is clear that after a while they will find themselves at home in their dimension. They no longer want to return to this strange place. After some time, the two had already returned to Junhai City at the same moment Yaya Yao to thank the main character for saving his life and protecting him all these 10 days while he was completely helpless. Right now, these two friends are sitting in a tea shop. The white-haired one pours tea into the dark-haired one's glass, and Yaya Yao in turn tells the guy that he can keep all the loot for himself. Just let him make a copy of the swordsman's heritage for him. The main character, in turn, tells his friend to take the whole thing, while a wide smile is visible on his face. He also says that this area does not arouse his interest, and if something happens, he can turn to him. The dark-haired man was touched by Shufan's words. He turned his attention to some butterflies that his friend had sent to him, and told Shufan that he didn't even know how he could thank him for all this, because he had already done a lot for him. Now we see how Yaya Yao grabbed those butterflies that the main character sent to him, after which Shufan was very happy, because he was really looking forward to the moment when Yaya Yao would say such phrases to him. With a smile on his face, he tells his friend that he is worried about one question. Perhaps he, as a more successful guy in cultivation, will know the answer to this question, to which he has been wanting to know the answer for a very long time. A serious-minded dark-haired guy tells the guy that he can ask him any question without any problems, even if he doesn't know the answer to it. He will help him find it from some more experienced and wise person. Shufan is happy about this and wants to know whether there is a 13th stage of Kui hardening, or if after the 12th stage there is necessarily a breakthrough to the next stage. Meanwhile, the swordsman grandfather understands that his dunce does not know the answer to this question and believes that Shufan knows about his existence. He thinks and says that before the ships return to Junhai, he will give him the answer. Shufan understands that he himself knows nothing. He is counting on his mentor. This train made him understand that it will take a long time for him to stagnate, at the stage of Ki hardening not an option. Next we see Yaya Yao, who thoughtfully looks out the window. He sees his mentor and, turning to him, asks if there are levels of Ki hardening above the 12th. But the grandfather is just silent. The guy does not understand what's going on. It turned out that the old man didn't like the way this kid addressed him. He asked him to address him normally, and maybe then he would answer. The guy calls him the Great Divine Swordsman Emperor, and asks him to answer his question. Still, such an appeal satisfied this mentor. He began to give an answer to his question and tells the guy that such things depend only on the will of heaven. After these words, he is going to start telling him a long story. We learn from this grandfather that in ancient times the world was ruled by werewolves, and people were their slaves. They did not allow people to develop beyond Ki tempering, As soon as someone broke through to the foundation stage, they were immediately killed. It turns out that people lived in such conditions for tens of thousands of years. Year after year, people developed a system to bypass the limitation of their cultivation. And this is how the 24 and 36 stage QI stages appeared. Having reached the 24th stage of ki quenching, one can skip over laying the foundations and immediately break through to the stage of the golden elixir. And being at the 36th stage of ki quenching, the cultivation level will correspond to the stage of the birth of the spirit. The guy was tense from this story, but his curiosity takes over. He decides to find out from the mentor whether the 108th stage of QE hardening corresponds to the Mahayana stage. This is a fairly high stage. The old man says that according to the logic of things it is possible, but the heavenly will does not tolerate such tricks, so he would not advise Shufan to try to take such workarounds, because it is against the system, and he may definitely regret it in the future. We also learn from our grandfather that cultivation itself is an attempt to rise higher than the heavens destined for man. In other words, ascension is a challenge thrown to the heavenly will. The system with 24 and 36 stages of qi hardening was approved, since people did not have exit. And if you go against heaven in the current situation, then having reached the last stage by roundabout ways, a person may not be in good health. And the closer he gets to the kingdom of the celestials, the more pressure will be put on him. And here you can see how Yaya Yao is already tired of listening to this story. He understood everything that way, so he believes that the old man no longer makes sense to waste his time on him. So he has already realized that developing above the 12th stage without breaking through to the next stage is not possible. The wise grandfather answers this question too. He says that it is very difficult. At least now he does not have techniques that allow him to do this. If he were at the peak of his powers, he could cut a corridor in time and look for them in ancient times. Now we are looking at the events that are happening at the same time around the main character. We see how this guy just sneezed. Apparently he is in the middle of the forest and right now he is just resting, because the week has turned out to be hard. It turns out that this guy is really just resting. Namely, he is lying in his hammock, he is lying, bored, and at the same time cannot understand why his heart is so restless, he thinks, and tries to understand for what reason this could be. He is very tired of his anxiety and suspiciousness. He wonders how his students are doing now and whether everything is fine with them. He wonders what is wrong with Wang Yulong, because this chronic loser usually cannot cope without his advice. A whole 10 days have passed. We see how the fleet is finally about to return back to the sect's territory in full force. All students are asked to leave the city and return on board, because they will soon set off. In the sky, you can see how a bunch of disciples of the celestial sect are returning to the ship with their swords because they don't want to stay here and want to quickly return to their home. The ship is still standing and waiting for everyone to be assembled. We now see the huge ship itself, which stands still and is still waiting for everyone to be on board. Meanwhile, a huge number of students with their swords are approaching it. It looks very bright and beautiful. After everyone was already assembled, this ship began its sailing. It set off on a long journey, and after a while, everyone would be brought back home, namely to the territory of the heavenly sect. Meanwhile, the main character is standing on board the ship and just looking at the sea. Shyan saw him and was very happy. He waves his hand at him and wants to clarify how he is doing in general, and how his walk went, whether he liked it. White-haired asks not to even be reminded of this. He would also like to ask if the expedition takes different routes each time. He says that it is so, because the endless sea is huge and it would be stupid to move to the same places. He also says with a smile on his face that with such a fleet it will be safe anywhere in the endless sea, because they have enough means to repel the attack of absolutely any monsters. Thanks to this, they cope with them without any problems at all. White-haired thought after his words. He believes that a flying ship like theirs is a real miracle of technology. It would be great for him to learn in detail how objects of this scale are made. Apparently, he wants his friend to talk about it. But suddenly Shyan starts to get a little angry. He bares his teeth and tells Shufan that the ship itself is very good, but the Heavenly Forge sect that created it are very arrogant and unpleasant bastards. In short, very bad people. The white-haired man still smiles and tries to reassure his friend. He says that he perfectly understands his feelings because the one who has the best technology in some area has enormous power over the market and all clients. Then you can understand that Shyan has calmed down. He grabs his friend by the shoulder and, turning to him, says that once again he is deeply convinced that he has a unique talent in forging. He never tires of praising Shufan, and also his mastery of engraving runes and ingenuity, and his desire for the ideal. All this delights Shyan. But the main character himself perfectly understands his desire. He has one, namely, to return home as soon as possible. Next, The joyful guy asks Shufan to promise him that one day he will lead the blacksmiths of their sect, and together they will build a ship even better and larger than the current one. They will make a ship that can fly beyond the heavenly dome. The white-haired guy tells the guy that he clearly overestimates him. He is not capable of this. Shufan understands that even if he is capable of this, then by this moment Xiaodiao will definitely not be alive, so he will no longer see this. However, this guy doesn't care about the words of the protagonist. He stands by his opinion and believes that this guy is still definitely capable of more than just sitting and forging in his forge. But for some reason, the white-haired guy doesn't think so. Xiaodiao's mentor told him that in 100 years, Shufan will be considered a legendary person who will have the greatest influence on the world of forging. It is clear that this guy believes in the main character and is confident that he will succeed. However, Shufan is only funny from all these words. He is of course pleased that they think of him like that. But their expectations are based on ignorance, that in 100 years he will still be at the stage of key tempering. Shufan thinks that Not will get out of this stage by then. In the next chapter, these two guys continue to communicate. The white-haired one realizes that they urgently need to change this topic and ask the guy if there is any progress in his invention. He hopes that it will work and the topic will really change. This guy thinks that after returning they can begin the practical implementation of his development. Perhaps one day everyone in the sect will have his means of communication in their hands. He asks Shufan not to doubt, because he will definitely be generously rewarded. White-haired listened to the words of his friend. He was very surprised and now thinks that the sect will invest in his project. He is now also thinking of issuing something like shares in order to raise a large number of spiritual stones in this matter. Brother Shah says that in the future, the various information transmission devices that already exist can be thrown out and replaced with his universal means of communication. All students will be able to communicate with each other through it, accept tasks from the sect, report on their completion, etc. He already imagines his successful future. If his development becomes widespread, perhaps then he will be able to improve it and add an online store. If he builds an AliExpress here, he will get rid of problems with spiritual stones forever. Then, suddenly for himself, the main character notices something strange in the distance. We don't see what it is yet, but soon we will find out for sure. And it's interesting for everyone to find out what it is there. He decided to use his perception to see what it was all about. He looked at it for a while, after which he apparently wanted to contact Xiaodiao with his question. An interested guy saw something similar to an island there, after which he decides to check with his friend what kind of island it is there, and Brother Shah tells him that this is not an island, but the top of a turtle shell at the Mahayana stage. We see the huge turtle itself. It behaves very calmly and swims approximately at sea level, which is why its shell protrudes from the surface of the water, and it seems that this is not a turtle, but some kind of island. Shufan's bewilderment can be understood. And then Xiaodiao remembered, decides to ask the guy if he has ever eaten sea acorns. They live attached to surfaces and also to giant turtles. In this region, they are especially tasty and can probably be ordered at tables. A moment later, Shufan was brought by the hand into the dining room. He was already sitting at the table with his friend and looking at the sea acorns. They wished him bon appetit and wanted to know his opinions about them, but apparently Shufan was a little burned. Meanwhile, while the main character was trying to cope with the burning pain in his mouth, two attractive girls sat down at the table with them. He sees Shyan together with the girl who came to them with a cracked bowler. In a new outfit, he barely recognized her. And then Xiaodiao decides to take a moment and ask his sister where their father is now. She says that his favorite pot exploded, and now he doesn't even have the mood to leave his cabin. The main character felt funny about this, because the third-level alchemist cauldron exploded. He is already thinking of going and trolling him, but he is dissuaded because the man's cultivation level is too high, and he can easily hang him by the ears from the ceiling. Xiaodiao felt sorry for his father, so he decided to give him a new pot, but not personally. But asks his sister to do it. He himself is unlikely to turn to the blacksmiths for repairs, so he can do it this way. The brother tells his sister that when handing over the cauldron to her father, she should tell him that she exchanged it with a friend. The sister is very proud of her brother's deed, but Shufan, meanwhile, enjoys the beauty of this girl. Shufan remembered his father, namely the moment when he scolded him and said that if the guy messed up like that again, he would hit him with this stick so hard that he could only walk on all fours. But his father never had time to let him move that stick. And then the same girl enters the dialogue. Her name is Chen, by the way. She is the beloved daughter of the combat squad mentor, nicknamed the Governor, and is an alchemist. She thanks the guy, because after he repaired her pot, he began to work better. Suddenly intrigued, Shufan decides to ask the girl how exactly she is going to thank him. She felt uneasy, and says that after returning, she will take the pot to the Chamber of Commerce for evaluation and will pay him the difference. Shyan noticed something strange. It seems to her that the main character is flirting with her sister. She says that she needs to be careful with her after all. She is the beloved daughter of the commander's mentor from the combat squad. The girl tells the guy that almost anything will happen, so she is afraid to even imagine what he can do to him. The main character in response only silently smiles. Apparently he understands what a mistake he can still make. Shufan knows perfectly well who the governor is. He, frantically eating his noodles, remembers how he happened to meet him once. He especially remembered his axe. He deliberately dulls it so as not to chop, but to break his enemy's bones. And then suddenly Qian rushes at her friend Shyan. She asks her to stop saying things like that, because in her opinion she is dishonoring her. Now this girl is even embarrassed to raise her eyes and look at anyone. Further, Shyan doesn't want to fool around anymore. She simply admired the repaired pot and brought her friend so that she could thank him again. The guy thinks that this is all nothing. He only spent a little spiritual energy, and she brought the raw materials herself. White-haired also understands that it is better for him not to interfere with the Changqiang, since he wants to live longer, and not get hit on the head with an axe, which the governor so loves to carry everywhere with him. And then suddenly the main character remembers his old friend Wang Yulong. Shufan now looks a little scared. Perhaps it even seems to him that his friend is now in danger. Perhaps he even feels it. Then the events move to the subordinate area of the Heavenly Throne sect. We see Wang Yulong, who is still walking around in his new suit, which Lu Fan forged for him. Apparently he is running away from danger. It turns out that he is trying to run away from some girls. They ask him not to run away, because they want to show him something and give him pleasure. The guy understands that he needs to quickly report this to the management. This district is in the jurisdiction of the sect, and here are werewolves like at home. The girls are all around right now. They are surrounding this guy and trying to lure him to them. One of them is trying to hypnotize him and invites the guy to stop and examine her in detail. For a second, you might think that the hypnosis had already worked, and that the girl managed to penetrate the head of poor Wang Yulong. But this Sigma is not going to give up. He is trying to resist their bad influence with all his might. Meanwhile, the girls have already surrounded him and are starting to examine him with sly grins. He considers them real devils and still doesn't know what to do. The situation smells like a herring, so the guy needs to run away from here as soon as possible. And then one of the girls was already tired of this guy constantly running around from them. She decided to immobilize him and completely tied him up with some kind of tight magic ropes. Wang Yulong feels that he was tied up tightly enough. The girl touches his face and asks if he still has any trump cards up his sleeve, because she is ready to sacrifice her sisters for the sake of owning him. The guy says that if they kill him, they will discover it and then they will all be combed out, after which the skins will be torn off. However, the girls only feel funny at his words. The girl who touches him cannot understand how anyone can finish off such a handsome guy. She lets him know that they need him alive for their personal purposes. Next, these hungry girls no longer want to waste any more time. Having completely hypnotized the guy, they tell him to follow them, because right now they are going to give him a real paradise on Earth. It can be seen that Wang Yulong is already like a zombie. He simply does not understand what is happening to him. Because he is under a spell, the girls take advantage of this and do all sorts of things to him. Wang Yulong, without realizing it, has collected a whole harem for himself. We return to our main character, but he realizes that Wang Yulong is often in deadly scrapes, but he always managed to come out of them alive. It seems that right now he is in real trouble. Shufan tries to calm himself down by taking a deep breath and then exhaling. He thinks that nothing bad will happen to his friend. And when he returns, he will probably be able to get him out of any trouble as usual. Meanwhile, we are suddenly shown some kind of pink forest in which sakura is blooming. In the background, we can also hear a scream. A very strong scream, apparently. This person really needs help. In the next chapter, we see the events that take place 3 days later. Yaya Yao apparently gives the long-awaited answer to Shufan's question, and says that in ancient times there were cultivation methods for the 13th stage of key hardening and above, but now they are lost. Shufan looks sleepy, but still listens to this. He learns that he was also told that it is better not to even try to resort to such practices. Otherwise, he can cause the wrath of the heavenly will, and then everything will definitely end badly. The sleepy main character listened carefully to this guy. He understands perfectly well that there is no point in lying to this guy right now, so he believes him in absolutely every word he says. The white-haired man makes it clear to his friend that everything is clear to him now. Be that as it may, he asked purely out of curiosity. Not even for himself. Yaya Yao thinks that this is for the best. It even relieved his heart to find out for what purpose the guy was asked this. Shufan is already dreaming that when he returns home, he will closely study this issue. If such methods existed, he will get to the bottom of them. But suddenly for the main character, his friend at that moment grabs his hand for the umpteenth time. It turned out that he was simply joyful and wanted, as a thank you for saving his life, to take Shufan to the dining room to eat delicious sea acorns. Because one answer to the question would not be enough, Shufan understood that he would have to endure these acorns again. A whole month has already passed. The ship with the students has finally returned to the territory of the sect. Shufan is now greeted by two children whom he previously took as his students. It is clear how very happy they are to finally see him at home. While the guy is walking around his yard, Shugan invites him to take them with him on a hike next time, and promises not to cause trouble. Shu Yuexian tells the main character that if they are not around, then who else will take care of the mentor? In response to the joyful boy, the main character only slaps him right on the forehead. His forehead is all red, and the guy decides to check with these joyful children whether they trained while he was not here, because they could just be lazy. The children were too tense then. The boy holding his head says that he trained, and Yuexian can confirm this. She did so and said that he trained hard. Shu Fan lets them know that he understood them. However, the main character still decided to grab Shu Yuexian's pigtails. She looks a little embarrassed and doesn't understand what to expect from her crazy mentor now. He might even want to scold her. Holding his pigtails, the guy with a creepy face tells her that he hopes that she didn't deceive him in order to get rid of her brother. She is unhappy, and says that Aunt Chang Chiang told her that she is no longer too small to pull her for the pigtails. Next, Xu Fanyu seemed to feel sorry for this child. He begins to laugh slightly and says that, reluctantly, he will give in to her on this issue, which is why he will leave her alone. The girl calmed down after he let go of her hair. It turned out that the white-haired prankster decided to simply make fun of the child. He tells her that he changed his mind, and with a smile on his face, grabbed her pigtails back. This time, her braids came off. Shugan was surprised and thinks that she always walked around with false braids. A dissatisfied girl decided to take revenge on her mentor. She decided to do it right away. And with a very dissatisfied face, she simply decided to kick the main character's leg with all her might, hoping that it would hurt him. However, this girl hit Shu Fan right on the bronze leg. The guy is very strong, and now, despite how the girl's leg hurts, he considers her a sissy and laughs. Shu Gan is simply in shock, and Shu Yuexian already hates his mentor. The white-haired man laughed heartily, after which he calmed down and realized how nice it was to return home. He had not been here for quite a long time, so he would like to sit now in the circle of people close to him. Next, the joyful Shu Fan turns to one of the children and asks him to call Uncle Yulong and Aunt Chang Chang so that they can arrange a banquet in honor of his return. The child, of course, will listen to his mentor and do what he said. After some time, we can see how 5 glasses hit each other. Apparently, everyone is already assembled and sitting at the same table, celebrating the return of Shu Fan home. Everyone is now very happy because of this. We see Wang Yulong together with Murong Changchang. Everything seems to be fine with Wang Yulong. After that incident, right now they are all sitting at the same table, eating, drinking, and having fun, telling each other various stories. Next, you can see how they are all playing various games. The main character decided to draw a circle and a cross with his brush right on the face of the Shugan. This guy looks a little unhappy, but everyone else seems to be laughing. After some time, we see already empty plates. We can guess that they have already eaten all the food, and that is why they are already leaving to do something else, perhaps even to rest. We see a brother and sister who, happy and well-fed, have now fallen asleep in an embrace. Shugan is happy that with a mentor in the house, you can relax and sleep with your eyes closed and not have to worry about your lives. Shufan drew his attention to the fact that the brother and sister had eaten and were sleeping, and they also said that they could no longer feel like children. He was very glad that he took them as his students and gave them good living conditions. Meanwhile, Wang Yulong and Mujin Qiangqiang just stand silently and creepily watch the main character. Shufan is not stupid at all. He perfectly understands what's what, and having dealt with the children, he understands that some desperate creatures have taken possession of his friends. He is going to deal with them. And then suddenly these bastards stopped hiding their true nature. You can see how Wang Yulong begins to giggle and, calling Shu Fan a handsome man, invites him to come over to their side. When they are completely done, they can appoint him in charge on this continent. Shu Fan listened carefully to the words of these villains, but now it is clear that he is slowly starting to lose his temper. He heard that they want to appoint him in charge of the continent and already thinks that this is too ambitious. The main character doesn't care what their plans are. They dared to move into his friends, which means that their conversation will be very short. He is going to knock these bastards out of the bodies of his friends. These two see that Shu Fan does not want to agree on the good, then they decide to do it on the bad. These two have already put on very powerful armor that increases their strength. and are already going to attack the main character. Shufan, seeing this, was not at all taken aback. He pounced on one of them and grabbed him. He looks very crazy and wondered if they understood anything about him from Wang Yulong's memories. It seems strange to him that they want to defeat him in armor, which he himself developed. However, he cannot completely scare these bastards with his self-confidence. They apparently have an ace up their sleeve. Wang Yulong tells Shufan that they will still have time to get to know each other better, so he doesn't have long to persist. This purple eye of Wang Yulong somehow influences the main character. He begins to feel something strange and gets the feeling that he is starting to be sucked into some strange place. Thus, Shufan found himself in some very strange place. He just calmly stands in place and tries to understand what just happened. The guy looks around, but still cannot understand anything. While Shufan was trying to figure out where he had ended up, he heard a very familiar voice behind him. The girl behind him calls Shufan her husband and is glad that he has finally returned. This girl decides to immediately attack the main character. He is a little shocked, but he still really wants to know what it is and where the hell he ended up. His wife begins to seduce him and says that food is already on the table. She has also heated the water for bathing and asks what he wants to do first: eat, swim, or start something else. The last option. This woman decided to give Shufanya a special treat. She leaned towards him and asked him if he wanted to start right away with something sweet. She, of course, expects to hear a positive answer from the guy. The main character, without much hesitation, after hearing what he heard, grabbed this woman and picked her up. After which he tells her that if the sweet is she, then he chooses the third option. The guy does not want to waste time and is going to start his business. He laid this beauty on the ground and is about to take out his pod to show her that she has chosen the right male to satisfy her natural desires. She, in turn, lies on the ground already ready, and embarrassedly tells Shufan that he is very impatient. She is already waiting for the moment when they finally begin this process, because she has been waiting for this for a long time. The main character, in turn, begins to take off all the clothes from himself and the girl. One gets the feeling that nothing seems strange to him, and he is already about to begin this task in order to satisfy both the girl and himself. We see how a ready-made couple begins to reinstall windows, while the girl hugs this guy tighter and reminds him of how much she missed him. The process is already in full swing. Meanwhile, two eyes are watching their actions from above. Apparently, this is all a trap of the same bastards who moved into the bodies of Shufan's friends. However, it suddenly turned out that the main character switched places with these bastards. Now in his place is Wang Yulong, and in the place of the girl Mujin Changqiang, they look very surprised. And from Shufan's face you can understand that he outwitted them. They are scared and realize that the main character attacked them with enchanting spells. Despite the fact that it was their trick, Shufanya asks why they stopped, because he would not mind watching this performance. Next, Shufan decided to put all his jokes aside, after which he used the rays from his 2 fingers and drove the souls of those villains out of the bodies of his friends. You can see how they come out of them in real time. These two woke up and in tears thanked Shufanya for saving them once again. The white-haired one now does not want to hug them. We can also watch how a huge blue hand holds in his hands those souls that were in his friends. Wang Yulong says how he wanted to kill himself when he was grabbed by 3 werewolf foxes at the stage of the golden elixir. But he remembered his words that he needed to wait, and Shufan himself would come and definitely help. Shufan sees how they suffered here without him. Shufan approached these souls and said right in front of them that he would now look at what they did to him and return their suffering to them double. He just knows a bunch of torture spells, and this scares these souls. And then the main character summons a snake, which, with the help of its tongue, penetrates directly into the head of one of these souls. It is clear how unpleasant it is, but just now Shufan will be able to find out everything that they did with his friend. Wang Yulong thinks that there is no need to stir it up, because they are in his hands, so they should just be destroyed. Apparently he doesn't want Mujin Changqiang to see something bad, but Shufan doesn't want to just destroy them, he wants revenge them at the highest level. Shufan and the others begin to look through their memories and see a bunch of things, namely the War of Two Worlds, the invasion of werewolves, and despite the fact that the passage between the two worlds was held by the efforts of several sects, the werewolves were able to get into their world. Among the heap of memories, there was one that was not good. Wang Yulong would not want Mujin Changqiang to see it, but nothing can be done. Absolutely everyone who is nearby sees it. In this memory, 2 girls are having fun with him. Murong Changqiang saw this picture and can't believe her eyes. She doesn't even have anything to say. Shufan says that he didn't expect that they would mock him so cruelly, and Wang Yulong understands that now he will get hit on the head by his wife.